to another Philosophy Odyssey episode. And I may make this one the first one instead of the second one, but for now it's the second one because I'm going to say a lot of the same stuff I did in the previous live stream, just rearranged in a different order. We're going to start with God is not great. Our religion poisons everything. We're going to get political and religious. That's right. Also politics and religion. Start talking about totalitarianism, how that relates to religion. The word totalitarian was probably first used by the distant Marxist Victor Serge, who had become appalled at the harvest of Stalinism in the Soviet Union. It was popularized by the secular Jewish intellectual Hannah Arendt, who had fled the hell of the Third Reich and who wrote The Origins of Totalitarianism. It is a useful term because it separates ordinary forms of despotism, those which merely exact obedience from their subjects, from the absolutist systems which demand that citizens become wholly subjects and surrender their private lives and personalities entirely to the state or to the supreme leader. If we accept that latter definition, then the first point to be made is likewise an easy one. For most of human history, the idea of the total or absolute state was intimately bound up with religion. A baron or king might compel you to pay taxes or serve in his army, and he would usually arrange to have priests on hand to remind you that this was your duty. But the truly frightening despotisms were those which also, one of the contents of your heart, the contents of your heart and your head. The truly frightening despotisms were those which also one of the contents of your heart and your head. Okay, so I'm going to tie that into Thomas Paine, bring Paine up to the age of reason. I do not believe in the creed professed by the Jewish church, by the Roman church, by the Greek church, by the Turkish church, by the Protestant church, nor any church that I know of. My own mind is my own church. All national institutions of churches, whether Jewish, Christian, or Turkish, appear to me no other than human inventions set up to terrify and enslave mankind and monopolize power and profit. And we're going to tie that into the origins of totalitarianism here. Alright. The only rule of which everybody in a totalitarian state may be sure is that the more visible government agencies are, the less power they carry. And the less is known of the existence of an institution, the more powerful it will ultimately turn out to be. I'm going to add a little something in there. The less powerful, the more powerful, right? The leader's absolute monopoly of power and authority is most conspicuous in relationship between him and his chief of police. Soon a totalitarian country occupies the most powerful public position. Now back into God is not great, religion poisons everything. The essential principle of totalitarianism is to make laws that are impossible to obey. The resulting tyranny is even more impressive if it can be enforced by privileged caste or party, which is highly zealous in the detection of error. Most of humanity throughout its history has dwelt under a form of this stupidifying dictatorship, and a large portion of it still does. Allow me to give a few examples of the rules that must yet cannot be followed. The commandment at Sinai, which forbade people even to think about coveting goods, is the first clue. It is echoed in the New Testament by the injunction which says that a man who looks upon a woman in the wrong way has actually committed adultery already. And it is almost equal to the current Muslim and former Christian prohibition against lending out money and interest. All of these, in a different fashion, attempt to place impossible restraints on human initiative. They can only be met in one of two ways. The first is by continual scorching and mortification of the flesh, accompanied by incessant wrestling with impure thoughts, which become actual as soon as they're named or even imagined. From this come hysterical confessions of guilt, false promises of improvement, and loud, violent denunciations of other backsliders and sinners, a spiritual police state. The second solution is organized hypocrisy, where forbidden foods are rebaptized as something else, or where a donation to the religious authorities will purchase some wiggle room, or where ostentatious orthodoxy will buy some time, or where money can be paid into one account and then paid back, with perhaps a slight percentage added in an honest manner into another. This we might term the spiritual Banana Republic. Many theocracies, from medieval Rome to modern Wahhabi Saudi Arabia, have managed to be spiritual police states and spiritual banana republics at the same time. The collectivization of guilt, in short, is immoral in itself, as religion has been occasionally compelled to admit. Alright, now we're going to try to tie that into the issue. The Twilight of the Idols here. The error of free will. We no longer have any sympathy today with the concept of free will. We know only too well what it is. The most infamous of all the arts of the theologian for making mankind accountable in the sense of the word. That is to say, for making mankind dependent on him. I'm going to put the Bible in there. Jesus' direct statement. Therefore I told you that you will die in your sins. For if you do not believe that I am he, you will die in your sins. To Nietzsche, I give here only the psychology of making men accountable. Everywhere accountability is sought. It is usually the instinct for punishing and judging that seeks it. One is deprived becoming of its innocence if being in this or that state is traced back to will, to intentions, to accountable acts. The doctrine of will has been invented essentially for the purpose of punishment, that is, of finding guilty. The whole of the old style psychology, the psychology of will, has as its precondition the desire of its authors, the priests, at the head of ancient communities, to create for themselves a right to ordain punishments, or the desire to create for God a right to do so. Men were thought of as free so that they could become guilty. Consequently, every action had to be thought of as willed, the origin of every action as lying in the consciousness, whereby the most fundamental falsification in psychologicus was made into the very principle of psychology. Today, when we have started to move in the reverse direction, when we moralists especially are trying with all our might to remove the concept of guilt and the concept of punishment from the world and the purge psychology, history, nature, the social institutions and sanctions of them, there is in our eyes no more radical opposition than that of the theologians, who continue to infect the innocence of becoming the punishment and guilt by means of the concept of the moral world order. Christianity is a hangman's metaphysics. Alright, we're going to try that in two. Alright. Alright. Individual subjects of totalitarian rule either surrender to the dynamic process of becoming, or they are consumed by it. Guilty is he who stands in the path of terror. That is, who willingly or unwillingly, hinders the movement of nature or history. The qualification is significant since the automatism of the impersonal and dynamic forces of nature or history enjoy complete primacy over the individual members of society, who either join the movement or are swept away by it. Now I'm going to tie that into that's how great religion is everything. In order to be part of the totalitarian mindset, it is not necessary to wear a uniform or carry a club or a whip. It is only necessary to wish for your own subjection and to delight in the subjection of others. What is a totalitarian system, if not one where the abject glorification of the perfect leader is matched by the surrender of all privacy and individuality, especially in matters sexual, and then the denunciation and punishment for their own good of those who transgress. The sexual element is probably decisive in that the dullest mind can grasp what Nathaniel Hawthorne captured in The Scarlet Letter, the deep connection between repression and perversion. The necessary realization that Jesus both wished and needed to die and came to Jerusalem at Passover North Odyssey, the necessary realization that Jesus both wished and needed to die and came to Jerusalem at Passover North Odyssey, and that all took part in his murder were unknowingly doing God's will and fulfilling ancient prophecies. I'm going to get on to right here. At breakneck speed against himself. Now about the Hitchens. There are many deranged prophets from in Palestine at the time, but this one reportedly believed himself at least some of the time to be God, or the Son of God, and that has made all the difference. Now, Violence and Version Russell, why I'm not a Christian. Sexual element is probably decisive Christianity and sex. We're going to go into that. It is clear that the fundamental doctrines of Christianity demand a great deal of ethical perversion before they can be accepted. The world, we are told, was created by God, who is both good and omnipotent. Before he created the world, he foresaw all the pain and misery that it would contain. He is therefore responsible for all of it. It is useless to argue that the pain in the world is due to sin. In the first place, this is not true. It is not sin that causes rivers to overflow, their banks of volcanoes stir up, but even if it were true, it would make no difference. If I were going to beget the child, knowing that the child was going to be a homicidal maniac, I should be responsible for his crimes. If God knew in advance the sins of which man would be guilty, he was clearly responsible for the consequences of those sins when he decided to create man. And here's my little Adam. When he decided to become man and have himself subject to the torture on the cross. The usual Christian argument is that the suffering in the world is a purification for sin and is therefore a good thing. Here's my add-in. God had to suffer with us. He couldn't help it. This argument is, of course, simply a rationalization of sadism. But in any case, it is a very poor argument. I would invite any Christian to accompany to the children's ward of a hospital to watch the suffering that is there being endured, and then the persistent assertion that those children are so morally abandoned as to deserve what they are suffering, because God has spiritual strength, but no physical strength. That's my add in there. In order to bring himself to say this, a man must destroy himself all feelings of mercy and compassion. He must, in short, make himself as cruel as the God in whom he believes. No man who believes it all is for the best in this suffering world can keep his ethical values unimpaired, since he's always having to find excuses for pain and misery. Here's another one of my additions. I would invite any Christian to accompany to the cross to watch the suffering that is there being endured. And then a persistent assertion that that man is so morally abandoned that deserve what he is suffering because God cannot help himself, because God cannot help humanity, because God had to go to hell. Now time to get Gene Missler in there. Madness for a Christ cultist to believe that the God the Father wants to be appeased by men only through the punishment and death of his own divine Son. Monstrous was the iniquity and madness of God the Father to want to be appeased by guilty men through the bloody, cruel, and shameful death of his innocent divine Son. I cannot find the words to express how crazy this is. I'm going to turn that into John Allen Paulos. Interestingly, there is a classic irreligious argument against the existence of a certain sort of God that does depend on logic and the meaning of words alone. If one assumes that God is both omnipotent and omniscient, an obvious contradiction arises. Being omniscient, God knows everything that will happen. He can predict the future trajectory of every snowflake, the sprouting of every blade of grass, and the deeds of every human being, as well as all of his own actions. But being omnipotent, he can act in any way and do anything he wants, including behaving in ways different from those he predicted. Making his expectations uncertain and fallible, he thus can't be both omnipotent and omniscient. Now, time to apply that to atheism. Explained, David Ramsey Still. God's suicide or abdication. In Van Vocht's The Battle of Forever, humans have become almost omnipotent, but there's a lot they don't know. And as a result, they are threatened with annihilation by comparably puny though crafty beings. So, it seems that an omnipotent being with limited knowledge would be vulnerable, but that's because we suppose he can't foresee the effects of what he does. Yet, if he truly were omnipotent, the concept of effects wouldn't apply, because nothing would follow from his actions except what he wanted to happen. Another reason for thinking that a literally omnipotent God must be omniscient is that it would be part of omnipotence to become omniscient just by willing it. And why would he not have done this long ago? A substantially omnipotent God who commits blunders and has to face unintended consequences seems unacceptable. However, just this kind of God is clearly depicted in the Torah. Seeing how humans have turned out, God regrets having created them. Genesis 6:6. The Torah repeatedly tells us that God did not foresee what would happen and changed his mind about what to do. There has always been a current within Judaism willing to accept God's limited knowledge and limited wisdom. The Jewish theologian Yochanan Muss depicts a very personal, very powerful God who miscalculates and learns by experience. Alan Dershowitz has contended that a distinctive merit of the Torah is that none of its characters, including God, is entirely worthy of emulation. If God can limit himself, he can injure himself. With God, the two concepts are hard to distinguish. And if he can injure himself, perhaps he could commit suicide. A case for the suicide of God was made by Scott Adams of Dilbert fame in his amusing work, God's Degree, which Adams calls fiction, but which libraries insist on classifying as cosmology. Humans are evolving so as to reconstitute God's fragmented being. In a Kabbalistic tradition of Judaism, Isaac ben Solomon, Luria, advanced the theory that God had created the world by limiting himself, by withdrawing from a certain area of existence. More recently, Hans Jonas has maintained that in creating the universe, God committed suicide, though he will eventually be reconstituted out of the end of the universe. Alright, now we're going to talk a little bit more about that suicide. Hop into what we're doing. This is the myth of Sisyphus. In a sense, and as a melodrama, killing yourself amounts to confessing. It is confessing that life is too much for you, or that you do not understand it. Let's not go too far in such analogies, however, but rather return to everyday words. It is merely confessing that that is not worth the trouble. Living naturally is never easy. You continue making the gestures commanded by existence for many reasons, the first of which is habit. Dying voluntarily implies that you have recognized even instinctively the ridiculous character of that habit, the absence of any profound reason for living, the insane character of that daily agitation, and the uselessness of suffering. I'm time to tie that into David Hume. Alice Concerning Natural Religion of Suicide. That suicide may often be consistent with interest and with our duty to ourselves, no one can question. Who allows that age, sickness, or misfortune may render life a burden and make it worse even than annihilation? I believe that no man ever threw away life while it was worth keeping, for such is our natural horror of death, that small motives will never be able to reconcile us to it, and though perhaps the situation of a man's health or fortune did not seem to require this remedy, we may at least be assured that anyone who, without apparent reason, has had recourse to it, was cursed with such an incurable depravity or gloominess of temper as must poison all enjoyment and render him equally miserable as if he had been loaded with the most grievous misfortunes. If suicide be supposed a crime, 'tis only cowardice can impel us to it. If it be no crime, both prudence and courage should engage us to rid ourselves at once of existence when it becomes a burden. 'Tis the only way that we can then be useful to society, by setting an example which, if imitated, would preserve to everyone his chance for happiness in life and would effectively free him from all danger or misery. It would be easy to prove that suicide is as lawful under the Christian dispensation as it was to the heathens. There's not a single text of Scripture which prohibits it. That great and infallible rule of faith and practice, which must control all philosophy and human reasoning, has left us in has left us in this particular to our natural liberty. Resignation of providence is indeed recommended in Scripture, but that implies only submission to ills that are unavoidable, not the such as may be remedied by prudence or courage. Thou shalt not kill is evidently meant to exclude only the killing of others over whose life we have no authority. That this precept, like most of the Scripture precepts, must be modified by reason and common sense is plain from the practice of magistrates who punish criminals capitally, notwithstanding the letter of the law. But were this commandment ever so expressed against suicide, it would now have no authority, for all the law of Moses is abolished, except so far as it is established by the law of nature. And we've already endeavored to prove that suicide is not prohibited by that law. In all cases, Christians and heathens are precisely upon the same footing. Cato and Brutus, Arrian and Portia, acted heroically. Those who now imitate their example ought to receive the same praises from posterity. The power of committing suicide is regarded by Plato as an advantage which men possess even above the deity himself. God cannot, even if he wishes to, commit suicide. The supreme boon that he's bestowed among all of the penalties of life. I'm going to try to counter David Hume here. I'm going to try to counter racist scum here. I just want to say, David Hume's racism is distinct from his philosophy. You can appreciate David Hume's philosophy while calling him out on his racism, just like Charles Darwin's science is distinct from his racism. I would say that Darwinism is not racist. Evolutionary theory is not racist, but Charles Darwin was racist, and I don't buy that he was a man of his time excuse, because Alfred Wallace was not racist. Also, Richard Dawkins is an incest offender. I guess his science is distinct from his incest offense. Just want to put that out there before I counter him with C.S. Lewis. Racism needs to be called out. So we're going to help C.S. Lewis, my Christianity. But supposing God became a man, suppose our human nature, which can suffer and die, was amalgamated with God's nature in one person. Then that person could help us. Here's my little addition. Then God could commit suicide. He could surrender his will and suffer and die because he was man. And he could do it perfectly because he was God. You and I can go through this process only if God does it in us. But God can do it only if he becomes man. Our attempts at this dying will succeed only if we men share in God's dying, God's suicide. Just as our thinking can succeed only because it is a drop out of the ocean of his intelligence. But we cannot share God's dying unless God dies, and he cannot die except by being a man. That is the sense in which he pays our debt and suffers for us what he himself need not suffer at all. Give up yourself and you will find your real self. Lose your life and you will save it. Submit to death, death of your ambitions and favorite wishes every day, and death of your whole body in the end. Submit with every fiber of your being and you will find eternal life. Keep back nothing. Nothing that you have not given away will be really yours. Nothing in you that has not died will ever be raised from the dead. Look for yourself, and you will find in the long run only hatred, loneliness, despair, rage, ruin, and decay. But look for Christ, and you will find him, and with him everything else thrown in. The end. Now they hop into the teachings of the Buddha, Jack Cornfield. Speaking of the lacking in the physical strength, sickness, old age, and death. Did you never see in the world a man or woman, 80, 90, or 100 years old, frail, crooked as a gable roof, bent down, resting on crutches, with tottering steps, infirm youth long since fled, with broken teeth, gray and scanty hair, or none, wrinkled with blotched limbs, And then the thought never come to you that you also are subject to decay, that you also cannot escape it. Did you never see in the world a man or a woman who, being sick, afflicted, and grievously ill, wallowing in his own filth, was lifted up by some and put to bed by others? And then the thought never come to you that you also are subject to disease, that you also cannot escape it. Did you never see in the world the corpse of a man or woman, 1 or 2 or 3 days after death, swollen up blue black in color and full of corruption? And did the thought never come to you that you also are subject to death, that you also cannot escape it? Suppose a man who was not blind beheld the many bubbles on the Ganges as they drove along, and he watched them and carefully examined them. Then after he had carefully examined them, they would appear to him empty, unreal, and unsubstantial. In exactly the same way does the monk behold all physical phenomena, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and states of consciousness, whether they be of the past, the present, or the future, far or near. And he observes them and examines them carefully. And after carefully examining them, they appear to him empty, void, and without a self. Now it's time to hop into Karl Jasper, Socrates, Buddha, Confucius, Jesus. This is really good philosophy book for beginners. It's short, sweet. There's also some things you really need to have in your arsenal. I would recommend it. What is the who? What is the self? Who am I? Buddha's answers are astonishing. He denies the self. The doctrine is formulated as follows. There is no self. Existence is made up of factors which form links in the chain of causality, namely the five senses and their objects: corporeity, sensation, perception. It includes the unconscious formative powers, Sanskrit, which are at work in the predispositions, drives, instincts, the constructive powers of vitality, and finally consciousness. These factors disintegrate in death. The unity and center is not the self, but karma, which in rebirth creates another transient combination. But this formulation veils the meaning, which is expressed with the same concepts more clearly in other contexts, where Buddha does not deny the self, but shows that no thought can penetrate to the true self. The body is not the self, sensations are not the self, ideas, forms, the unconscious powers of formation are not the self, cognition, pure intellectual consciousness is not the self. There is no one invariable self. What is subject to change is not mine, it is not I, it is not myself, but here what is not the self is measured against the standard of a true self. The question of such a self remains open, but a hint is given of the direction in which is to be sought. Though not explicitly conceived as such, it must coincide with nirvana. In lessons derived from the stages of meditation, 3 stages of the self are expounded. First, the self is this body. Second, the self is a spiritual body, which in meditation is drawn from this body as a blade of grass from the stalk. This self belongs to the realm of supersensory forms. Third, the unformed self consisting of consciousness, which belongs to the infinite realm of the ether. But each self clearly pertains to a stage of meditation having validity for this stage but no existence of its own. There is no true self. In sensory existence, the body is the self. In the first stage of meditation, the spiritual self of the ethereal body becomes real. The former self vanishes in the nothingness. But in higher stages, the spiritual self is itself annulled. Thus, even in meditation, the self is not denied, but is shown to be relative. The true self is attained only at the highest stage, which coincides with nirvana. But if the Darshan cannot or simply does not say what the self is, the question arises, who benefits from redemption? Who is saved? No I, no self, no individual. What then is? The stream of becoming, which is never being. Try that, Nike Homo. Stream of becoming, which is never being. The affirmative answer to death and destruction, which is the decisive feature of a Dionysian philosophy, saying yes to opposition and war, of becoming, along with radical rejection, even of the concept of being. All this is definitively more closely related to me than anything else sought to date. The doctrine of the eternal recurrence, that is to say, of the unconditional infinite circuit of all things, this doctrine of Zarathustra could already have been taught by Heraclitus. Stoicism, having inherited almost all the fundamental ideas of Heraclitus, shows traces of it. The illusion of a self which is in truth no self. What is at once illusion and ignorance and misery. Becoming is a chain of momentary existences as more fully elaborated by later Buddhism. It is the mere momentariness of the non-being of everything that seems to be. There is no permanence, nothing that remains identical, nowhere is there a fixed point. The self is the illusion of a transient, never-changing something which regards itself as a self. The stream of becoming and the illusion of selfhood have no foundation in anything else, but both can and should be transcended into something totally different, in the presence of which all forms of thought situated within illusory becoming and selfhood are without validity. Here there is neither being nor non-being. This state is revealed to enlightened insight and is attained in nirvana. Back to the teachings of Buddha. Dr. Cornfield. Between birth and death, those who are afraid of the sorrow which arises from the round of birth and death seek for nirvana. They do not realize that between birth and death and nirvana, there is really no difference at all. They see nirvana as the absence of all becoming and the cessation of all contact of sense organ and sense object, and they will not understand that it is really only the inner realization of the store of impressions. Hence, they teach the three vehicles, but not the doctrine that nothing truly exists but the mind, in which are no images. Therefore, they do not know the extent of what has been perceived by the minds of past, present, and future Buddhas, and continue in the conviction that the world extends beyond the range of the mind's eye. And so they keep on rolling on the wheel of birth and death. Birth and death are nirvana. Just understand that birth and death itself is nirvana, and you will neither hate one as being birth and death, nor cherish the other as being nirvana. Only then can he be free of birth and death. This present birth and death is the life of Buddha. If you reject it with distaste, you are thereby losing the life of Buddha. If you abide in it, attaching to birth and death, you also lose the life of Buddha. But do not try to gauge it with your mind or speak it with words. When you simply release or forget both your body and your mind and throw yourself into the house of Buddha, then with no strength needed and no thought expended, freed from birth and death, you become Buddha. Then there can be no obstacle in any person's mind. There is an extremely easy way to become Buddha. Refraining from all evil, not clinging to birth and death, working in deep compassion for all sentient beings, respecting those over you and having pity for those below you, without any detesting or desiring, worrying or lamentation. This is what is called Buddha. Do not search beyond it. Bhattacharya. Enlightenment is the clear-sighted vision attained at the highest stage of meditation. But enlightenment is also the insight which, in the normal state of consciousness, transforms our whole representation of being and the self. This insight sees the world of samsara. It sees all the spheres of the world and all the paths of rebirth, from the elements to the spheres of the gods and the domains of hell. It sees the cause and the course of suffering, and indeed everything which the doctrine communicates inadequately in rational propositions. Nirvana, this insight can attain to nirvana, the ultimate redemption, goal of redemption. How could Buddha speak of nirvana? When he speaks, he must, after all, be speaking in the realm of illusory consciousness. When he speaks of nirvana, it turns into being or nothing. Thus, his speaking must assume a special character, and must speak of what, to our object-bound opinion, is nothing. And yet, in so doing, say what is all important. But what is that? As we have seen, the illusion of becoming of the self has no ground outside it. There is no escaping into ground, into another world. But becoming in the self can be wholly transcended to a realm where illusion ceases, and with it the thinking that we practice in our existence. We must bear in mind these paradoxes that defy logical understanding if we wish to get at the meaning of what Buddha says about nirvana. A few examples. There exists that condition wherein is neither earth, nor water, nor fire, nor air, where is the sphere of infinite space, nor of infinite consciousness, nor of nothingness, nor neither consciousness nor unconsciousness, where there is neither this world nor world beyond, or both together, nor moon and sun. This is no coming to birth, there is no going from life, therein is no duration, thence is no falling, there is no rising, it is not something fixed, it moves not on, it is not based on anything. That indeed is the end of ill. Here inevitably metaphysical forms of thinking set in. Nirvana is said to be absence of duality, neither being nor non-being, as any Upanishads, unknowable in the world with the world's methods, hence not an object of investigation, but of the ultimate most intense certainty. There's something unborn which has neither become, nor been made, nor been formed. If this were not, it would be impossible to find a way out, as in Parmenides. But by the very nature of speech, all speaking of this attorney must miss the mark. At this point, questioning ceases. Those who continue to inquire receive this answer: you have not known how to observe the limits of questioning. For Nirvana, the holy wandering finds solid ground. Nirvana is its ultimate goal. Nirvana is its conclusion. Those who have not attained to Nirvana can only keep silent, accept their lot. He who has gone to rest, no measure can measure him. To speak of him, there are no words. What thought might comprehend has been annulled. So likewise has every path of discourse been annulled. Not metaphysics, but a way of salvation. All the ideas of which we have been speaking relate to redemption. Buddha rejects any knowledge as not necessary to salvation. He declined to explain such propositions as the following: the world is eternal, and the world is not eternal. Or the world is finite, the world is not finite. Or the same is after death, the same is not after death. In other words, he dismissed the questions embodied in such statements. Buddha even regarded the theoretical treatment of metaphysical questions as harmful. It becomes a new fetter because metaphysical thinking clings to the very forms of thought from which a man must free himself if he is to find a way to salvation. Metaphysical speculation results in quarrels and controversies, which lead us to regard our own position as the only true one. But the main reason for declining to answer metaphysical questions is that they do not advance us along the road to nirvana. They bar the way to redemption. It is as if a man had been wounded by an arrow thickly smeared with poison, and his friends were to procure for him a physician, and a sick man were to say, I will not have this arrow taken out until I've learnt the name of the man who wounded me, until I've learnt whether the man who wounded me was from this or that village. That man would die without ever having learnt this. In exactly the same way, anyone who should say, I will not lead the religious life under the Blessed One until the Blessed One shall explain to me either that the world is eternal or that the world is not eternal, that man would die before the Blessed One had ever explained this to him. Whether the dogma obtained that the world is eternal, that the world is not eternal, there still remain birth, old age, sorrow, lamentation, misery, grief, and despair, for the extinction of which in the present life I'm prescribing. Accordingly, bear always in mind what it is that I've not explained and why I've not explained it. His refusal to speak of these sayings, says Buddha, does not mean that he does not know them. The power of silence has played so large a part in Buddha's life is wonderfully effective in the communication of his thinking. By not touching on all these ultimate things, he leaves them open. His silence concerning them does not spirit them away, but leaves them perceptible as a vast background. It is considered possible to find in the world the path by which the world would disappear. The knowledge connected with the traveling on this path is imparted, but we must humbly forgo the knowledge being as a whole. Love that book by Carl Jaspers. Now I'm going to tie that into the Dhammapada. We're going to talk about the self. Self, Atman himself, has stirred more controversy than any other subject in the Buddhist teaching. Several times throughout the Pali Canon, the Buddha says that the human being is an Atman, without a self, thus apparently contradicting a principle. That is the very basis of the Hindu faith, that at the core of every creature is a divine self, Atman, which is not different from the transcendent reality, Brahman, and is therefore utterly beyond the world of change and death. Discussing how the transcendent self can relate to an impermanent personality, naturally plunged Indian philosophers into deep metaphysical waters, but the Buddha never indulged in metaphysics. His concern was relentlessly practical. Life is full of suffering. The cause of that suffering is selfishness, and selfishness can be removed by practicing the Eightfold Path. Anything else is a distraction on what lay beyond the impermanent world of ego and change. His attitude was simply, first go there, then you will see for yourself. On one occasion, a monk asked the Buddha if belief in a permanent self can prove harmful. The Buddha replied that it can. Suppose, he explained, that a man has the following view: the universe is that self, and I shall be that after death. Permanent, abiding, everlasting, unchanging. I shall exist as that for eternity. Then he hears the Tathagata, the Buddha, or a disciple preaching that Dharma, which aims at the destruction of all views, at the extinction of craving, of attachment, of stopping, and nirvana. Then that man thinks, I'll be annihilated, destroyed. and be no more. So he mourns, laments, and weeps, beating his breast, becomes confused. Thus, O monk, there is a possibility that one will become tormented when something permanent within oneself is not found. Scholars and Orthodox Buddhists alike have cited such instances as proof that the Buddha denied the existence of a permanent self beyond all change and not affected by death. Others cite more affirmative statements to assert that the Buddha did believe in the self. In the Dhammapada, he exhorts us to rely solely on ourself and seek no other support. Part of the ambiguity lies in language. Depending on the context, the Sanskrit word Atman can mean self in the conventional sense of myself and yourself, or it can refer to the transcendent self of the Upanishads. Hundreds of books have debated which the Buddha was denying, self or self, so that many maintain his stand on self to be the most distinctive mark of his teaching. It is, however, hard to imagine that Buddha himself was interested in this controversy. His concern was in putting an end to self, that is, an end to ego. Nagarjuna, the brilliant Buddhist dialectician of the 2nd century, claimed that self was used by the Buddha only as a teaching device, so he actually took no stand whatever on it. There's a teaching of self, and there's a teaching of not self. But by the Buddhas, neither self nor not self has been taught as something that exists. He did not raise the question that all had no bearing on the actual practice of the Eightfold Path. When the wonder of Ekagata came asking about the existence of the self, for example, the Buddha would not even give him an answer. This occasion, called the Buddha's Noble Silence, contains his real answer to all metaphysical speculation. The probably most brilliant intellect of his time, the Buddha maintained no intellectual positions whatever. They would be counter to his only purpose, which was to inspire greater effort in spiritual practice. How can intellectual opinions about the unity of life help a person as long as he believes he's a separate ego? What difference does his opinion about eternity make, as long as he is still caught up in time? By offering no metaphysical supports, the Buddha prompts us to plunge deep in meditation and see for ourselves what we discover. His emphasis is on putting forth utmost effort to develop self-reliance. In one of the most celebrated statements on this theme, he addresses these words to his disciple Ananda. Therefore, Ananda, live having self for an island, self for refuge and no other, having Dharma for an island, Dharma for refuge and no other. The self he speaks of is the human will, the only self worthy of strengthening cultivation. Now, I do have a little criticism of this. Isn't that a little bit too human-centric? Be like, oh, that's the only self worthy of strengthening cultivation. What about other animals? You know, they have selves, and then they're not worthy of strengthening cultivation. Now, you can't interpret this and be like, oh, it's not my place to strengthen their will. It's not my place to strengthen your will. It's not my place to cultivate your will. That's your place, not my place. You know what I mean? It's not my place to try to define your character, try to define your will, try to cultivate your will, try to strengthen your will. But I will help strengthen you. I will help cultivate you. But it's not my place to cultivate your will. And it's not my place to strengthen your will. That's your place. That's how you can interpret it. Or you can say it's human-centric. That's a thought I had. I'll leave that for the audience. Moving on. Self. If you hold yourself dear, guard yourself diligently, keep vigil during one of the 3 watches at night, learn what is right, to teach others as the wise do before trying to guide others. Be your own guide first. It is hard to learn to guide oneself. Your own self is your master. Who else could be? With yourself well controlled, again, a master very hard to find. Evil done by the selfish crushes them as the diamond breaks a hard trim. As the vine overpowers a tree, evil overpowers those who do evil, trapping them in a situation only their enemies wish to be in. Evil deeds which harm the do are easy to do. Good deeds are not so easy. Foolish people who scoff at the teachings of the wise and over the good, following false doctrines, bring about their own downfall, like the Kataka tree, which dies after bearing fruit. By oneself is evil done. By oneself one is injured. Do not do evil, and suffering will not come. Everyone has a choice to be pure or impure. No one can purify another. No one can purify another. I think what I was saying earlier about it's not my place to strengthen your will, it's not my place to cultivate your will. I think that applies, right? My place. I strengthen my will. I strengthen myself. I don't strengthen you, but I will strengthen you. I don't cultivate you, but I do cultivate you. It's not my place to define your will. Your place. Don't neglect your own duty for another. Have a great. Know your own duty and perform it. Okay. So now we're going to tie that into Nietzsche. Actions swallow vitals. So no self, right? What alone can our teaching be? That no one gives a human being those qualities. Not God, not society, not his parents or ancestors, not he himself. The nonsensical idea here last rejected was propounded as intelligible freedom by Kant, and perhaps also by Plato before him. No one is accountable for existing at all, or for being constituted as he is, or for living in the circumstances and surroundings in which he lives. The fatality of his nature cannot be disentangled from the fatality of all that which has been and will be. He is not the result of a special design, a will, a purpose. He is not the subject of an attempt to attain to an ideal of man, or an ideal of happiness, or an ideal of morality. It is absurd to want to hand over his nature to some purpose or other. We invented the concept purpose. In reality, purpose is lacking. Okay, I'm going to try to tie that into Einstein because I'm genius. I'm a portable atheist here. I've never imputed to nature a purpose or a goal or anything that could be understood as anthropomorphic. What I see in nature is a magnificent structure that we can comprehend only very imperfectly, and that must fill a thinking person with a feeling of humility. This is a genuinely religious feeling. It has nothing to do with mysticism. All right. Now it's time for Wing Chong, Grandma Be Atheism, the basics. Here's Wang Chong on the purposeless heavens. By the fusion of the matter and energy of the heavens and earth, all things in the world are produced spontaneously, just as by the mixture of matter and energy of husband and wife, children are born spontaneously. Among the things thus produced, creatures with blood of their veins are sensitive of hunger and cold. Seeing that the 5 grains can be eaten, they use them as food, and discovering that silk and hemp can be worn, they take them and wear them. Some people are of the opinion that the heavens produce grain for the purpose of feeding mankind and silk and hemp to clothe them. That would be tantamount to making the heavens the pharma of man or his mulberry girl. It would not be in accordance with spontaneity, therefore this opinion is very questionable and unacceptable. And here's Wang Chong on the indifferent heavens. If the heavens had produced creatures on purpose, they ought to have taught them to love each other and not prey upon and destroy one another. One might object that such is the nature of the 5 elements, that when the heavens create all things, they're imbued with the matter and energies of the 5 elements, and that these fight together in destroying one another. But then the heavens ought to have filled creatures with the matter and energy of one element alone and taught them mutual love, not permitting the forces of the 5 elements to result in strife and mutual destruction. I'm going to tell that to Bertrand Russell, and I'm going to try to criticize Bertrand Russell. Let me know if this criticism is good. At the end of Do We Survive Death here? On that question. The world in which we live can be understood as a result of muddle and accident. But if it is the outcome of deliberate purpose, the purpose must have been that of a fiend. For my part, I find accident a less painful and more plausible hypothesis. I'm going to try to correct that with Jim Missler. Pay attention to that word, accident. However, neither man nor the universe is the effect of chance. Then you will say that intelligent man and even the universe all it encloses are the effect of chance. No. I answer, the universe is not an effect. It is the cause of all effects. All the beings it embraces are the necessary effects of this cause, which sometimes shows to us its manner of acting, which often hides from us its way. Men may use the word chance to cover their ignorance of the true causes. Nevertheless, although they may ignore them, these causes act, but by certain laws. There is no effect without a cause. Nature is a word which we make use of to designate this immense assemblage of beings, diverse substances, infinite combinations, and all the various motions which we see. All bodies, whether organized or not organized, are the necessary results of certain causes made to produce necessarily the effects which we see. Nothing in nature can be made by chance. All follow fixed laws. These laws are but the necessary union of certain effects with their causes. An atom of matter does not meet another atom by accident or by hazard. This encounter is due to permanent laws, which cause each being to act by necessity as it does and cannot act otherwise under the same circumstances. To speak about the accidental coming together of atoms, or to attribute any effects to chance, is to say nothing, if not to ignore the laws by which bodies act, meet, combine, or separate. Everything is made by chance for those who do not understand nature, the properties of beings, and the effects which must necessarily result from the concurrence of certain causes. It is not chance that has placed the sun in the center of our planetary system. It is by its very essence, the substance of which it is composed, that it occupies this place, and from thence diffuses itself to invigorate the beings who live in these planets. Alright, now back to Nietzsche. One is necessary, one is a piece of fate, one belongs to the whole, one is in the whole. There exists nothing which could judge, measure, compare, condemn our being, for that will be to judge, measure, compare, condemn the whole. But nothing exists apart from the whole, that no one is any longer made accountable, that the kind of being manifested cannot be traced back to cause of prima, first cause. We'll get more into that later. That the world is a unity, neither a sensorium nor a spirit. This alone is a great liberation. This alone is the innocence of becoming restored. The concept God has hitherto been the greatest objection to existence. We deny God, and denying God, we deny accountability. Only by doing that do we redeem the world. Now we're going to go back to the Buddha. Pada. We're going to hit that path. Path. Of paths, the eightfold is the best. Of truths, the noble four are best. Of mental states, the attachment is best. Of human beings, the only one is best. This is the path. There's no other that leads to the purification of the mind. Follow this path in Hakamara. This path will lead to the end of suffering. This is the path I made known after the errors of sorrow fell away. All the effort must be made by you. Buddhas only show the way. Follow this path and practice meditation. Go beyond the power of mind. All created things are transitory. Those who realize this are free from suffering. This is the path that leads to pure wisdom. All created beings are involved in sorrow. Those who realize this are free from suffering. This is the path that leads to pure wisdom. All states are without self. Those who realize this are free from suffering. This is the path that leads to pure wisdom. Now is the time to wake up when you are young and strong. Those who wait and waver with a weak will and a divided mind will never find a way to pure wisdom. Guard your thoughts, words, and deeds. These three disciplines will speed you along the path of pure wisdom. Meditation brings wisdom. Lack of meditation leads ignorance. Know well what leads you forward and what holds you back, and choose the path that leads to wisdom. Cut down the whole forest of selfish desires, not just one tree only. Cut down the whole forest and you will be on your way to liberation. If there's any trace of lust in your mind, you are bound to life like a suckling calf to its mother. Pull out every selfish desire as you would an autumn lotus with your hand. Follow the path to nirvana with a God who knows the way. I will make this my winter home, have another house for the monsoon, and dwell in a third during the summer. Lost in such fancies, one forgets his final destination. Death comes and carries off a man absorbed in his family and possessions as the monsoon flood sweeps away a sleeping village. Neither children nor parents can rescue one whom death has seized. Remember this and follow without delay the path that leads to nirvana. Alright. Now we're going to hop into the spoke Zarathustra for Nietzsche. Path leads to nirvana. In the happy isles, that all beings be happy. Right? The figs fall from the trees, they are good and sweet, and in falling, the red skins of them break, and north wind am I the right figs. Thus like figs do these doctrines fall. Thus like figs do these doctrines fall for you, my friends. Imbibe now their juice and their sweet substance. It is autumn all around, and clear sky and afternoon. Lo, what fullness is around this, and out of the midst the superabundance. It is delightful to look out upon distant seas. Once the people say God when they looked out upon distant seas. Now, however, have I taught you to say Superman. God is a conjecture, but I do not wish your conjecturing to reach beyond your creating will. Could you create a God? Then I pray you be silent about all gods, but you could well create the Superman. Not perhaps you yourselves, my brethren, but into fathers and forefathers of the Superman, could you transform yourselves, and let that be your best creating. God is a conjecture, but I should like your conjecturing restricted to the conceivable. Could you conceive a God? But let this mean will the truth unto you, that everything be transformed into the humanly conceivable, the humanly visible, the humanly sensible. Your own discernment shall you follow out to the end. Remember the Buddha and the Dhammapada, that the human will only self-worthy of sharing and cultivation. That's right. And what you have called the world shall but be created by you, your reason, your likeness, your will, your love shall itself become, and verily for your bliss, you discerning ones. And how would you endure life without that hope? You discerning ones, neither in the inconceivable could you have been born, nor in the irrational. But that I may reveal my heart entirely unto you, my friends, if there were gods, how could I endure it to be no God? Therefore there are no gods. Yeah, I've drawn the conclusion now, however, doth it draw me not so fast. Said thou last concerning natural religion. Those you remember said Philo, the excellent saying of Lord Bacon on this head, that a little philosophy, replied Cleanthes, makes man an atheist. A great deal converts him to religion. That is a very judicious remark. Too, said Philo. But what I have in my eyes another passage, where, having mentioned David's fool, who said in his heart, there is no God, this great philosopher observes that the atheists nowadays have a double share of folly, for they are not contented to say in their hearts there is no God, but they also utter that impiety with their lips, and are thereby guilty of multiplied indiscretion and prudence. Such people, though they were ever so much in earnest, cannot methinks be very formidable. Alright. Nietzsche. God is a conjecture, but who could drink all the bitterness of this conjecture without dying? Shall his faith be taken from the created one, and from the eagle his flights and eagle heights? God is a thought, and maketh all the straight crooked, and all that standeth real. What? Time would be gone, and all the perishable would be but a lie. To think this is getting us a vertigo to human limbs, and even vomiting to the stomach, verily, thrilling sickness to our God, do I call it, to conjecture such a thing. Evil do I call it, and misanthropic. All that teaching about the one, and the plenum and the unmoved, and sufficient and imperishable. All the imperishable, that's what a simile the poets lie too much. But of time, and of becoming, shall the best similes speak. A praise shall they be, and a justification of all perishableness. Creating, that is a great salvation from suffering, and less alleviation. But for the Creator to appear, suffering itself is needed, and much transformation. Yeah, much bitter dying must there be in your life, you creators. Thus are ye advocates and justifiers of all perishableness. For the Creator himself to be the newborn child, he must also be willing to be the childbearer, and bear the pangs of the childbearer. Verily, through 100 souls went I my way, and through 100 cradles and birth rows, many a farewell have I taken, under the heartbreaking last hours. But so willeth it my creating will, my fate, or to tell it more cannily, just such a fate willeth my will. All feeling suffereth in me, and is in prison, but my willing ever comforteth me as mine emancipator and comforter. Willing emancipators, that is a true doctrine of will emancipation. So teaches you Zarathustra. No longer willing, and no longer valuing, and no longer creating. That the credibility may ever be far from me. And also discerning that I feel only my will's procreating and evolving the light, and if there be innocence in my knowledge, it is because there is one procreation in it. Away from God and gods that this will lure me. What would there be to create if there were gods? But to man doth it ever impel me anew. My fervent creative will, thus impelleth it the hammer to the stone. Ye men within the stone slumber that image me, the image of my visions. That it should slumber in the hardest, ugliest stone. Now rageth my hammer ruthlessly against this prison. From the stone fly the fragments. What's that to me? I'll complete it, for a shadow came unto me, the stillest and lightest of all things, which came unto me. The beauty of the Superman came unto me as a shadow. Ah, my brethren, of what account now are the gods to me? Thus spoke Zarathustra. Interesting. Ooh, my brain flatlined for a little. I'm trying to figure out what's next. Okay. Should we just go through all that crap? Okay. Sorry, we're browsing. Aha! Okay, shoot. For a second there, I was like, uh-oh. But we're good. Okay. We're hopping the soccer team, right? Okay. Got this copy from St. Augustine. We'll talk about St. Augustine later. Above all, I shall then be able to continue my search in the true and false knowledge as in this world, so also in the next. And I shall find out who is wise and who pretends to be wise and is not. What would not a man give my judges to be able to examine the leader of the great Trojan expedition, or Odysseus, or Sisyphus, or numberless others, men and women too? What infinite delight would there be in conversing with them and asking them questions? In another world, they do not put a man to death for asking questions. Assuredly not. For besides being happier than we are in other ways, they will be immortal if what we are told is true. And you too, my judges, must regard death hopefully, must know of a certainty that no evil can happen to a good man, either in life or after death. He and his are not neglected by the gods, nor has my own approaching end happened by mere chance. But I see clearly the time would arrive when it was better for me to die and be released from trouble. That is why the oracle gave me no sign. For the same reason also, I am not angry with my condemners or with my accusers. They have done me no harm, although they did not mean to do me any good. And for this I may blame them. Still, I have a favor to ask you them. When my sons are grown up, I would ask you, my friends, to punish them, and I would have you trouble them, as I've troubled you. If they seem to care about riches or anything more than about virtue, or if they pretend to be something when they're really nothing, then reprove them as I have reproved you, for not caring for what they ought, and for thinking that there's something when they're really nothing. And if you do this, both I and my sons will receive justice at your hands. The hour of departure has arrived, and we go our ways. Out of thine you live, which is better. God over notice. Now into Epictetus' discourses. How we should behave to tyrants. If a man possesses any superiority, or thinks that he does when he does not, such a man, if he is uninstructed, will of necessity be puffed up through it. For instance, the tyrant says, I'm master of all, and what can you do for me? Can you give me desire which shall have no hindrance? How can you? Have you the infallible power of avoiding what you would avoid? Have you the power of moving toward an object without error? And how do you possess this power? Come, when you are in a ship, do you trust to yourself or to the helmsman? And when you are in a chariot, to whom do you trust but to the driver? And how is it in all their arts? Just the same in what then lies your power. All men pay respect to me. Will also pay respect to my platter, and I wash it and wipe it, and for the sake of my old flask I drive a peg into the wall. Well, do any of these things appear to me? No, but they supply some of the wants, and for this reason I take care of them. Well, do I not attend to my ass? Do I not wash his feet? Do I not clean him? Do you not know that every man has regard to himself, and to you just the same as he has regard to his ass? For who has regard to you as a man? Show me. Who wishes to become like you? Who imitates you as he imitates Socrates? But I can cut off your head, you say, right? I had forgotten that I must have regard to you, as I would to a fever in the bile, and raise an altar to you, as there isn't room, nor to the fever. Interesting. Now time to hop into our silver cell. Social contract. It will be said that a despot gives his subjects the assurance of civil tranquility. Very well, but what does it profit them? If those wars against other powers, which result from a despot's ambition, if his insatiable greed and the oppressive demands of his administration cause more desolation than civil strife would cause, what do the people gain at the very condition of civil tranquility as one of their hardships? There's peace in dungeons, but is that enough to make dungeons desirable? The Greeks lived in peace in the cave of Cyclops when their turn to be devoured. To speak of a man giving himself in return for nothing is to speak of what is absurd, unthinkable. Such an action would be illegitimate, void, if only because no one who did it could be in his right mind. To say the same of a whole people is to conjure up a nation of lunatics, and right cannot rest on madness. Sorry, you will hear. Madness is rare in individuals, but in groups, parties, nations, and ages, it is the rule. To our strongest drive, to tyrannous, not only our reason battles, but also our conscience. Alright, quiet and idleness. Now, I do, before I get rid of this, I want to recommend The Black Ponder. Also talks about this book. Really good stuff. Is Socrates' irony an expression of revolt, of the resentment of the rabble? Does he, as one of the oppressed, enjoy his own form of ferocity in the ninth thrust of syllogism? Does he revenge himself on the aristocrats he fascinates? As a dialectician, one is in possession of a pitiless instrument. With its aid, one can play the tyrant. One compromises by conquering. The dialectician leaves it to his opponent to demonstrate he is not an idiot. He enrages, he at the same time makes helpless. The dialectician devitalize his opponent's intellect. What is dialectics only a form of revenge in the case of Socrates? I have intimated the way in which Socrates could repel. It is therefore all the more necessary to explain the fact that he exercised fascination, that he discovered a new kind of agony, that he was the first fencing master in it for the aristocratic circles of Athens is one reason. He fascinated because he touched on the agile instinct of the Hellenes. He introduced a variation to the wrestling matches among the youths and young men. Socrates is also a great erotic. But Socrates divined even more. He saw behind his aristocratic Athenians. He grasped that his case, the idiosyncrasy of his case, was already no longer exceptional. The same kind of degeneration was everywhere silently preparing itself. The old Athens was coming to an end, and Socrates understood that all the world had need of him. His expedient, his cure, his personal art of self-preservation. Everywhere the instincts were in anarchy. Everywhere people were but 5 steps from access. The monstrum and animo was the universal danger. The instincts wanted to play the tyrant. We must devise a counter-tyrant who is stronger. When the physiognomist had revealed to Socrates what he was, a cave of every evil lust, the great ironist uttered the phrase that provides the key to him. That is true, he said, but I have become master of them all. How did Socrates become master of himself? His case was, after all, only the extreme case, only the most obvious instance of what had at that time begun to be the universal exigency, that no one was any longer master of himself, that the instincts were becoming mutually antagonistic. He exercised fascination as this extreme case. His fear-inspiring ugliness expressed it for every eye to see. He fascinated even more, it goes without saying, as the answer, as the solution, as the apparent cure for this case. If one needs to make a turn of reason, as Socrates did, then there must exist no little danger of something else playing the tyrant. Rationality was at that time divined as a savior. Neither Socrates nor his invalids were free to be rational or not. Rationality was at that time divined as a savior. Neither Socrates nor his invalids were free to be rational or not as they wished. It was the rigor. It was their last expedient. The fanaticism with which the whole of Greek thought throws itself at rationality betrays a state of emergency. One was in peril, one had only one choice, either perish or be absurdly rational. The moralism of the Greek philosophers from Plato downwards is pathologically conditioned. Likewise, their estimation of dialectics, reason equal virtue equals happiness, means merely One must imitate Socrates and counter the dark desires by producing a permanent daylight, the daylight of reason. One must be prudent, clear, bright at any cost, ever yielding to the instincts, to the unconscious, leads downwards. I have intimated the way in which Socrates exercised fascination. He seemed to be a physician, a savior. Is it necessary to go on to point out the error which lay in his faith and rationality at any cost? It is self-deception on the part of philosophers or moralists who imagine that by making one decadence, they therewith elude decadence themselves. This is beyond their powers. What they select as an expedient, as a deliverance, is itself only another expression of decadence. They alter its expression to not abolish the thing itself. Socrates was a misunderstanding. The entire morality of improvement, the Christian included, has been a misunderstanding. The harshest daylight, rationality, and it costs life bright, cold, circumspect, conscious, without instinct, that opposition to the instincts has itself been no more than a form of sickness. Another form of sickness, and by no means a way back to virtue, to health, to happiness. That to combat one's instincts, that is a formula for decadence. As long as life is a sitting, happiness and instinct are one. Did he himself grasp that? The shrewdest of all self-deceivers. Did he at last say that to himself in the wisdom of his courage for death? Socrates wanted to die. It was not Athens, it was he who handed himself the poison cup, who compelled Athens to hand him the poison cup. Socrates is no physician. He said softly to himself, death alone is a physician here. Socrates himself has only been a long time sick. Now we're going to hop into Kierkegaard. Not sickness unto death, but I'm going to throw that in there. The sickness unto death. Fear and trembling. Sickness unto death, fear and trembling. Because the title of this works very well. Everything that was just said there. Sickness unto death. Fear and trembling. Socrates was an intellectual, tragic hero. He hears his death sentence. That instant he dies. Unless you grasp that it requires all the strength of spirit to die, that the hero always dies before his death, you will not come particularly far in your observations on life. So, as a hero, Socrates is required to stay calm and at ease, but as an intellectual hero, he is required to have sufficient spiritual strength at the final moment to fulfill himself. So he cannot, like the ordinary tragic hero, concentrate on keeping himself face to face with death. He has to make this latter movement so quickly that in the same instant he is consciously above that conflict and continues to assert himself. Had Socrates been silent in the crisis of death, he would have weakened the effect of his life, aroused the suspicion that the resilience of irony was not in him a primitive strength, but only a game, whose flexibility had to exploit in the decisive moment according to an opposite sympathetically to sustain himself. Socrates is not gaming. Which of Socrates' remarks is to be regarded as a decisive one can be a matter of controversy, since Socrates has been in so many ways poetically volatilized by Plato. I suggest the following. The death sentence is announced to him that instant he dies, and fulfills himself in the famous rejoinder that he was surprised to have been condemned with a majority of 3 votes. Pitchfork. He could have found no more ironic jest in some marketplace flippancy or fool's inanity than in this comment on the death sentence, which condemns him from life itself. Back to Carl Jaspers. We're going to talk more about that death sentence. The trial. The life of Socrates was not dramatic, except for its end. His trial for blasphemy ended with the death sentence. This outcome was no accident. A long history led up to it. In the Clouds, 423, Aristophanes portrays a Socrates who engages in natural philosophy, concerns himself with celestial phenomena and the things under the earth, denies the traditional gods for which he substitutes the air and the clouds, teaches the art of arguing a cause even if it is unjust, and takes money for his teaching, all the exact opposite of Socrates as we know him. Since then, new accusations had been raised. He was accused of teaching the young men idleness, of basing criminal doctrines on his interpretations of the poets, of numbering such enemies of the people as Alcibiades and Critias among his students. What gave rise to this astonishingly false picture? As a young man, to be sure, he had concerned himself with the natural philosophy and sophism, but above all, he was regarded as a representative of the whole new philosophical movement, which was opposed by public opinion. The people confused a man who had transcended sophism with sophism. The people confused a man who had transcended sophism with sophism itself. for the new method by which he refuted it was intolerable. Socrates questioned unremittingly. He drove his listeners to the basic problems of man, but did not solve them. Confusion, the consciousness of inferiority, and the demands he raised created anger and hatred. One such reaction is that of Hippias, for you always mock at others, questioning and examining everybody, and are never willing to render an account of yourself with a statement opinion about anything, is Xenophon. And so Socrates, in the year 399, was tried on charges of violating the laws, for he does not believe in the gods of our country, of observing a faith in a new kind of demon, and of leading the youth astray. Socrates seems to have ignored these accusations for years. As long as he lived, there was no literature in defense of his philosophy. He himself never wrote a line. He had not withdrawn into aristocratic seclusion, nor limited his teaching to a select coterie, but had taught in the streets and marketplace in full public view. Even though he conversed only with individuals, he left the Athenians no peace. The god, says Socrates, and this is the main point in his defense, had been him to spend his life delving into himself and other men. I shall be the god rather than you, and while I have life and strength, I shall never cease from the practice of philosophy, exhorting anyone whom I meet, and saying to him after my manner, you, my friend, are you not ashamed to care so little about wisdom and truth, and the greatest improvement of the soul, which you never regard or heed at all? And his defense turns into an attack on the judges. For if you kill me, he declares, you will not easily find another like me, who, if I may use such a ludicrous figure of speech, am a sort of gadfly given to the city by God, always fastening upon you, arousing, persuading, and reproaching you. But you may feel out of temper, like a person suddenly awakened from sleep and might suddenly strike me dead, and then sleep on through the remainder of your lives. His death, more than anything else, fashioned an image of Socrates that passed into tradition. He is the martyr of philosophy, victim of a judicial murder at the hands of the Athenian democracy, yet some have questioned his condemnation of his judges. The argument is roughly as follows. Socrates might easily have saved himself by offering the right kind of defense. In overweighting defiance of human authority, he insulted his judges. He was offered a number of ways out, and failed to take advantage of them. He might easily have avoided execution by escaping. He refused to make his peace with the unwritten conventions of the community. He willfully brought about his own death. Hence, it was not a judicial murder, but a judicial suicide. Those who take such a view who hold that not the murderer, but the victim is guilty, fail to see that his divine mission to work for the truth forbade Socrates to lose himself in servile acceptance of the prevailing untruth. He was a true martyr, that is a witness. These arguments against his thesis of a judicial murder are of interest for our judgment not of Socrates, but of the reader of the Socratic texts. Like everything Socrates did, his defense presents dangers to understanding. It is valid only in conjunction with his philosophy. Considered in the abstract, it teaches the reader a false attitude of revolt, defiance, the wrong kind of edifaction. Instead of entering into Socrates' fundamental state of mind, the reader himself, by involuntarily regarding Socrates as presumptuous, becomes arrogant and presumptuous himself. He derives pleasure from what he takes for an insult to the people and the judges. He makes the mistake of deriving universal rules from Socrates' apology, of making an abstract model. Only one who thought like Socrates could, without falsehood, act and die like Socrates. Even Plato would not have died like Socrates. Another view is that first presented by Hegel. Athens was right, for it was defending its substance. Socrates was right, for he was ushering in a new era, which presupposed the destruction of that substance. Such absolutizing of history, an aesthetic objectivization of a tragic conflict seems utterly inappropriate to an event such as Socrates. Of course, each era has its own spirit, and immense transformations have taken place from era to era, but this does not mean that each era has its own absolute justice, and that consequently there are many justices. Through all the eras runs something that is valid for men as men. What men do stands before a higher court, not of history. What is true and good, what is false and vile, ought not to be the other exercise as tragedy. It is only through Socrates himself that we can reconcile ourselves to his death. He died without defiance or blame. I'm not angry with my condemners or over my accusers. This is his last word. Pay very close attention to his last word. That's going to come into handy when we get to return to the moral problem later, and the distinction between how Socrates punishes people and Jesus punishes people. Socrates punishes without anger. Jesus punishes with anger. That's one of my biggest complaints. Religion. Well, not just religion, but Jesus Christ himself. I'm not angry with my condemners or my accusers. This was his last word. He was convinced that for a good man there can be no evil. His cause will not be neglected by the gods. But his next to last words were, I tell you who have killed me, that immediately after my departure, punishment will come upon you. There will be more accusers of you than there are now, accusers whom hitherto I have restrained. And as they're younger, they will be more inconsiderate with you and more dangerous. If you think that by killing men you can prevent someone from sensing your evil lies, you are mistaken. Paul Jaspers. Give it up, Paul Jaspers. Now, living on an Asian thought. This is a book I picked up in South Carolina, edited by Kel Manson, Frank Garrett, and Sarah Mattis. I don't know who does that. Just like this book here, edited by Hannah Arendt, which we were talking about. Beyond the specific questionability of Greek philosophy for Emmanuel Levinas, and despite Socrates' testimony in the Apology that human wisdom is worth little or nothing in contrast with the divine wisdom that no mortals possess, there is a sense in which all wisdom is betrayal. Wisdom, even the most compassionate and pacifistic, can be complicit with injustice and violence and excuse suffering. Yet even as wisdom and communication can betray individuals and humanity, they potentially interrupt such complicity by indicating something other than betrayal in the midst of its power. The realities of moral expectation and the possibility of the moral purity and fidelity of the virtuous and the wise are not the conclusion of the departure for ethics, according to Levinas in its preface 2. Totality and infinity. After the moralism of the righteous self which abandons others to the imperfections of the world, there remains the possibility of awakening to the other in the ethical encounter. This ethical event, prior to the universal ethical reflection, the moralist and prudential judgment of the virtuous, is the betrayal and complicity of the self who is implicated, and thus must answer to the other in some way. This contribution is an investigation of the intersections and tensions between morality and complicity, or ethics and causality, in Levinas and Buddhism, with the aim of interrogating the possibility of a phenomenology of the ethical that neither brackets imminent worldly causal conditioning nor forgets it by transcending or excusing it. The transcendent ethical moment that interrupts the relentless economy of the real is not simply a negation of immanence and utopia, idealism, or otherworldliness critiqued by thinkers of radical immanence from Friedrich Nietzsche to Gilles. Ethical interpolation occurs and is significant only in the context of the unethical. The earthly suffering that afflicts embodied sensibility and hunger and thirst, violence and war, birth, sickness, aging, and death. The ethical address happening within the midst of, and an antagonism with, the violence of being's immanence provokes a difficult task, responding to the other in its self-transformation. We're going to hop into William Hubben. Dostoevsky, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, Kafka. What is the meaning of death? There remains a last question to consider. What is the meaning of death? Nietzsche's thinking reveals its dual and contradictory character at this point with tragic finality. He preaches the transcendence of man beyond himself and the Superman, and even the transcendence of Christianity and something super Christian. The Christian belief in a life after death has reduced life value on earth. Man has put his hope in the future instead of perfecting himself here and now. Death is final, nothing follows it. He does away with man's awe before the great infinity of death. The strong man will want to live in such a way that he has also the will to die at the right moment. Only life matters, it is absolute, whereas death is relevant. Christianity has made of death nothing but a gruesome comedy, a perversion of all values. In the Christian hereafter, the healthy and strong ones are punished, while inhibited, slavish ones receive the ample fulfillment of bliss because they have repressed their best natural impulses in life. They have lived in pure of life, anxious to attain heaven. But the strong one never feared life even when it left them. Like an unfaithful woman, the fear of death is a European disease, identical with the fear of hell, because of will to live fully and in exaltation. Even death, then, must not be permitted to have its own way. The truly created man wants to die when his overriding vision ceases to grow. The sick patient is a parasite from it is indecent to go on living, and he ought to free others from his sad plight. Much too many ought to be told that they are a burden to others. The created Superman will know when to die voluntarily. Suicide, therefore, becomes a sacramental and unselfish act. These answers to the meaning of life and death reveal that Nietzsche is a nihilist. His own definition of this type of thinker is hardly acceptable. He says, a nihilist is one who judges of the world as it exists, that it should not be, whereas he says of the world as it ought to be, that it does not exist. But such clever juggling, a applies equally to the idealist who is disciplined by existing imperfections. It is probably more accurate to call man an nihilist who considers life meaningless without moral law, devoid of values common to all men, and without the prospect of a hereafter. Such too was Arcades' boastful nihilism and Turgenev's fathers and sons. Recognized not only as a law that there must be no law. Nietzsche rejects this nihilism as decadent. It is part of Europe's declining mentality. He considered his mission to transform all existing values, create new ones, lead beyond the present good and evil. Yet, his prophetic and frequently striking thoughts have remained negative, vacuous, and without a concrete goal. The most sympathetic student of Nietzsche was since only a superhuman attempt to rise above the realities of time, tradition, and the world as Nietzsche sought a vain Daedalus flight towards the sun. Irrespective of the truth of many of his criticisms, the charge of his own life and the even more disastrous consequences of his philosophy for German and European history have assigned him the role of the great destroyer. Okay, so now McLaren frame. McLaren frame can happen there. So this dude on good rays, I tried to say that this dude not good. If you don't like Nietzsche, you won't like this dude. That's what I said at Goodreads. Commoner. It is absurd to think that being Nietzschean means being the same as Nietzsche. It is not until subscribing to his major themes, resentment, the turn of return, the Superman, what a power, physiology of art, or any other aspect of his philosophical system, no need. What good would it do? To take oneself for Nietzsche to don his mantle, adopt his ideas wholesale, and assume his thinking, that is not Nietzschean limits as far minds could think it was. Being Nietzschean requires one to think apart from him, starting from the spot where the work in progress of his philosophy was transformed by his passage. He called for unfaithful disciples who brother betrayed would prove their loyalty. He wanted people to obey him by following themselves and no one else, not even him, particularly not him. And thus spake Zarathustra, the parable of the three metamorphoses. The parable of the three metamorphoses tells how the spirit concerts a camel, then a lion, and finally a child. This and other of his works. Teach a dialectic and theory of aesthetics that we can put to practical use. We must honor Nietzsche but go past him. Certainly we remember his work, but above all we lean on the way one leans one's weight on the huge labor to move philosophical mountains. Nietzsche launched a new building project that represents an advance for atheism. Missler denied all divinity, Holbach dismantled Christianity, Feuerbach deconstructed God, then Nietzsche introduced transvaluation. Atheism is not done in itself. Do away with God, yes, but then what? Another morality, new ethic values never before thought of because unthinkable. This innovation is what makes it possible to arrive at atheism and to surpass it. A formidable task, and one sort of be brought to fruition. The Antichrist narrates European nihilism, which is still with us, and proposes a pharmacopoeia for that metaphysical and ontological disease of our civilization. Nietzsche's solutions are known to us. They register more than a century of life in misunderstandings. Being Nietzschean means proposing alternative hypotheses, fresh, new, post-Nietzschean, but assimilating and strong on the mountain peaks. The various forms of contemporary nihilism call more than ever for transvaluation of finally leaves behind the religious and secular hypotheses, one of the non-theisms. Zarathustra must return to the conflict. Atheism alone makes an exit from nihilism possible. Now back to the Asian thought. Yet, how does Levinas look at God or the divine? This question is answered by Levinas in the historical context of Friedrich Nietzsche's oft-quoted thoughts on God's death. He writes, to relate to the absolute as an atheist is to welcome the absolute purified of the violence of the sacred, in the dimension of the height in which his sanctity, that is, his separation, is presented. The infinite does not burn the eyes that are lifted on him. He speaks, he does not have the mythical format that is impossible to confront and would hold the eye in its invisible message. He is not numinous, the eye who approaches him is he is not numinous, the eye who approaches him is neither annihilated on contact nor transported outside of itself, but remains separated and keeps its as for me. Only an atheist being can relate himself to the other and already absolve himself from this relation. Transcendence is to be distinguished from and union with the transcendent by participation. The metaphysical relation, the idea of infinity, connects with the phenomenon which is not an image. This phenomenon is to be distinguished from the concept of God possessed by the believers of positive religions, still disengaged from the bonds of participation, except being immersed in a myth unknown to themselves. The idea of infinity, the metaphysical relation, is the dawn of a humanity without myths. But faith purges the myths. The monotheist faith itself implies metaphysical atheism. Revelation is discourse. In order to welcome revelation and being apt for this role of interlocutor, a separated being is required. Atheism conditions a variable relationship with a true God. But this relationship is as distinct from objectification as from participation. Here the divine word does not amount to knowing an object. It is to be in relation to a substance overflowing its own idea in me, overflowing what Descartes calls its objective existence. When simply doing thematized substance no longer is according to itself, discourse in which is at the same time foreign, and presence suspends participation and beyond object cognition institutes a pure experience of social relation where being does not draw its existence from its contact with the other. This long quote underscores Levinas's discomfort with a traditional theology that aims at understanding God and thematizing God's attributes. Levinas here insists that revelation is a relation between me and a radically other God whose word I can never turn into an object for myself. Revelation must in principle overflow my understanding of it and must remain unseen or invisible about the radical other, but my experience of radical otherness is in relation to the other person. I started my metaphysical relation with the infinite God through my face-to-face encounter with the other person. Islam traditionally rejects the idea that I can participate in the Godhead. This is called shirking the Quran, is considered cardinal sin, but simultaneously insists on totally understanding and thematizing God and God's attributes as well as revelation through traditional theology. This is why Levinas says that the believers of positive religions are ill disengaged from the bonds of participation. They're immersed in the myth that the infinite can be thematized, that God's work can be fully objectified. In Nietzsche's declaration that God is dead, Levinas sees the potential for a dawn of humanity without mist. Provided God is experienced as a radically other coming across in separation between me and the radically other. It is through my face-to-face encounter with the other that the infinite, or God, opens up to me. It opens up for me. Therefore, God is no longer an object among objects for me to understand and deal with. God remains forever unseen, forever invisible, just as the other person remains. So. Now to the question of God. Dr. Mend and Dr. Juno. Feuerbach is one whom I revere and admire above all other philosophers. Freud wrote his friend in 1875. Ludwig Feuerbach, born in 1804, studied theology at the University of Heidelberg. As soon as Hegel, he wrote books critical of theology, stating that one's relationship to others, the I and thou relationship, was more compelling than one's relationship to God. Although he claimed to be a believer, his writings reinforced the atheism of both Marx and Freud. His main thesis in the essence of Christianity is that religion is simply the projection of human need and fulfillment of deep-seated wishes. The purpose of his book, Feuerbach wrote, was the destruction of illusion. To summarize the work in his conclusion, we have shown that the substance and object of religion is altogether human. We have shown that divine wisdom is human wisdom, that the secret theology is anthropology, that the absolute mind is a so-called finite subjective mind. Freud spent many years of his adult life working out the implications of Feuerbach's assertions. Personally, I do like Feuerbach more than Freud. But Freud is not terrible. But I feel like I do like more than Freud. Back to Freud. Deconstructing the monotheisms, demythologizing Judeo-Christianity and Islam, deconstruction of theocracy. These are three initial tasks for theology. The next step is to formulate an ethic and produce the conditions for a true post-Christian morality in the West. Morality in which the body is not punishment, the earth ceases to be a veil of tears, this life is no longer a tragedy, pleasure stops being a sin, women a curse, intelligence a sign of arrogance, physical pleasure a passport to hell. With that behind us, we might then point to the advantages of a guiding principle less obsessed with the death wish than with love of life. The other would no longer be considered an enemy, a difference to be suppressed, reduced, and dominated. Meeting the other would be an opportunity to build interpersonal relationships here and now, not under the gaze of God or gods, but under the eyes of the protagonists only. A meaning of their minds and their inherent natures. In that event, paradise might function less as a fiction having to do with heaven and more as a rational ideal here below. We can dream, can't we? Now, back on to Carl Jasper's. I think I'm going to start here. Okay, sure. It has been said, rightly perhaps, that there was nothing in the teachings of Jesus. He accepted the knowledge of those bottom work with traditional ideas. The God they loved so intensely was a Jewish God. It never occurred to him to break with the Jewish faith. Not the ancient prophets he lived in while opposing the congealed forms of dogmas of the priests. Historically, he's the last of the Jewish prophets. He cites them often explicitly. But if only because of the changed world, there was a difference between Jesus and the ancient prophets. They had lived in an independent Jewish state and witnessed this decline in them. Jesus lived in a long, stabilized, and politically dependent Jewish theocracy. Between the political independence of the Jews and their final dispersion after the destruction of Jerusalem, there lasted a period of 5 centuries marked by many of the most fervent psalms, the book of Ecclesiastes and Job, and the career of Jesus. The Jewish theocracy cast him out as a priest in the days of the kings who had attempted to cast out the prophets. The Talmudic Jews of the diaspora who accept the old prophets as part of the canon could no longer accept Jesus. For in the meanwhile, Gentiles had built a world religion around. Historically, Jesus' faith in God is one of the great creations of Jewish biblical religion. The God of Jesus, the God of the Bible, is no longer one of the original gods from whom Yahweh was descended. Gradually, he had lost his original cruelty and lesser offerings, largely through the prophets and more and more profound conceptions of sacrifice, spoke their last word in Jesus. Nor is this God one of the grandiose mythical figures who symbolized and so supplemented than God of the primordial forces of human existence after the man of Athena, Apollo, and all the rest. He is the imageless, formless one, yet he is not a mere universal power. He is not the word reason of Greek philosophy but an active person, nor is he the unfoundable being with which man achieves mystical union and meditation. He is the absolutely other, which can be believed but not seen. He is absolute transcendence before the world and outside the world, and he has created the world in relation to the world of man. He is will, he is spoken, it was done, he commanded that it stood fast, impenetrable in his decisions, he is charged and obeyed without reserve. He is a judge who sees man's most hidden thoughts, and before whom man must give an accounting. He is the Father who loves and forgives, in whose presence man knows himself to be a child of God. He is jealous in heart, but merciful and compassionate. Remote and unapproachable, he governs from afar, but he is close at hand, speaking man's heart and communicating his imperatives. He is not mute and intangible like the one being speculation, rather he is the living God who speaks directly to each man. Jesus believed in the God of the Old Testament fulfilled the whole prophetic religion. Like Jeremiah, he was a Jew, pure of heart, free from all bonds of law, ritual, and cult. He did not reject all these forms, but subordinated them to the present will of God. Once again, Jesus embodied the prophetic faith, which sustained him as it sustained men for centuries. The essential idea of the life of Jesus seems to live by the Godhead. At every moment, he is close to God, and nothing has meaning for him but God and God's will. The idea of God is subject to no condition but the norms, and imposes subject to everything else to their condition. It gives knowledge of the simple ground of all things. The essence of this faith is freedom. For in this faith that speaks of God, the soul expands into the encompassing. As it experiences gladness and will in this order, the wicked to itself. Nothing is merely finite, there is only work and hold it captive. From devotion, from the trust that transcends understanding, there arises an infinite power. From the sorrow of the vulnerable heart and rending emotion, again awareness that is given to itself by God. By believing man, become truly free. Okay, now. The boy is going to step in. I do not believe in the existence and rulership of the one God of the Jews. I do not believe in the miraculous birth and miracles of the Christ of the Christians. I do not believe in many of the tenets of Mohammedanism and Buddhism. And frankly, I do not believe that the guardian of the Baha'i Sikh faith has any supernatural knowledge of what may happen. How about on prayer? God is still breathing. Is he dead or not? The question is still undecided. However, such glad tidings would surely have generated cosmic events which haven't yet transpired. Instead of the fertile field, such a death would have opened up. We seem confronted today by nihilism, the code of nothingness, a passion for non-being, a morbid relish for the twilight of waning civilizations, a fascination with the abyss and with bottomless pits, where we lose our souls, our bodies, our identity, our being, and all interest in anything whatsoever. A laborious picture, a oppressing apocalypse. God's death was an ontological gimmick, a conjurer's trick. It was consubstantial with the 20th century that saw death everywhere. The death of art, of philosophy, of metaphysics, of the novel, of music, of politics. So let's announce the death of all these fictional deaths. Tongue-in-cheek obituaries are once so certain that because they turned the metaphysical coast as a dramatic setting for the paradoxes they uncovered. The death of philosophy and gender works of philosophy, the death of the novel generated novels, the death of art produced works of art, etc. As for God's death, as it relates to an outpouring of the sacred, divine, and religious, through we swim in these purgative waters. Clearly, the announcement of God's death was as world-shaking as it was false. Trumpets blaring, news bellowed from the rooftops, from thundering and orgy, premature rejoicing. Earth staggers into the wit of revelation, solemnly hailed as authorized ordinances and new oracles. Abundant souls swayed to the detriment of quality and truth. Never have so many false tidings been celebrated as so many revealed truths. For God's death to be certified irrefutable facts, clues in courtroom exhibit should have been produced, yet none has emerged. We've seen the corpse so far from nature, and even then, like that of the corpus stuck in nine osseous rhinoceros, we should have felt this presence dominion. It would have been all-pervading, defiling, and malodorous. It would have fallen apart little by little, day by day. We would have witnessed a process of real decomposition in the philosophical as well as in the physical sense of the term, instead of which God, invisible while alive, has remained invisible even when dead. And we are still without proof of his death. Who can furnish it? What new lunatic for this impossible task? For pace, Nishanheim, God is neither dead nor dying because he's not mortal. A fiction does not die, an illusion never passes away. A fairy tale does not refute itself. Neither hippogriff nor centaur is bound by the laws governing mammals. A water beast or a horse, yes, an animal from the mythological bestiary, no. And God, too, this is somewhere between Noah and Gollum, was of that mythological bestiary. Let the thousands of other creatures enumerated in the dictionaries with numberless entries. The parts creature's sigh will endure for as long as the creature itself, in other words, forever. Besides, where would he have died? Asia's gay science murder that Nietzsche's summer home in Sils Marina, about inspired philosopher, tragic and sublime, haunted and haggard in the second half of the 19th century. And what was the weapon? A book, books, a life's work, imprecations, analyses, proofs, refutations. This close still of writers. Was the killer alone? Did he lurk in ambush, or was he one of a group along with the mad muscular and the Marquis of Sade as guardian forebearers? If he existed, would God's murder not himself has been a superior God? And then doesn't this non-crime mask an audible urge, impossible desire, an irrepressible ambition, powerless to carry through a task such as the creation of freedom of identity and of meaning? You cannot kill a breeze, a wind, a fragrance. You cannot kill a dream or an ambition. God, manufactured by mortals in their own quintessential image, exists only to make daily life bearable despite the path that every one of us treads towards extinction. As long as it's been our obliged to die, some of them unable to endure the prospect will be caught fond illusions. We cannot assassinate or kill an illusion. In fact, an illusion is more likely to kill us. For God puts to death everything that stands up to him, beginning with reason, intelligence, and a critical mind. All the rest follows in a chain reaction. The last God will expire with the last man, and with him fear, terror, anguish. This device is designed to create divinities. They include horror of death's void, the inability to integrate death as a natural process with which we must come to terms, in whose presence intelligence alone can have any effect. There is now the absence of any meaning beyond what we ourselves have to offer, with absurdity as a starting point. These are genetic bloodlines of the divine. A dead God would imply a vanquished void. We're light years away from such ontological progress. Alright, now back to the hitch slap. In the early history of mankind, the totalitarian principle was the right of command. The state religions applied a complete and total answer to all questions, from one's position in the social hierarchy to the rules governing diet, sex. Slavery not the humanist property, and the clerisy was the reinforcement of absolutism. I've never been a cleric. What is it like to lie to children for a living? And to tell them that they have an authority that they must love, compulsory love, what a grotesque idea, and be terrified of at the same time. What's that like, I want to know? The world's most imagined projection of the totalitarian idea, the offensive thought crime, was a commonplace. An impure thought, let alone a heretical one, could lead to your being flayed alive. To be accused of demonic possession or contact with the evil one was to be convicted of it. The world's first realization of the hellishness of this came to him early in life, when he was enclosed in a hermetic school run by Christian sadists, in which it was not possible to know when you had broken the rules. Whatever you did, and however many precautions you took, the sins of which you were unaware could always be made to find you out. It was possible to leave that awful school traumatized for life, as millions of children have been. But it is not possible in the religious totalitarian vision to escape this sort of original sin and guilt and pang. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can you escape the damnation of hell? The infinity of punishment awaits you even after you die. According to the really extreme religious totalitarians, such as John Calvin, aka Jesus Christ, we're all Christ's body, who borrowed his awful doctrine from Augustine. An infinity of punishment could be awaiting you even before you're born. You're picked for hell before you're born. You're a goat, not a sheep. By the way, who wants to be a sheep? A religion that calls itself a flock you already know a religion that calls itself a flock you already know a lot about. Long ago, it was written which souls would be chosen or elected, and when the time came to divide the sheep from the goats. At the second coming, Jesus is going to divide the sheep from the goats. He's going to set the goats apart from me, cursed in everlasting fire. No appeal against this primordial sin is possible. No good works, no killing off your demons, or professions of faith can save one who has not been fortunate enough to be picked. Calvin's good and evil was a prototypical totalitarian state, and Calvin himself, a sadist and torturing killer who burned servant as one of the great thinkers and questioners of the day, while the man was still alive. Do not love the world. Do not love Wikipedia. The lesser wretchedness inducing Calvin's followers compelled to waste their lives worrying if they had been elected or not, is what caught George Eliot's Adam Bede, and in an old English plebeian satire against the other sex, from Jehovah's Witnesses to Plymouth Brethren, who dare to claim that they are of the elect, and that they alone know the exact number of those to be plucked from the burning. We are the pure and chosen few, and all the rest are damned. There's room enough in hell for you. We don't want heaven crammed. Add an innocuous but weak-spirited uncle whose life was ruined and made miserable in just this way. Calvin may seem like a far-off figure to us, but those used to grab and use power in his name are still among us, and go by the softer names of Presbyterians and Baptists. There is the abandoned sense of books, silence the sinners, condemn outsiders, invade the private sphere, and invoke an exclusive salvation as the very essence of the totalitarian, the very essence of Jesus of Nazareth. I'll prove it. J. Gresham Machen has famously said, a Christianity tolerant of other religions is just no Christianity at all. There is a tolerance Jesus will not tolerate. The world preaches tolerance of many viewpoints, but we assert absolute truth that is exclusive. If Jesus is not the only way to heaven, then he is no way to heaven. The risen Lord possesses an exclusive monopoly on the sole access to the Father. Tower View Baptist Church. Thanks for proving my point. Now back to Onfray. What defines totalitarian regimes today corresponds point by point with the Christian state as it was constructed by Constantine's successors. Use of constraint, torture, acts of vandalism, destruction of libraries and symbolic sites, unpunished murders, ubiquitous propaganda, the leader's absolute power, the remolding of the whole society along the government's ideological lines, extermination of opponents, monopoly of legal violence and means of communication, abolition of the frontier between private life and the public sphere, overall politicization of society, destruction of pluralism, bureaucratic organization, expansionism, all signs of totalitarianism from its origins, as well as the totalitarianism of the Christian empire. And the Christ of the Gospels, if you could take him as his chroniclers represent him, would certainly have to be considered partly responsible for that. No Muslim is a Muslim if he does not believe in Jesus. Right? The fatalism of Islam, which believes that all is arranged by Allah in advance, has some points of resemblance in its utter denial of human autonomy and liberty, as well as in its arrogant and insufferable belief that its faith already contains everything that anyone might ever need to know. Thus, when the great anti-totalitarian anthology of the 20th century came to be published in 1950, its two editors realized that it could only have one possible name. They called it The God That Failed. I saw they knew and sometimes worked for one of these two men, the British socialist Richard Crossman, as he wrote in his introduction to the book. For the intellectual material comforts are relatively unimportant. What it cares about most is spiritual freedom. The strength of the Catholic Church has always been that it demands the sacrifice of that freedom uncompromisingly, and condemns spiritual pride as a deadly sin. The communist novice, subjecting his soul to the canon law of the Kremlin, felt something of the release, which Catholicism also brings to the intellectual, worried and worried by the privilege of freedom. The only book that had warned of all this in advance, a full 30 years earlier, was a small but brilliant volume published in 1919, entitled The Practice and Theory of Bolshevism. Long before Arthur Koestler and Richard Crossman had begun to survey the wreckage in retrospect, the whole disaster was being predicted in terms that still command admiration for the prescience. One of the analysts of the new religion was Bertrand Russell, whose atheism made him more far-seeing than many naive Christian socialists, who claimed to detect in Russia the beginnings of a new paradise on earth. He was also more far-seeing than the Anglican Christian establishment in his native England, whose newspaper of record, the London Times, took the view that the Russian Revolution can be explained by the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. This revolting fabrication by Russian Orthodox secret policemen was republished by Iron Spottiswoode, the official printers to the Church of England. On to Butcher and Russell. Speaking of naive Christian socialists, Christ himself, defects in Christ's teaching. I come to certain points at which I do not believe that one can grant either the superlative wisdom or the superlative goodness of Christ as depicted in the Gospels. And here I may say that one is not concerned with a historical question. Historically, it is quite doubtful whether Christ ever existed at all. And if he did, we do not know anything about him. So that I'm not concerned with the historical question, which is a very difficult one. I am concerned with Christ as he appears in the Gospels, taking the Gospel narrative as it stands. And there, one does find some things that do not seem to be very wise. For one thing, he certainly thought that a second coming would occur in clouds of glory before the death of all the people who were living at that time. There are a great many texts that prove that. He says, for instance, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel till the Son of Man be come. Then he says, there is some sinning here which shall not taste death till the Son of Man comes into his kingdom. And there are a lot of places where it is quite clear that he believed that a second coming would happen during the lifetime of many then living. That was the belief of his earlier followers, and it was the basis of a good deal of his moral teaching. When he said, take no thought for tomorrow and things of that sort, it was very largely because he thought that the second coming was going to be very soon, and that all ordinary mundane affairs did not count. I have, as a matter of fact, known some Christians who did believe that the second coming was imminent. I knew a person who's frightened his congregation terribly by telling them that the second coming is very imminent indeed, but they were much consoled when they found that he was planting trees in his garden. The early Christians did really believe it, and they did abstain from such things as planting trees in their gardens, because they did accept from Christ the belief that the second coming was imminent. In that respect, clearly, he was not so wise as some of the people have been. He was certainly not superlatively wise. The moral problem. Then we called the moral questions. There was one very serious defect in my mind of Christ's moral character, and that is that he believed in hell. I do not myself feel that any person who is really profoundly humane can believe in everlasting punishment. Christ, certainly, as depicted in the Gospels, did believe in everlasting punishment, and one does find repeatedly vindictive fury against those people who would not listen to his preaching. An attitude which is not uncommon with preachers, but which does somewhat detract from superlative excellence. You do not, for instance, find that attitude in Socrates. You find him quite bland and urbane toward the people who would not listen to him, and at this time I'm mind far more worthy of a sage to take that line than take the line of indignation. You probably all remember the sort of things that Socrates was saying when he was dying, and the sort of things that he generally did say to people who did not agree with him. Remember Socrates' last words. I'm not angry with my condemners or with my accusers. They have done me no harm, although they did not mean to do me any good. So the punishment's not a problem. But when you're angry when you punish people, that's not good. You will find in the Gospels Christ said, "Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell?" That was said to people who did not like his preaching. It is not really, to my mind, quite the best tone. And there are a great many of these things about hell. There's, of course, the familiar text about the sin against the Holy Ghost. Whosoever speaketh against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him, neither in this world nor in the world to come. That text has caused an unspeakable amount of misery in the world, for all sorts of people have imagined that they've committed the sin against the Holy Ghost and thought that it would not be forgiven them, either in this world or the world to come. I really do not think that a person with a proper degree of kindliness in his nature would have put fears and terrors of that sort to the world. Because we're talking about not forgiving people. Let's talk about that resentment in Oklahoma. To be free of resentment, to be aware of resentment, who knows how much I ultimately have to thank my long illness or even for that. The problem is not easy when you have to experience it from strength as well as from weakness. If anything has to be upheld against illness, against weakness, it is that man's actual sense of salvation. That is to say, his instinct for war and taking up arms has been worn out. You know how to break free from nothingness, how to cope with nothingness, how to push nothingness away from us. It all hurts, many things crowd in, all experiences strike too deep, memory is a festering wound. Illness itself is a form of resentment. In the face of that, the sick man has only one great remedy. I call it Russian fatalism. That fatalism without revolt, with which a Russian soldier lies down in the snow at the end of a campaign that was all too hard, to accept nothing further, to take nothing on, nothing in, to cease reacting altogether. The great sense in such fatalism, that is not always merely the courage to die, for it can be life-saving under deadly circumstances, lies in reducing the metabolism, slowing it down as a form of will to hibernate. If we take this reason a few steps further, we arrive at the fact that we sleep for weeks in our tomb because we're wear ourselves out much too quickly if we react in any way. We don't react at all, that is a principle. Another thing burns us up faster than emotion, resentment. Anger, morbid sensitivity, the inability to force revenge, the yearning, the thirst for revenge, the concoction of all types of poison. This surely is for the exhausted, most detrimental way to react. It involves a rapid consumption of nervous energy, a pathological increase of harmful secretions, for instance, that of bile into the stomach. Resentment is all that is forbidden to the sick man. It is his worst evil. Unfortunately, it is also what he most desires. That was recognized by that profound physician, Buddha. His religion, which should rather be called a hygiene system, to avoid any confusion with such a wretched thing as Christianity, works because it depends on the conquest of resentment, the fruit to solve it. This is the first step towards recovery. Animosity is not ended by animosity. Animosity is ended by friendship. Thus begins Buddha's doctrine. This is not the voice of morality, but of physiology. Resentment born of weakness is harmful to no one more than to the weak man himself. Conversely, with a fundamentally rich nature, it is a superfluous emotion, which if kept under control is almost a proof of riches. Those readers know how seriously my philosophy has taken up the fight against the feelings of revenge and rancor, even taking on the doctrine of free will. The fight against Christianity is merely a small part of it. We'll understand why I emphasize my own personal attitude, my instinctive confidence and practicality precisely at this point. During my decadent period, I denied myself these feelings as being harmful. As soon as life offered once again wealth and pride, I denied them myself as being beneath me. That Russian fatalism of which I spoke manifested itself in such a way that for years I clung tenaciously to almost unbearable conditions, locations, dwellings, societies. Once fate had sent them my way, it is better than changing them, better than feeling they could be changed, better than rebelling against them. Anyone who interfered with my fatalism, who tried forcefully to awaken me, would have been my mortal enemy in those days. In truth, it would have been fatally dangerous every time. Taking yourself as a destiny, not wanting to be other than you are, that is under such circumstances the highest wisdom. hop into Joseph Campbell apartment. Like all heroes, the Buddha doesn't show the truth itself, he shows you the way to truth, but it's got to be your way, not his. The Buddha can't tell you exactly how to get rid of your particular fears. For example, different teachers may suggest exercises, but they may not be the ones to work for you. All a teacher could do is suggest. He's like a lighthouse that says there are rocks over here, steer clear. There's a channel, however, out there. The big problem of any young person's life is to have models to suggest possibilities. Nietzsche says man is a sick animal. Man is the animal that doesn't know what to do with itself. The mind has many possibilities, but we can live no more than one life. What are we going to do with ourselves? A living myth presents contemporary models. Now, war is a different matter altogether. I am essentially a warrior. To wage war is one of my instincts. Talent for animosity to actually be an enemy. This perhaps presupposes a strong nature. In any case, it is a precondition of every strong nature. It needs resistances, therefore it seeks out resistance. Aggressive pathos is just as necessary for strength as resentment and rancor for weakness. Women, for instance, are vengeful. That is due to their weakness as much as to their sensitivity to others' distress. The strength of the aggressor, in a way, has its measure in the opposition he requires. Any increase in strength makes itself known when seeking out a mightier opponent, or indeed problem. For a philosopher who is a warrior will also do battle with problems. The task is not to overcome opponents at all costs, but only those against whom you must put all your strength, subtlety, and fighting skill. Opponents are equals, equality before the enemy. That is the main condition of fight a fair duel. Where you have contempt, you cannot wage war. Where you are in command, where you can see someone beneath you, you should not wage war. War tactics can be summed up in 4 theorems. Firstly, I only ever engage with causes that are winnable. If necessary, wait until they win. Secondly, I only ever engage with causes where we would find no allies, where I stand alone, where I compromise only myself. I've never publicly taken a single step which should not compromise me. That is my criterion for doing right. Thirdly, I never attack people. I use a person merely as a powerful magnifying glass that allows me to make visible a general but insidious and elusive calamity. In this way, I attacked David Strauss. But I put it more plainly, the success of a senile book amongst the culture classes of Germany, thereby catching this culture red-handed. In this way, I attacked Wagner. But to put it more plainly, the hypocrisy, the semi-refined instinct of our culture, which confuses the artful with richness, the late with the great. Fourthly, I only ever attack things from which all personal differences are excluded, where any background of bad experiences lacking. On the contrary, to attack is to me a proof of goodwill and certain circumstances, even of gratitude. It is an honor, a reward if I associate my name with a matter or person, notwithstanding whether I'm for it or against it. If I wage war on Christianity, I have a right to do so, because it's not going to kill me and it's not going to stop me. The most serious Christians were always favorably disposed towards me. I myself, the strictest opponent of Christianity, and far from one to bear grudges against individuals for what has been the undoing of centuries. C.S. Lewis. I'm trying to tie that in C.S. Lewis. In God, you come up against something which is in every respect immeasurably superior to yourself. Unless you know God is that, and therefore know yourself as nothing in comparison, you do not know God at all. As long as you are proud, you cannot know God. A proud man is always looking down on things and people, and of course, as long as you're looking down, you cannot see something that is above you. Christopher Hitchens. When I left North Korea, which I did with a sense of mingled relief, outrage, and pity so strong that I can still summon it, I was leaving a totalitarian state and also a religious one. I have since talked with many of the brave people who are trying to undermine this atrocious system from within and without. Let me admit at once that some of the bravest of these resistors are fundamentalist Christian anti-communist. One of these courageous men gave an interview not long ago in which he was honest enough to say that he had a difficult time preaching the idea of a savior to the half-starved and terrified few who had managed to escape their prison state. The whole idea of an infallible and all-powerful Redeemer, they said, struck them as a bit too familiar. A bowl of rice and some exposure to some wider culture and little relief from the hideous dim of compulsory enthusiasm would be the most they could ask for now. Those who are fortunate enough to get as far as South Korea or the United States may find themselves confronted with yet another Messiah. The jailbird and tax evader Sung Myung-moon, undisputed head of the Unification Church, a major contributor to the extreme right in the United States, is one of the patrons of the intelligent design racket. A leading figure of this so-called movement, and a man who never fails to reward his God-man guru with his proper name of father, is Jonathan Wells, the author of a laughable anti-evolutionist diatribe entitled The Icons of Evolution. As Wells himself touchingly put it, Father's words, my studies and my prayers convinced me that I should devote my life to destroying Darwinism, just as many of my fellow Unifactionists had already devoted their lives to destroying Marxism. My father chose me, along with about a dozen other seminary graduates, to enter a PhD program in 1978. I welcomed the opportunity to do battle. Mr. Wells' book is unlikely even to read a footnote in the history of Powerful, but having seen fatherhood at work in both of the two careers, and I have an idea of what the burned over district of upstate New York must have looked and felt like when the believers had everything their own way. Religion, even at its meekest, has to admit that what it is proposing is a total solution, which faith must be to some extent blind, in which all aspects of the private and public life must be submitted to permanent higher supervision. This constant surveillance and continual subjection, usually reinforced by fear in the shape of infinite vengeance, does not invariably bring out the best mammalian characteristics. It's certainly true that emancipation from religion does not always produce the best mammal either. Got to C.S. Lewis. If anyone would like to acquire humility, I can take on the first step. The first step is to realize one is proud, and big step two, listen to nothing whatever can be done before it. If you think you're not conceited, it means you're very conceited indeed. Nietzsche, it is the assumption of part of philosophers and moralists. Imagine how I'm making one decadence and with a decadence. Selves. Back to Lord Russell. Still at the top of the internet, Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Then Christ says, the Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend them which do iniquity, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. And he goes on about the wailing and gnashing of teeth. It comes in one verse after another. It is quite manifest to the readers a certain pleasure in contemplating wailing and gnashing of teeth, or else it would not occur so often. Let's get Chris Richards in here. Does Jesus say, does he not say, I've come to bring not peace but a sword? He does say that, shall I take it literally metaphorically. Then you'll, of course, remember about the sheep and the goats. At the second coming, he's going to divide the sheep from the goats, and he's going to say, the goats depart from me, cursed in everlasting fire. He continues, and he shall go away in everlasting fire. Then he says again, if thy hand offend thee, cut it off. It is better for thee to enter life maimed than having two hands and go into hell, to the fire that never shall be quenched, where the worm doth not, and the fire is not quenched. He repeats it again and again also. I must say that they call this doctrine that hellfire is a punishment for sin, is a doctrine of cruelty. Is a doctrine of cruelty into the world, to get a world generations of cruel torture, and the Christ of the Gospels, if you can take them as his chroniclers represent, but certainly have to be considered partly responsible for that. There are the things of less importance. This is an instance of the Gadarene swine, where it certainly was that very kind to depict and put the devils into them and make them rush down the hill to the sea. You must remember that he was omnipotent. He just stopped the storm with his lips, and he could have made the devil simply go away. He could have made legion simply disappear, but he chose to send them into the pigs. He chose to corrupt the innocent. Then there's a curious story of the fig tree, which always rather puzzled me. You remember what happened about the fig tree? He was hungry and sick of fig tree far from having leaves. He came if happily not for anything thereon, and when he came to it, he found not the leaves, for the time of figs was not yet. And Jesus says, he said unto it, no man eat fruit of thee hereafter forever. And Peter said unto him, Master, well, the fig tree beside curses is the way of the way. I'll call Christianity the one great curse. I was blameless, but I took the blame for the sins of the money changers, in which I took no part, said the fig tree. This is a very curious story because it was not the right time of year for figs, and he really could not blame the tree. Now I have time for St. Augustine to step in. Christ himself serves to refrain from the killing of animals and the destroying of plants as the height of superstition. For judgment that there are no common rights between us and the beasts and trees, he sent the devils in a herd of swine, and with a curse withered a tree which he found no fruit. Surely the swine had not sinned, nor had the tree. Now for Thomas Aquinas. Christ came specially to teach and to work miracles for the good of man, and principally to the salvation of his soul. Consequently, he allowed the demons that he chased out to do men some harm, either in his body or in his property, for the salvation of man's soul, namely, for man's instruction. And then Hitchens says, how is it moral to condemn fig trees and persuade devils to infest the bodies of pigs? And then Trent Horn says, so it's like Hitchens, and what I appreciate about Hitchens is he gets it. Here's my little add-ons. Christ was lifeless but sinless, right? If you read the rest of the St. Augustine quote. Christ was lifeless but sinless, right? Take no thought for your life. He predicted his death, sin who knew no sin, and by his wounds we are healed. Missler bonus. Christ preached without fruit. He was fruitful but fruitless. And the fruitless is fruitful. Mark has the fruitless first. The fig tree not in season first, before the money changers. The last to be first. Matthew has the fruitless last. After the money changers, the first will be last. If the pigs were demonic Romans, why did they jump into the deep, the very place in which they didn't want to go? If your excuse is Jesus just allowed them to go where they wanted to go, that would be like if a stranger asked if it was okay if I jumped off a cliff and I gave them the go. Then when people called me out, I said, I just allowed them to go where they wanted to go. What's the problem? What's your fault? If the fig tree was the money changers, then why does it say the time of figs was not yet? It's never the time for the money changers, right? The money that the money changers make do not produce fruit. If it's the temple, why bother the whole second temple? I cannot myself feel that either in the matter of wisdom or in the matter of virtue, Christ stands quite as high as so many people in the history. I think I should put Buddha and Socrates above him in those respects. Antichrist. Wherever there are walls, I shall inscribe this eternal accusation against Christianity upon them. I can write in letters which make even the blind see. I call Christianity the one great curse, one great intrinsic depravity, the one great instinct for revenge, which no expedient is sufficiently poisonous, secret, subterranean, petty. I call it the one immortal blemish of mankind. Christian and anarchist. When the anarchist, as the mouthpiece of the declining shredded society, demands with righteous indignation his rights, justice, equal rights, he is only acting under the influence of his want of culture, which prevents his understanding why he is really suffering, in what respect he is impoverished in life. Our cause creating drive is powerful within him. Someone must be to blame for his feeling vile. His righteous indignation itself already does him good. Every poor devil finds pleasure in scolding. It gives him a little of the intoxication of power. Even complaining and wailing give life a charm for the sake of which one endures it. There's a small dose of revenge in every complaint. One reproaches those who are different for one's feeling vile, sometimes even with one's being vile, as if they have perpetuated an injustice or possessed an impermissible privilege. Fine can I ought to be so too. On the basis of this logic one makes revolutions. Complaining is never of any use. It comes from weakness. Whether one attributes one's feeling vile to others and oneself, the socialist as a form of the Christian, for example, the latter makes no essential difference. What is common to both and unworthy in both is that someone has to be to blame for the fact that one suffers. In short, that the sufferer prescribes for himself the honey of revenge as a medicine for his suffering. The objectives of this thirst for revenge as a thirst for pleasure vary according to the circumstances. The sufferer finds occasions everywhere for cooling his petty revengefulness. If he is a Christian, I say it again, he finds them in himself. The Christian and the anarchist both are decadents, and when the Christian condemns, culminates, and befoul the world, he does so from the same instinct from which the socialist worker condemns, culminates, and befoul society. Even the last judgment is still the sweet consolation of revenge. Revolution, such as the socialist worker too anticipates, only conceived of as somewhat more distant, even than beyond. Why beyond if not as a means of befalling the here and now? Everyone is a child of God. Jesus definitely claims nothing for himself alone. As a child of God, everyone is equal to everyone else. To make a hero of Jesus. So what a worse misunderstanding is the word genius. Our whole concept, the cultural concept, spirit had no meaning whatever in the world Jesus lived in. To speak with the precision of the physiologist, a quite different word would rather be in place here. The word idiot. Equality of souls before God. This falsehood, this pretext for the raincoat of all the base-minded, this explosive concept, which finally became a revolution, modern idea, and the principle of decline in the entire social order is Christian dynamite. Humanitarian blessings of Christianity. To cultivate habit of humanity is a self-contradiction or of self-violation, or a falsehood at any price, and antipathy, a contempt for every good and honest instinct. These are the blessings of Christianity. The parasitism as a sole practice of the church, which, with this ideal of green sickness, of holiness, draining away all blood, all love, all hope for life. The beyond is the will to deny reality of every kind. The cross is the badge of recognition for the most subterranean conspiracy there's ever been, a conspiracy against health, beauty, well-constitutedness, bravery, intellect, benevolence of soul against life itself. The suicide bombing community is entirely faith-based, said Hitchens. The martyrs prove anything about the truth of a cause is so little true, I'd be disposed to deny that a martyr has ever had anything whatever to do with truth. In the tone in which a martyr throws his opinion at the world's head, there's already expressed so low degree of intellectual integrity, such obtuseness to the question of truth that one never needs to refute a martyr. Truth is not something one person might possess and another not possess. Peasants at the most, or peasant apostles like Luther, could think of truth in this fashion. One may be certain that modesty, moderation, in intellectual matters increases with a degree of conscientia and ascendant. To know 5 things, you don't decline on anything else. Truth is every prophet, every sectarian, every latitudinarian, every socialist, every churchman understands the word. Is conclusive proof that not so much as a stud has been made on that disciplining of the intellect, and self-overcoming necessary for the discovery of any truth, even the very smallest. Martyrdoms, by the way, have been a great misfortune in history. They have seduced the inference of all idiots, women and nations included, that a cause for which someone is willing to die, not to speak of those which, like primitive Christianity, produce epidemics of destiny, must have something in it. This inference has become an unspeakable drag of verification on the spirit of verification and caution. Martyrs have harmed truth. It even today accrues to the persecution is all that is required to create an normal name for any sin, no matter how infinite itself. What does the fact that someone gives up his life for it change anything in the value of a cause? An error which becomes honorable is an error which possesses one seductive charm more. Do you believe, messieurs and theologians, that we have given an opportunity of becoming martyrs for your lies? One of future thing by laying respectful on ice, just as one of few theologians too. The word historical stupidity of all persecutors is saying precisely and given their opponents the appearance of ominous, and bestowing on them the fascination of martyrdom. Woman is today on her knees before an error because she has been told someone died on the crossboard. Is the cross still an argument? But in all these things, one man alone has said the word that has been warning for millennia, Zarathustra. The priests, and one day Zarathustra made a sign to his disciples and spoke these words unto them. Here are priests, but although they are mine enemies, pass them quietly with slipping swords. The Buddha's noble silence. Those who think they know God's will and can tell you what it is, who are our enemies. And your enemies too. That's Hitchens. Even among them there are heroes. Many of them have suffered too much, so they want to make others suffer. Bad enemies are they. Nothing is more revengeful than their meekness, and readily doth his soul himself who toucheth them. When my blood is really theirs, I want withal to see my blood on theirs. And when they have passed a pain attack to Zarathustra, but not long had he struggled with the pain when he began to speak thus. It moveth my heart for this priest. They also go against my taste, but as the smallest matter unto me, since I'm among men. But I suffer and have suffered with them. Prisoners are they unto me, and stigmatized ones. He whom they call Savior put them in fetters. And followers of false vows and fabulous words are that someone would save them from their Savior. On and all they once thought they landed when the sea tossed them about. Behold, it was a slumbering monster. False vows and fabulous words, these are the worst monsters for mortals. Long sermeth and waiteth the fate that is in them. But at last it cometh and awaketh and devoureth and engulfeth whatever hath built tabernacles upon it. Oh, just look at those tabernacles which those priests have built themselves. Churches they call their sweet-smelling caves. All that falsified light, the mussified air, where the soul may not fly aloft to its height, but so enjoineth their belief on your knees at the stair, ye sinners. Verily, rather would I see a shameless one in the disordered eyes of the shame of devotion, who created for themselves such caves and impudent stairs. Was not those who sought to conceal themselves were ashamed of the clear sky? And only when the clear sky looketh again through ruined roofs and down upon grass and red poppies on ruined walls will I again turn my heart to the seats of this God. They called God that which opposed and afflicted them, and verily there was much sheer spirit in their worship. And they knew not how to love their God otherwise than by nailing men to the cross. As courses they thought to live in black, draped their corpses, even in their taught does so the evil flavor of charnel houses. And he who liveth on to them liveth on the black pools, wherein the toad singeth his song of sleep gravity. Better songs would they have to sing for me to believe in their Savior. More like saved ones was the disciples have to appear unto me. Naked would I like to see them, for beauty alone should preach penitence, but whom would that disguise affliction convince? Verily, their Saviors themselves came not from freedom, and free from seventh heaven. Verily, they themselves never trod the carpets of knowledge. Of defects of the spirits of their Saviors consist. But to every defect had they put their illusion, their stopgap, which they called God. If in their pity was their spirit drowned, and when they swelled with pity, there always floated to the surface a great folly. Eager and with shouts heard they their flock over their footbridge, as if there were but one footbridge to the future. Verily, their shepherds also were still the flock. Small spirits and spacious souls have those shepherds. But my brethren, what small of the mains have even the most spacious holes so that to men. Characters of blood, then they ride on the way they went, and their folly taught that truth is proved by blood. But blood is the very worst witness of truth. Blood tainteth the purest teaching, and turneth it into delusion and hatred of heart. And when a person goeth through fire for his teaching, what doth that prove? It is more verily when out of one's own burning cometh one's own teaching. Sultry heart and cold head were these meet, the righteous, the blessed, the Savior. Greater ones verily have there been, and higher born ones than those whom the people call saviors, those rapturous blusterers. And by so greater ones than any of the saviors must you be saved, my brethren, if you would find the way to freedom. Never yet have there been a superman. Naked have I seen both of them, the greatest man and the smallest man. All too similar are they still to each other. Verily, even the greatest found I, all too human. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Alright, here's your Missler. Jesus Christ was an insignificant person who had neither talent, intelligence, knowledge, nor cleverness, and was completely despised in the world. The ill-fated hangman, a pitiful fanatic. Christ is really a madman, a fanatic. Of Jesus Christ, the priest God. If closing our eyes upon all that transpires in this world, we should rely upon the votaries of the Christian religion, we believe that the coming of our divine Savior has produced the most wonderful revolution and a most complete reform in the morals of nations. The Messiah, according to Pascal, see thoughts of Pascal, out of himself alone to produce a great, select, and holy people, conducting and nourishing it, and introducing it into the place of repose and sanctity, rendering it holy to God, making it a temple of God, saving it from the wrath of God, delivering it from the servitude of sin, giving laws to his people, engraving these laws upon their hearts, offering himself to God for them, crushing the head of the serpent, etc. This great man has brought to show us the people upon whom his divine Messiah has produced the miraculous effects of which he speaks with so much emphasis. So far, it seems they do not exist upon the earth. If we examine ever so little the morals of the Christian nations and listen to the clamors of their priests, we will be obliged to conclude that their God, Jesus Christ, preached without fruit, without success, that his almighty will still finds in men of resistance over which this God either cannot or does not wish to triumph. The morality of this divine doctor, which his disciples admire so much and practice so little, is followed during a whole century but by half a dozen of obscure saints, fanatical and ignorant monks, who alone will have the glory of shining like the sun in the celestial court. All the remainder of mortals, although redeemed by the blood of this God, will be the prey of eternal flames. Classic, yeah. Back to the Call Jaspers, my friends. If Jesus was not an active political leader, but the so-called zealots, if he desired no social revolution, if he did not seek a martyr's death as proof of his message, if he led the life of a believer and went God's actual make a note to enforce God's hand, if he was far from any desire for self-aggrandizement and his whole life was an act of obedience to God's will, his conduct becomes hard to understand. For by violence, cleansing of the temple, creation of a movement among the people, he provoked violence against himself. What he suffered was a consequence of his act. In all this, there's a flavor of militancy, which is also unmistakable, not a manifestation of his personality. Authoritarian movements are known for using the military to frighten people into obedience. It's shocking, but it's also a key tool in their playbook. And it can be very effective if we allow it to happen. Democracy fun. Anyone who doesn't obey the Son will not see life, but the wrath of God remains on them. Right? Or is it totalitarianism? As techniques of government, the totalitarian device is very simple and ingeniously effective. My yoke is easy, my burden is light. They assure not only an absolute power monopoly, all authority on heaven and earth has been given unto me, all power of absolute rule. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one gets to the Father except through me. How's it more to claim a monopoly and access to heaven? Seditions. But unparalleled certainty, faith that all commands will always be carried out. You can tell this mountain to jump into the sea of the world. The multiplicity of the transmission belts, the confusion of the hierarchy, secure the dictators, complete dependence of all his inferiors, and make possible the swift and surprising changes in policy for which totalitarianism has become famous. Jesus was a true progressive. The body politic of the country is shocked proof because of its shapelessness. Not clear, just like Jesus' manner of communication. Jesus preaches not knowledge, but faith. His meaning remains veiled for the unbeliever. Those who see may become blind. To the believer it is revealed, the blind will now see, yet even then not clear statements, but parables and paradoxes. Question about the parables he replies, unto you it is given to know the mystery of the kingdom of God, but unto them that are without these things are done in parables. Jesus speaks in concrete terms, expresses intelligible ideas, utters definite commandments. Without this, effective communication will be impossible. But all his direct statements are vehicles of meaning which ultimately evade rational interpretation. Jesus shows a little concern for logical consistency. He says, for example, he that is not with me is against me, but for he that is not against us are apart. Or on the one hand, resist not evil, and on the other, I bring not peace but a sword. Where everything is a sign, there are no contradictions. His utterances do not represent a system of thought, but a message in signs. In his Antichrist, Nietzsche describes Jesus as a psychological type, hypersensitive, prone to suffering, and dreading it above all else. Thus, reality wasn't taught to him. He could accept it only as a parable, a sign. The world he lived in was not a real world, but a world of vague and tangible symbols. Hostility, opposition, the resistance to concrete things were untolerable to him. For Nietzsche, this explains why he did not contend with the world and resist not evil as a key to the gospel. This maxim of Jesus' personal incapacity for struggle is set up as an ethical principle. The only true reality is inner reality, which is called life, truth, light. The kingdom of God is a psychological state. It is not expressed, but is present everywhere and nowhere. It is a state of beatitude, which can be demonstrated by miracles and by Scripture, which offers no promise or reward, but is its own proof, its own miracle and reward. It spirits our inner lights, feelings of pleasure and self-satisfaction. The problem is, how shall I live in order to fill the diamond in heaven and all times of honor the child of God? For this is the beatitude, is the sole reality. Jesus is not a hero or a genius, but one the nature of an idiot. Nietzsche apparently used the word in much the same sense as Dostoevsky. Phoenicians Jesus of the Sermon on the Mount with his beatitudes is utterly incompatible with Jesus, the fanatical militant, the deadly enemy of the priests and theologians. Consequently, he ascribes everything in the Gospels that does not suit his picture of Jesus to the invention of the early militant congregation, which required a militant prototype. It is doubtful whether anyone be convinced by Nietzsche's interpretation. The whole Jesus can be found in Francis of Assisi. True, such features could be singled out the Gospel narrative, but they are not the only ones. In the Gospels, Jesus appears as an elemental power, but turns out unbendingly aggressive and infinitely gentle. He looked at them with anger, he assailed them, he rebuked him, he menaced them, finding their fruit on the fig tree, he withers it with his curse. No man should eat fruit of it forever thereafter. Those who do not do the will of the Father in heaven, Jesus will deny the last judgment. I never knew you. Depart from me. They're casting out of darkness. I should be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Whosoever shall deny me before men, him will also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Think not that I've come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I'm come to send a man of variance against his father and daughter against her mother. He reviles the cities that do not repent. Woe unto thee, Cheres, and woe unto thee, Bethsaida. I shall be more tolerable for time and sign at the day of judgment than for you. But Peter's offended to hear that the Son of Man will suffer much to be killed and rise again. Jesus rebukes him. Get thee behind me, Satan. Thou savest not the things that be of God, but those that be of men. Violently with a whip he drives the money changers from the temple. Jesus can simply not be interpreted as passive, mild, moved always and only by love, much less as a helpless neurasthenic. The strange reality of gentleness and uncompromising militancy is evident in the words of which Jesus demands faith. He can say, my yoke is easy, my burden is light, but he can also command men to follow him not once, without hesitation, without reservation. To the young man who wishes first to bury his father, he cries imperiously, follow me and let the dead bury their dead. He curses the unbelievers in the words of Isaiah. Ye shall hear and shall not understand, for this people's heart was wax gross. He gives thanks that God should have hidden truth from the wise and prudent and revealed to babes. The certainty of his faith in God made possible for Jesus and not to his soul, which in itself is incomprehensible. He lived in the world, partook of its simple existence, but moved by profound unworldly sources, he was unmoved by the world. In the world, he transcends the world. Even while his life was given to the world, he was somehow invisible and indemonstrably dawning at his very statements, independent of the world. This independence of immersion in the world is the source of Jesus' wonderful serenity. On the one hand, worldly things could no longer tempt him in the finite absolute. So worldly husk of knowledge could no longer beguile him into total knowledge, nor the rules and laws of incalculable dogma. All these temptations shattered against the freedom of his faith in God. On the other hand, his own being was open to the world. His eye was alive to all realities, and particularly to the souls of men, the depths of our hearts, which could conceal nothing from his insight. Once the idea of God, however, mysteriously penetrates his soul, there comes a fear of losing him, and an unremitting impulse to do whatever might prevent God from disappearing. Hence Jesus died them, blessed are the pure of heart, for they shall see God. But then something happened in Jesus, which in the Old Testament is present only in germ. And in the earnestness of the idea of God brought the most radical consequences. This God who for Jesus was not physically present, not in visions, not in voices, was able to put absolutely everything in the world in question. Everything in the world was drawn before his judgment seat. It's terrifying to see how this was done by Jesus and the certainty of his faith in God. Anyone who could read this in the Synoptic Gospels and it remain easy in his mind, content with his existence, his competence, routines, is blind. Jesus broke free from every practical order in the world. He saw that all orders and habits have become pharisaical. He points to the source in which they melt to nothingness. All earthly realities are part of his foundation, absolutely and definitively. All orders whatsoever the bonds of piety, of law, of reasonable custom collapse. Beside the commandment to follow God into the kingdom of heaven, all their tasks earning of bread, those before the law, the claims of justice, and property become meaningless. They die at the hands of the powers of this world and suffer persecution, abuse, degradation. That is what befits the believer. Never have words so revolutionary been spoken. If everything otherwise looked on as values represented as indifferent, unworthy of consideration. Hegel. Now back to the portable atheist. I cannot conceive of a personal God who would directly influence the actions of individuals or directly sit in judgment on creatures of his own creation. I cannot do this in spite of the fact that mechanism of causality has so certain a sentiment placed in doubt in modern science. He's speaking of quantum mechanics and the breaking down of determinism. My religiosity consists in humble admiration and influence of pure spirit that reveals itself in a little that we, with our weak and transitory understanding, can comprehend of reality. Morality is of the highest importance, but for us, not for God. Right to the Dhammapada. Evil and punishment. Wrong actions are essential to the concept of the papa sin or evil. In Buddhism, there is no one sitting in judgment to punish us for wrong actions, nor is there anyone to reward us for our good works. Instead, reward and punishment issue from the self-fulfilling law of karma, which permeates every aspect of the Buddhist teachings. Put simple, law of karma states that as we sow, so shall we reap. Everything we do, say, or even think has consequences, good or bad, and sooner or later those consequences must come back to us. Karma was already an ancient idea in India when the Buddha taught. It can safely be said that it is always so for granted. The law of cause and effect governs not only physical events, but every event in human experience. and that's on the Bible. If you ask me, what's my thoughts on the Bible? Absolute shit. But let's get into it. Let's not just call it shit. Let's show it's ass. The grade of mustard seed. And he said, whereunto shall we liken the kingdom of God? Or with what comparison shall we compare it? It is like a grain of mustard seed, which when it is sown in the earth is less than all the seeds that be in the earth. The least of these, brothers and sisters of mine. Last be first, the first be last. So many called, so few chosen. When it is sown, it groweth up and becometh greater than all herbs, and shooteth out great branches, that the fowls of the air may lodge in the shadow of it. And with many such parables spake he the word unto them, as they were able to hear it. But without a parable spake he not unto them. And when they were alone, he expounded all things to his disciples. Do not think I've come to abolish all the prophets. I've not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I say to you, until heaven and earth pass away, not know it, and not a dot will pass from all till it is accomplished. Therefore, whoever relaxes one of the least of these commandments and teaches those to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Whatever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Isaac prospers. Then Isaac sowed in that land and received in the same year 100-fold, and the Lord blessed him. And the man waxed great, went forward and grew until he became very great. He had possession of flocks and possession of herds and great store of servants, and the Philistines envied him. For all the wells which his father's servants had digged in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto Isaac, Go from us, for thou art much mightier than we. The death of Isaac. In the days of Isaac were 180 years, and Isaac gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days, and his son Esau and Jacob buried him. Isaac to be offered as a sacrifice. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham, and he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, that on my son Isaac and thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one mountains, which I will tell thee of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up and went into the place of which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar off, and Abraham said unto his young men, Abide here with the ass, and I and the lad would go yonder and worship and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son, and he took the fire in his hand and the knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, My father. And he said, Well, here am I, my son. And he said, Behold the fire and the wood, but where's the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. Substitute offering. And they came to the place which God had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. Whatever you bind on earth to be bound in heaven, whatever you loose on earth to be loose in heaven. And Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son. And Abraham strapped on the bomb chest and set the timer. Oh, sorry, that's just metaphor, right? And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here am I. Stop the timer. Take off the bomb chest. And he said, Lay not thine hand upon the lad. Neither do thou anything unto him, for now that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, that only son for me, seeing you were willing to blow yourself up for God. And Abraham lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering instead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah Jireh, as it is said to this day, In the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. Abraham blessed. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the 2nd time, and said, By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, it is not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, as the sand which is upon the seashore. And thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. Okay, now for the Biblical Archaeology Society. Christians have from earliest times understood Isaac as a prefiguration of Christ, the beloved son offered as an expiatory sacrifice for the people's sin. The textual parallels between Jesus and Isaac are striking. Isaac, like Jesus, was miraculously conceived. Sarah, Isaac's mother, was 90 years old when she bore Isaac and had been barren all her life. Abraham was 100, Genesis 17:17. Isaac was his father's beloved son. Isaac carried the wood for his own sacrifice, Genesis 22:6, just as Christ carried his own cross. The journey to Moriah took 3 days, parallel to 3 days Jesus spent in the tomb before his resurrection. And of course, Jesus did Isaac one better. Isaac was not sacrificed, Jesus was. Although these parallels are not explicitly drawn in the New Testament, later Christian exegetes made them quite specifically. Paul may even have intended this on it to make the connection when he described God as he who did not withhold his own son, but gave him up for all of us. Romans 8:32. All right, Christopher Hitchens. Blood sacrifice. Before monotheism arose, altars of primitive society reeked of blood, much of it human and some of it infant. The thirst for this, at least in animal form, is still with us. Pious Jews are at this moment trying to breed the spotlessly pure red heifer mentioned in the book of Numbers, chapter 19, which are slaughtered again according to the exact and meticulous ritual bringing about the return of animal sacrifices in the third temple and hastening the time of the coming of Messiah. This may appear merely absurd, but a team of like-minded Christian maniac farmers are attempting as a right to help their co-fundamentalists by employing special breeding techniques borrowed or stolen from modern science to produce a perfect red Angus beast in Nebraska. Meanwhile, in Israel, the Jewish biblical fanatics are also trying to raise a human child in a pure bubble free from contamination who will, at the attainment of the right age, be privileged to cut that heifer's throat. Ideally, this should be done on the Temple Mount, awkwardly the site of the Muslim holy places, but nonetheless a very spot where Abraham is alleged to have drawn the knife over the live body of his own child. Other sacramental guttings and throat cuttings, particularly of lambs, occur every year in the Christian and Muslim world. Let us celebrate Easter of this face of Eid. The latter, which honors Abraham's willingness to make a human sacrifice of his son, is common to all three monotheisms, as descends from their primitive ancestors. There's no softening the plain meaning of this frightful story. The prelude involves a series of vanities and delusions, from subduction of Lot with his daughters to the marriage of Abraham to his stepsister, the birth of Isaac to Sarah when Abraham was 100 years old, and many other credible and incredible rustic crimes and misdemeanors, perhaps afflicted by poor conscience, but at any rate believing himself commanded by God. Abraham agreed to murder his son. He prepared the kindling, laid the tied-up boy upon it, thus showing that he knew the procedure, and took up the knife in order to kill the child like an animal. At the last available moment, his hand was stayed not by God as it happens, but by an angel, and he was praised from the clouds for showing his sturdy willingness to run an innocent expiation of his own crimes. As a reward for his fealty, he was promised a large and long posterity. Not long after this, the Genesis narrative is not very well illustrated. At the point of time, his wife Sarah expired at the age of 127. Her dutiful husband found her a place of burial in a cave in the town of Hebron, having outlived her by attaining the final old age of 175, and having fathered 6 more children meanwhile. Abraham was eventually buried in the same cave. To this day, religious people kill each other and kill each other's children for the right to exclusive property in this unidentifiable, unlocatable hole in the hill. There was a terrible massacre of Jewish residents of Hebron during the Arab Revolt of 1929, when 67 Jews were slaughtered. Many of these were Lubavitchers, who regard all non-Jews as racially inferior and moved to Hebron because they believed the Genesis myth. But this does not excuse the pogrom. Meaning outside of the border of Israel until 1967, the town was captured that year with much fanfare by Israeli forces and became part of the occupied West Bank. Jewish settlers began to return under the leadership of a particularly violent and obnoxious rabbi named Moshe Livinger, and built an armed settlement named Kiryat Arba above the town, as well as some smaller settlements within it. Muslims among the mainly Arab inhabitants continued to claim that the praiseworthy Abraham indeed had been willing to murder his son, but only for their religion, not for the Jews. This is what submission means. When I visited the place, I found out the supposed cave of the patriarchs or cave of Machpelah had separate indices and separate places of worship for the two warring claimants of the right to celebrate this atrocity in their own names. A short while before I arrived, another atrocity had occurred. An Israeli zealot named Dr. Goldstein had come to the cave and unslinging an automatic weapon that he was allowed to carry discharged it to the Muslim congregation. He killed 27 worshippers and injured countless others before being overwhelmed and beaten to death. It turned out that many people already knew that Dr. Goldstein was dangerous. While serving as a physician in the Israeli army, he announced that he would not treat non-Jewish patients, such as Israeli Arabs, especially on the Sabbath. As it happens, he was obeying rabbinic law and declining to do this, as many Israeli religious courts have confirmed. So an easy way to spot an inhumane killer was to notice that he was guided by sincere and literal observance of the divine instruction. Shrines in his name have been set up by the more doggedly observant Jews ever since, and of those rabbis who condemned his action, not all did so in unequivocal terms. The curse of Abraham continues to poison Hebron, but the religious warrant for blood sacrifice poisons our entire civilization. Atonement. Previous sacrifices of humans, such as the Aztec and other ceremonies which were common in the ancient world, took the form of propitiatory murder. An offering of a virgin or infant or a prisoner was assumed to appease the gods. Once again, not a very good advertisement for more properties of religion. Martyrdom, or deliberate sacrifice of oneself, can be viewed in a slightly different light, though, when practiced by the Hindus in the form of sati, or the strongly suggested suicide of widows. It was put down by the British in India for imperialism for Christian reasons. Those martyrs who wish to kill others as well as themselves in an act of religious exaltation are viewed more differently still. Islam is ostensibly opposed to suicide per se, but cannot seem to decide whether to condemn or recommend the action of such a bullshit head. However, the idea of a vicarious atonement of the sort that so much trouble even C.S. Lewis is a further refinement of the ancient superstition. Once again, we have a father demonstrating love by subjecting a son to death by torture. But this time, the father is not trying to impress God. He is God, and he is trying to impress humans. Ask yourself the question: I'm always a thought. I'm told of a human sacrifice that took place 2,000 years ago without my wishing it, in circumstances so ghastly that I had been present in position of any influence, I would have been duty bound to try and stop it. In consequence of this murder, my own manifold sins have forgiven me, and I may hope to enjoy everlasting life. Let us just now overlook all the contradictions between the tellers of the original story and assume that it is basically true. What are the further implications? They're not as reassuring as they look at first sight. Before starting with the gated benefit of this wondrous offer, I have to accept that I'm responsible for the flogging and mocking and crucifixion, which I had no say, no part, and agree that every time I decline this responsibility that a sin-worn deed, I'm intensifying the agony of it. Furthermore, I'm required to believe that the agony was necessary in order to compensate for an earlier crime which I also had no part, the sin of Adam. It is used to object that Adam's sins have been created with insatiable discontent and curiosity, then forbidden to slake it. All this was settled long before even Jesus himself was born. Thus, my own guilt in the matter is deemed original and inescapable. However, I'm still granted free will with which to reject the offer of vicarious redemption. Should I exercise this choice, however, I face an eternity of torture much more awful than anything endured at Calvary, or anything threatened to those the first 10 commandments. It tells me no easier but to follow by the necessary realization that Jesus both wished and needed to die and came to Jerusalem and passed over in order to do so, and all took part in his were unknowingly doing God's will and fulfilling ancient prophecies. Absent the Gnostic version, this makes it hopelessly odd that Judas, who allegedly performed the strangely redundant act of identifying a very well-known preacher, those who had been hunting for him, should suffer such a proper end. Without him, there would have been no Good Friday, as Christians know they call it, even though they're not in a vengeful mood. There's a charge found in only one of the 4 Gospels that the Jews who condemned Jesus asked for his blood to be on their heads for future generations. This is not a problem that concerns over the Jews, as Catholics are worried by the history of Christian anti-Semitism. Suppose that the Jewish Sanhedrin had in fact made such a call as maybe not thought they had and should have. How could that call possibly be binding upon successor generations? Remember that the Vatican did not assert that it was some Jews who had killed Christ. It asserted that it was the Jews who had ruled his death, and the Jewish people as a whole were the bearers of a collective responsibility. It seems bizarre that the Church could not bring itself to drop the charge of generalized Jewish deicide until very recently. But to Keter's reluctance is easy to find if you once admit the descendants of Jews are not implicated. It becomes very hard to argue that anyone else there present, not there present, was implicated either. One rent the fabric, as usual, threatens to tear the whole thing apart, or to make it into something simply man-made and woven, like the discredited shall turn. Once again, do not love the world, do not love Wikipedia, do not love Michael Knowles, do not love Dr. John Campbell, and do not love CBN News. And do not love scientists who get conned by a big-ass shroud, but you still love them. The collectivization of guilt, in short, is moral itself, as religion has been occasionally compelled to admit. Eternal punishment and impossible tasks. The gospel story the God of Gethsemane used to absorb me very much as a child because its break in the action's human whimper made me wonder if some of the fantastic scenario might after all be true. Jesus has an effect to have to go through with this. It is an impressive and unforgettable question, and I long ago decided that a cheerful age of my own soul in the belief that the only right answer to it is no. We cannot, like fear and repentance, ever take what they have to load all our crimes into a goat and then drive the hapless animal to the desert. It simply cannot be done, as any intelligent creator will understand from studying his own design. Our everyday idiom is quite someone going to scapegoating with contempt. A religion is scapegoating writ large. I compare your debt, my love, if you've been imprudent. If I were here, let's send a cart and I tell 2 cities, I could even serve your term in prison or take your place on the scaffold, where the love hath no man. But I cannot absolve you of responsibilities. It would be a moral middle offer, and a moral of you to accept. And if the same offer is made from another time and another world through the mediation of middlemen accompanied by inducements, a little assault's granted becomes the basis of wish thinking, or worse, a combination of blackmailing with bribery. The ultimate degeneration of all this into mere bargain was made unpleasantly obvious by Blaise Pascal, whose theology is not far short of sordid. His celebrated wager pushed in Huxley's form. What have you got to lose? If you believe in God, there is a God. You win. If you believe in him and you're wrong, so what? A once-word response to this cunning piece of bet covering, which took 2 forms. The first was a version of Bertrand and Russell's hypothetical reply to that hypothetical question. What would you say if you died and confronted with your maker? His response was just say, oh God, you not give us enough evidence. One reply imponderable, sir, presumed from some, if not all of your many reputations, that you might prefer honest and convinced unbelief to the hypocritical and self-interested affection of faith. Smoke attributes to bloody altars, but I would not count on it. Alright, so that's the end of that one. Okay, so we'll have that. Card aspects again. Talk about that. Story about the guest name. account of Jesus' life set forth in the Gospels contains episodes and words which historical criticism has correctly explained as transferences from the Old Testament. But in regard to a good many particulars, critical method cannot provide any certainty. As considered, for example, that the story of the agony in the garden cannot have been an eyewitness account. For how could anyone have observed his vacillation and struggle with his own weakness, but rather a fiction calculated to confirm the fulfillment of God's will as revealed in the Old Testament? And Jesus' last words, my God, why hast thou forsaken me, are interpreted according to the same method. After his death, as explained to Christians strong in the Old Testament, came to believe that Jesus had despaired and cried out in lamentation, but had found consolation in prayer. Thus the last words are not the cry of a despairing man, but the beginning of the 22nd Psalm. And a man who prays in these words is not a rebel against God, but one who lives and dies at peace with God, Martin Billis. It would take very compelling reasons to make us abandon the belief that there is a reality at the base of these moving episodes. Jesus, a man, reveals himself in the purity of his soul in a struggle with unexpected realities. The struggle culminates in a finished self-awareness of dogma. In the face of unexpected terrors, in the face of his mounting disappointment, all that was left him was his prayer, thy will be done. Back to J. Mister. Religion is not necessary to morality and virtue. We're constantly told, and a good many sensible persons come to believe that religion is necessary to restrain men, that without it there would be no check upon the people, that morality and virtue are intimately connected with it. The fear of the Lord is, we are told, the beginning of wisdom. The terrors of another life are solitary terrors, and calculated to subdue men's passions. They disabuse us in regard to the utility of religious notions. It is sufficient to open the eyes and consider what are the morals of most religious people. We see haughty tyrants, oppressive ministers, perfidious courtiers, countless extortioners, unscrupulous magistrates, impostors, adulterers, libertines, prostitutes, thieves, and rogues of all kinds, who have never doubted the existence of a vindictive God, or the punishments of hell and the joys of paradise. Although very useless from the majority of men, the ministers of religion try to make death appear terrible to the eyes of their very terrors. If the most devoted Christians could be consistent, they would pass their whole lives in tears and finally die in most terrible alarms. But the children of the kingdom shall be cast out in outer darkness. There should be weeping and gnashing teeth. What is more frightful than death, those unfortunate ones who are constantly reminded as a fearful thing to fall into the hands of a living God. Father, into your hands I commit my spirit, that they should seek salvation with fear and trembling. However, we are assured that the Christian's death has great consolations which the unbelievers deprive. Fear not, little flock. The good Christian, we're told, dies with a firm hope of enjoying eternal happiness, resurrection, which he has tried to deserve. But this firm assurance is not a punishable presumption in the eyes as a fear of God. The greatest saints are they not to be in doubt whether they are worthy of the love or the hatred of God. Priests who console us with the hope and joys of paradise and close their eyes to the torments of hell. Those who see may become blind, the blind will now see. Have you then had the advantage of seeing your names and ours inscribed in the book of life? Religion is the weakest restraint that can be opposed to the passions. To oppose the passions to present interest in men, the obscure notions about a metaphysical God whom no one can conceive of, the incredible punishments of another life, the pleasures of heaven of which we cannot form an idea. Is it not combating realities which are mirrors? Men have always but confused ideas of that God, the same only in the cause, and everything of him when they wish to do wrong. Whatever ambition, fortune, or pleasure entices them, release them away. God and his menaces and his promises weigh nothing in the balance. The things of this life have for men the greatest certainty which the most lively faith can never give to the objects of another life. Every religion in its origin was restraint given by legislators who wish to subjugate the minds of the common people. Like nurses who frighten children or to put them to sleep, ambitious men use the name of the gods to inspire fear in savages. Terror seems well suited to compel them to submit quietly to the yoke which is to be imposed upon them. Are the good stories of childhood fit for mature age? Man in his maturity no longer believes in them, or if he does, he's troubled but little by it. He keeps on his road. I'm going to tie this in zone host. Dust tracks on the road, keeps on his road, right? Well, that was left in was this prayer. Nah, we don't need that prayer. It seems to me to be true that heavens are placed in the sky because it is the unreachable. The unreachable and therefore the unknowable always seems divine, hence religion. People need religion because a great mass is for life and its consequences. Its responsibilities weigh heavy. Feeling of weakness in the face of great forces, men seek an alliance with omnipotence and pulse up their feeling of weakness. Even though the omnipotence they rely upon as a creature of their own minds. It gives them a feeling of security. Strong, self-determining men are notorious for the lack of reverence. Constantine, having converted millions of Christianity about himself and refused the consolation of Christ until his last hour, some say not even then. As for me, I do not pretend to read God's mind. If he has a plan of the universe worked out to the smallest detail, it would be folly for me to presume to get down on my knees and attempt to revise it. That to me seems the highest form of sacrilege. So I do not pray, except the means at my disposal for working out my destiny. It seems to me that I've been given a mind and willpower for that very purpose. I then expect God to single me out and grant me advantages over my fellow men. Prayers for those who need it. Prayer seems to me a cry of weakness, an attempt to avoid by trigger the rules of the game is laid down. I don't choose to admit weakness. I accept the challenge of responsibility. Life as it is not frighten me, since I made my peace with the universe as I find it, and bow to its laws. Ever sleepless, seen his bed crying out, how long the time? Million formed the never motionless flame. The contemplation of these two aspects alone affords me sufficient food for 10 spans of my expected lifetime. It seems to me that organized creature collections of ruins around a wish. I feel no need for such. However, I would not by word or deed attempt to deprive them of the consolation it affords. It is simply not for me. Somebody else may have my rapturous glance at the archangels. The spring of the yellow line of morning out of the misty dawn is going enough for me. And yet nothing is destructible, things merely change forms. When the consciousness we know as life ceases, and I shall still be a part and parcel of the world. I was a part before the sun ruled in the shape and burst forth in the glow of change. I was when the earth was hurled out from its fiery rim. I shall return with the earth, the Father's Son, still exists in substance. When the sun has lost its fire and disintegrated in infinity, perhaps become a part of the rolling rubble in space. Why fear? The stuff of my being is matter, ever changing, ever moving, but never lost. So what any denominations and creations without myself the comfort of all my fellow men? The wild bell of the universe has no need for fingering, so I'm one with the infinite and need no other assurance. Equation. However, in Buddhism, there is no God. The universe had no beginning or end. There's only timeless nirvana. Atheism explained it, or is he still coming back in? Buddhism. None of the sects of Buddhism accepts the existence of an all-powerful creator God. Most Buddhists believe in the existence of devas, beings with powers far more exalted than anything human, and having little to do with humans. So when Buddha talks about going to realm of the gods, that's what he's talking about. Like humans, devas may misbehave and reincarnate those lower life forms. Buddhists have traditionally held the universe has existed and will exist forever. Buddha expresses enlightenment not as a meeting with God and immersion in bliss, but as a assembling of the conditioned personality, in the exhalation that comes with perfect freedom. From the start, the Christian faith is a sacrifice of all freedom, all pride, all self-confidence, at the spirit at the same time enslavement, self-mockery, self-mutilation. There's cruelty and religious venerationism in this faith, which is expected of an overripe, multiple, much-spoke conscience. It presupposes that the subjection of the spirit hurts indescribably, that the whole past and the happiness that the spirit resists adds sadism, height of absurdity which faith represents to it. Distinctive nature of reality. Consequence of extreme capacity for suffering and irritation which no longer wants to be touched at all because it feels every contact too deeply. Instinctive exclusion of all aversion, all enmity, all feeling for limitation, distancing. Consequence of extreme capacity for suffering and irritation which already feels all resisting, all need for resistance is an unbearable displeasure. That is to say, is harmful, is deprecated by the instinct, the self-preservation, those blushing his pleasure, only no longer resisting anyone or anything. Neither the evil nor the evildoer. Love is the soul, is the last possibility of life. These are the two physiological realities upon which the doctrine of redemption is grown. I call this a blind further evolution of hedonism on a thoroughly morbid basis. Closest related to it, even if with a considerable addition of Greek vitality and nervous energies, Epicureanism, the redemption doctrine of the pagan world. Epicurus, a typical decadent, first recognized as such by me. The fear of pain, even infinitely small pain, cannot end otherwise than a religion of love. With my condemnation of Christianity, I should not like to have wronged a kindred religion, which even preponderance in the number of its believers, Buddhism. They belong together as nihilistic religions. They're decadence religions, but they're distinguished from one another in the most remarkable way. The critic of Christianity is profoundly grateful to Indian scholars that one is able to compare these two religions. Buddhism is 100 times more realistic than Christianity. It has the heritage of a cool and objective posing of problems in its composition. To rise after philosophical movement lasting hundreds of years, the concept of God is already abolished by the time of the rise. Buddhism is 100 times colder, more voracious, more objective. It no longer needs to make its suffering capacity for pain decent to itself by interpreting it as sin. It merely says what it feels I suffer. To the barbarian, on the contrary, suffering in itself is not decent. He first requires it to be interpreted fully, meant to himself that he suffers. This is to rest him rather to deny his suffering to a sign of therein. So the word devil was a blessing. One had an overwhelming and fearful enemy. One had not need to be ashamed of suffering at the hands of such an enemy. Buddhism is only really positivistic religion. History has to show us, even as epistemology or strict phenomenalism. It no longer speaks to the struggle against sin, but quite according with actually rather the struggle against suffering. It already has, and this distinguishes it profoundly from Christianity. There's self-deception, moral concepts behind it. It says in my language beyond good and evil. The two physiological facts upon which it rests and on which it fixes its eyes are first an excessive excitability, sensibility, which expresses itself as a refined capacity for pain. Then it ever intellectuality, a too great preoccupation with concepts and logical procedures of the personal instinct has the same harm to the advantage of the impersonal. Both of them conditions which at any rate some of my readers, the objective ones, would know from experience as I do. On the basis of these physiological conditions, a state of depression has arisen. Against this depression, Buddha takes hygienic measures. He opposes up life in open air, the wandering life with moderation and fascination as regards food, with caution towards all their emotions which reduce gout, which eat the blood, no anxiety either for oneself or for others. He demands ideas which produce repulsive cheerfulness. He devises means for disaccustoming oneself to others. He understands benevolence being high to self-promoting. Prayer is excluded, as is asceticism, no categorical imperative, no compulsion at all, not even within the monastic community, one can leave it. All these would have the effect of increasing the excessive excitability. For this reason, too, demands to struggle against those who think differently. His teaching resists nothing more than it resists the feeling of revengefulness, of antipathy, of resentment. Enmity is not ended by enmity, the moving refrain of the whole of Buddhism. And quite rightly, it is precisely these emotions which should be thoroughly unhealthy with regard to the main didactic objective. The spiritual awareness he discovered, which expresses itself as an excessive objectivity, that is to say, weakening of individual interest, loss of center of gravity of egoism. He combated by directing even a spiritual interest back to the individual person. In the teaching of Buddha, egoism becomes a duty, one thing needful. How can he get rid of suffering, regulates and circumcises the entire spiritual diet. More perhaps call to mind that Athenian, who likewise made war in pure scientificality, Socrates elevated personal egoism to morality, even in animated problems. Just for comparing, all right, I'll go back to that. Let's compare Jesus and Buddha. Jesus' message is part of a history wrought by God. Those who give Jesus are caught up in a passion that has its source in a moment of the most critical decision. Buddha proclaims his doctrine in endless wanderings and aristocratic serenity, while insistence a different to a world that is forever the same. Jesus builds on the Old Testament, Buddha on Hindu philosophy. Jesus demands faith, Buddha demands insight. Let's compare Jesus with Socrates. Jesus teaches by proclaiming the glad tidings, Socrates by compelling in the thing. Jesus demands faith, Socrates exchange of thought. Jesus speaks through direct earnestness, Socrates indirectly even by irony. Jesus knows of the kingdom of heaven and eternal life, Socrates says no definite knowledge of these matters and leaves the question open, but neither will let men rest. Jesus proclaims the only way, Socrates leaves man free, but keeps reminding him of his responsibility to return for him. Both raise supreme claims. Jesus confers salvation, Socrates provokes him to look for it. Colonel Armstrong. The Gospels present Jesus as a distinct personality with idiosyncrasy, special terms of phrase, moments of profound emotion, struggle, irascibility, and terror have been preserved. It is not true that Buddha is presented as a type rather than as an individual. In his discourses, we find no less than quips, thrusts, and witticisms as a delight in the speech of Jesus or Socrates. He speaks as the Indian philosophical tradition man, solemnly, formally, and impersonally. After this enlightenment, we get no sense of his likes and dislikes, his hopes and fears, moments of desperation, elation, or intense striving. What remains is an impression of a transhuman serenity, self-control, and nobility that has gone beyond the superficiality of personal preference and a profound equanimity. The Buddha is often compared the non-human beings to animals, trees, or plants, not because he is subhuman or inhumane, but because he has utterly transcended the selfishness that most of us regard as inseparable from our condition. The Buddha was trying to find a new way of being human. In the West, we prize individualism and self-expression, but this can easily degenerate into mere self-promotion. What we find in Gautama is a complete and breathtaking self-abandonment. He would not have been surprised to learn that the scriptures not present him as a fully rounded personality, but would have said that our concept of personality was a dangerous delusion. He would have said that there was nothing unique about his life. There had been other Buddhas before him, each of whom delivered the same Dhamma and had exactly the same experiences. Buddhist tradition claims that there have been 25 such enlightened human beings, and then after the person of soul with knowledge is essential truth, this fate, a new Buddha called Medya will come to the earth and go through the same life cycle. So strong is the archetypal perception of the Buddha that perhaps the most famous story about him in the Katha is going forth from his father's house. It's said in the Pali Canon that happened to one of Gautama's predecessors, Buddha Vipassana. The scriptures were not interested in tracing Gautama's unique personal achievements, but in setting forth the path that all Buddhas, all human beings must take when they seek enlightenment. The Buddha was therefore teaching monks and layfolk alike a compassionate offensive to mitigate the egotism that rebelled the aggressiveness of society that debarred human beings from the sacred dimension of life. The skillful state he was trying to promote is well expressed in this poem in a Pali Canon. That all beings be happy, weak or strong, of high, middle, or low estate, small or great, visible or invisible, near or far away, alive or still to be born, may they all be entirely happy. Let nobody lie to anybody, despising a single being anywhere. May nobody wish harm to any single creature out of anger or hatred. Let us cherish all creatures as a mother or only child. May our loving thoughts fill the whole world, above, below, across, without limit, a boundless goodwill to the whole world, and restrict or free of hatred and enmity. A lay person who achieved this attitude would have advanced a long way on the spiritual path. Now back to John Cornfield, teaches Buddha. You're not spiritual path, finding the way, followers of the way, the one right here before your eyes. And listen to the Dharma is the person who enters fire without being burned, goes in the water without being drowned, and plays about in the three deepest hells as if in a fairground. The person enters a world of hungry spirits and dumb animals without being molested by them. Why is this so? Because there's nothing that person dislikes. If you love the sacred just like the worldly, you will go on floating and sinking in the ocean of birth and death. The passions arise depending on the heart. If the heart is stilled, when do you cease the passions? Do not tear yourselves by making up discriminations. And quite naturally, of itself, you will find the way. Bhagavad Gita. 3 are the gates to this hell, the death of the soul, the gate of lust, the gate of wrath, and the gate of greed. Let a man shun the 3. When a man is free from these 3 doors of darkness, he does what is good for his soul, and then he enters the path supreme. Upanishads. The student, teach me more of the spiritual wisdom. The teacher, I shall share with you fully what I know. Meditation, control the senses and passions, and selfless service of all the body, the scriptures are the limbs, and truth is the heart of this wisdom. Those who realize Brahman shall conquer all evil and attain the supreme state. Surely they shall attain the supreme state. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. The world, don't follow wrong laws, don't be thoughtless, don't believe false doctrines, don't follow the way of the world. Wake up, don't be lazy, follow the right path, avoid the wrong, you will be happy here as well as hereafter. Look on the world as a bubble, look on it as a mirage, and the king of death cannot even see you. Come look at this world, is it not like a painted world chariot? The wise see through it, but not the immature. When those who are foolish become wise, they give light to the world like the full moon breaking through the clouds. When their good deeds overcome the bad, they give light to the world like the moon breaking free from behind the clouds. In this dark world, few can see, like birds that free themselves from the net. Only a few find their way to heaven. Swans fly on the path of the sun. By the wonderful power, the wise rise above the world after conquering minus train. It would be more rational to worship the sun than a spiritual God, but Messler. Since it was necessary for men to have a God, why did they not have the sun, the visible God adored by so many nations? What being had more right to the homage of mortals than to start the day, which gives light, heat, which invigorates all beings, whose presence reanimates and rejuvenates nature, whose absence is the plunger in the sadness and languor? As some being bestowed upon men power, activity, benevolent strength, there was none of the sun, which should be recognized as the father of nature, as the soul of the world, as divinity. At least one could not, without folly, dispute his existence, or refuse to recognize his influence and his benefits. He who transgresses the essential law of life, who speaks falsely or scoffs at the life to come, is capable of any evil. Mice do not go to the world of the gods, do not want to give. The wise and generous go to a happy world, better than ruling this world, better than attaining in the realm of the gods, better than being lord of all the worlds, is one step taken on the path to nirvana. Alright, folks, let's go to the world of the gods, right? Of Zeus, the author and creator of all these things, you will not tell, for where there is fear, there is also reverence. Now, I disagree with this poet, shall I tell you in what respect? By all means, I should not say that where there is fear, there is also reverence, for I'm sure that many persons fear poverty and disease and all like evils, but I do not perceive that they reverence the objects of their fear. Very true. But where reverence is, there is fear, for he who has a feeling of reverence and shame about the commission of any action fears and is afraid of an ill reputation. No doubt. Then we are wrong in saying that where there's fear, there's also reverence, and we should say where there's reverence, there's also fear. But there's not always reverence where there is fear, for fear is a more extended notion, and reverence is a part of fear, just as the odd is a part of number, and number is a more extended notion than the odd. I suppose you can follow me now quite well. How about the rest of it again? Honor is more solitary and a stronger check than religion. There is scarcely a man who does not fear more what he sees than what he does not see. The judgments of men, of which he experiences the effects, than the judgments of God, of whom he has but floating ideas. The desire to please the world, the current of custom, the fear of being ridiculed, and of what will they say, have more power than all religious opinions. Or with the fear of dishonor, does he not hazard his life in battles every day, even at the risk of incurring eternal damnation? The most religious persons sometimes show more respect for a servant than for God. A man that firmly believes that God sees everything, knows everything, is everywhere, will, when he is alone, commit actions which he never would do in the presence of the meanest of mortals. Those even who claim to be the most firmly convinced of the existence of God act every instant as if they did not believe anything about it. Back to the King James Version Bible. Servants and masters, servants, be obedient to them that are your masters according to the flesh, with fear and trembling and singleness of your heart, as unto Christ. We are Christ's body, not with thy service as men please, but as the service of Christ, and the will of God from the heart, with goodwill doing service as the Lord and not to men, knowing that whatsoever good thing any man doeth, the same shall he receive of the Lord, whether he be bond or free. And you masters do the same things unto them, forbearing threatening, knowing that your master also is in heaven, and neither is there respect of persons with him. There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither slave nor free. There's no male or female, for you're all one in Christ Jesus. As Elsa Connor would say, this seems to me to be a reaffirmation of the earthly practice of slavery. if the New Testament is supposed to vindicate Moses, why is slavery to be undermined? Where is there? Does that make sense? Why is slavery to be undermined? And notice how the same boat that people go to speak against homosexuality, Leviticus. Get ready for a rude awakening. And the Lord spake unto Moses at Mount Sinai, saying, Heathen may be bondservants, but thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. More of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of the families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be a possession. You shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you to inherit them for possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule one over another with rigor. It would be easy to prove that slavery is as lawful under the Christian dispensation as it was to the heathens. There's not a single text of Scripture which prohibits it. Oh yeah, where were we? Back to Ephesians. The whole armor of God. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the walls of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take on you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness, and your feet sharp with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith, wherewith you shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked. And take the helmet of salvation, the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, praying always with all prayer and supplication, and the Spirit watching thereunto with all perseverance and supplication for all saints. And for me that utterance may be given unto me, that I may open my mouth boldly to make known the mystery of the gospel, for which I am an ambassador in bonds, that therein I may speak boldly as I ought to speak. Now let's go into Revelation. Repent, or else I will come to thee quickly, and will fight against them with the sword in my mouth. Let's get this contradiction just right. The hope of righteousness, stand fast therefore in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free, meaning unto only again with the yoke of bondage. Behold, I say unto you that if ye be circumcised, Christ shall profit you nothing. For I testify again to every man that is circumcised, that is he doth the whole law. Christ has become of no effect unto you, whosoever of you justified by the law, you are fallen from grace. We through the Spirit wait for the hope of righteousness by faith. For in Jesus Christ neither circumcision that faileth anything, nor uncircumcision, but faith which worketh by love. And if the Bible speaks against slavery, but gives it the thumbs up, just like circumcision speaks against circumcision but gives it the thumbs up, what does that say about slavery? Once again, slavery is mandated by the Bible. There's not a single text of Scripture which prohibits it. For in Jesus Christ neither slavery availeth anything, nor freedom, but faith which worketh by love. Right? For Jesus Christ neither circumcision availeth anything, nor uncircumcision, but faith which worketh by love. You did run well. Who did hinder you? You should not obey the truth. This persuasion cometh not of him that calleth you. Little leaven leaveth the whole lump. I have confidence to do through the Lord, that you will be none otherwise minded, but he that troubleth you shall bear his judgment, whichever he be. And I, brethren, if I yet preach circumcision, why do I yet suffer persecution? Then is the offense of the cross cease. If I were, they would have been cut off, which trouble you. For brethren, you have been called on liberty. Only use not liberty for occasion to the flesh only, but by love serve one another. For all the laws are fulfilled in one word, even in this: thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. But if you bite and devour one another, take heed that you be not consumed one of another. We're going to counter that with rearranged. The order to love thy neighbor is mild and yet stern, a reminder of one's due to others. The order to love thy neighbor as thyself is too extreme and too strenuous to be obeyed, as is the hard interpreted instruction to love others as I loved you. Criticism of decadence, morality, and altruistic morality, and immorality under which egoism languishes under all circumstances is a bad sign. This applies to individuals, it applies especially to peoples. The best are lacking when egoism begins to be lacking. The truth is what is harmful to oneself to be attracted by disinterested motives almost constitutes a formula for decadence. That they seek one's own advantage as merely more figure for quite different than a physiological fact. I no longer know how to find my advantage. This gregation, the instincts, when it's finished, when it becomes altruistic. Instead of saying simply, I'm no longer worth anything, the more lie in the mouth that the decadent says nothing is worth anything. Life is not worth anything. The beast, the tree, such a judgment represents, after all, grave dangers. Contagious under the moral society soon grows up luxury, not a form of religion, Christianity, now that of philosophy, sharp and ours. In some circumstances, the vapors of such a poison tree jungle sprung up out of future vegetable in life for years ahead, for thousands of years ahead. God is not great. Our religion poisons everything. Humans are not so constituent without scare of others as much as themselves. The thing simply can't be done as any intelligent critter will understand from something his own design. Urging humans to be superhumans on pain of death and torture is the urging of terrible self-abasement and the repeated and inevitable failure to keep the rules. What a grin, meanwhile, on the face of those who accept the cash natures of vain love. The so-called golden rule, sometimes needlessly identified with a footnote about the Bible named Rabbi Hillel, and she simply enjoins us to treat others as one of which we treated by them. The supernatural precept, which one can teach any child with an innate sense of fairness, which predates all Jesus' beatitudes and parables, as well within the copys of any atheist, does not require masks as a Saracen and a servant is breached. It is gradual to learn as part of the painfully slow evolution of the species, and once grass is never forgotten. Ordinary conscience will do without any heavenly wrath behind it. Ordinary punishment will do without any anger behind it. As to the basis rules, one need only consult the argument from design. People wish to enrich and better themselves, whether they may well lend or even give money to a friend or relative in need and ask for nothing but its eventual return or its grateful acknowledgement. They will not advance money to perfect strangers without expecting interest. One nice chance compared to their neighbor is to the spirit of economic development. No student of the subject from David Ricardo the Karl Marx Smith has been unaware of this fact. It is not from the benevolence of the baker, observed Smith in a Scrooge Scott's manner, that we expect to the bread, but from his self-interest in baking and selling it. In any case, one may choose to be altruistic, whatever that may mean. But by definition, one may not be compelled to altruism. Perhaps we'd be better mammals if we were not made this way. But surely nothing could be sillier than having a maker that obeyed the very same instinct and still free will, how it calls this. You don't know how to obey the laws against murder, theft, honor. Well, one would be genetically programmed for a certain amount of aggression, hatred, and greed, and yet also involved in nothing more following every prompting. If we gave into every base instinct every time, civilization would have been impossible, and there would have been no writing in which to continue this argument. However, there could be no question that a human being, whether standing up or lying down, finds her hand resting just next to genitalia, useful no doubt warding off probable aggressors once our ancestors decided to take the risk of going erect and exposing the viscera. This is both a privilege and a provocation to deny to most quadrupeds. Some of whom can compensate by getting their mouths at the same point that we can reach with our fingers and palms. Now, who devised the rule that this easy a position between a man and a gentleman will be forbidden even as a thought? To put it more plainly, who ordered that you must touch for other reasons having nothing to do with sex and reproduction, but you also must not? There does not seem to be any true scriptural authority here, yet almost all religions have made the prohibition their absolute one. Art of Happiness, we're going to try to count our Hitchens with Dalai Lama. Question of human nature. And over the past few decades, the Dalai Lama's view of the underlying compassionate nature of human beings seems to be slowly gaining ground in the West, although there's been a struggle. The notion that human behavior is essentially egoistic, the fundamental we're all out for ourselves, is deeply ingrained into Western thought. The idea that not only are we inherently selfish, but also the aggression and hostility are part of basic human nature has dominated our culture for centuries. Of course, historically, there were plenty of people with the opposite view. For instance, in the mid-1700s, David Hume, keep in mind that dude was racist. That come later was that inherent. Wrote a lot about the natural evidence of human beings. And a century later, even Charles Darwin, another racist, yikes, and self-attributed an instinct with sympathy to our species. For some reason, the more pessimistic view of humanity has taken root in our culture, at least since the 17th century, under the influence of philosophers like Hobbes, who had a pretty dark view of the human species. He saw the human race as being violent, competitive, in continual conflict, and concerned only with self-interest. Hobbes, who was famous for discounting any notion of basic human kindness, was once caught giving money to a beggar in the street. When questioned about this serious impulse, he claimed, "I'm not doing this to help him. I'm just doing this to relieve my own distress of seeing the man's poverty." Similar, in the earlier part of the century, the Spanish-born philosopher George Santayana wrote that generous caring impulses, while they may exist, are generally weak, fleeting, and unstable in human nature. But dig a little beneath the surface, and you'll find a ferocious, persistent, profoundly selfish man. Unfortunately, Western science and psychology grabbed hold of ideas like that and sanctioned and even encouraged this egoistic view. Beginning in the earliest days of modern scientific psychology, there was a general underlying assumption that all human motivation is essentially egoistic, based purely on self-interest. After implicitly accepting the premise of our essential selfishness, a number of very prominent scientists over the past 100 years have added to this a belief in the essential aggressive nature of humans. Freud claimed that the inclination to aggression is an original, self-subsisting, instinctual disposition. In the latter half of the century, two writers in particular, Robert Aldrey and Conrad Lorenz, looked at patterns of animal behavior in certain parts of the species, included that humans were basically predators as well when innate and distinctive drive to fight over territory. So, corrupted later, or do you start out corrupted and become good later? That's the fight. In recent years, however, the tide appears to be turning on this profoundly pessimistic view of humanity, coming closer to the Dalai Lama's view of our underlying nature as gentle and compassionate. Over the past 2 or 3 decades, there have been literally hundreds of scientific studies indicating that aggression is not essentially innate, that violent behavior is influenced by a variety of biological, social, situational, and environmental factors. Perhaps the most comprehensive statement on the latest research was summarized in the 1986 Civil Statement on Violence that was drawn up and signed by 20 top scientists from around the world. That statement, they of course acknowledge that violent behavior does occur, but they categorically say that it's scientifically incorrect to say that we have an inherited tendency to make war act violently. That behavior is not genetically programmed in human nature. They said that even though we have the neural apparatus to act violently, that behavior is automatically activated. There's nothing in our neurophysiology that compels us to act violently and examine the subject of human nature, basic human nature. Most researchers in the field currently feel that fundamentally we have the potential to develop into gentle, caring people, or violent, aggressive people. The impulse that gets emphasized is largely a matter of training. Contemporary researchers have refuted not only the idea of humanity is innate aggression, but the idea that humans are innately selfish and egoistic has also come under attack. Investigators such as C. Daniel Batson or Nancy Eisenberg at Arizona State University have conducted numerous studies over the past few years that demonstrate that humans have a tendency toward altruistic behavior. Some scientists, such as sociologist Dr. Linda Wilson, seek to discover why this is so. She has theorized that altruism may be part of our basic survival instinct. The very opposite to the ideas of earlier, they could theorize that hostility and aggression were the hallmark of our survival instinct. Looking at over 100 natural disasters, Dr. Wilson found a strong pattern of altruism among disaster victims, which seemed to be a part of the recovery process. She found that working together to help each other tend to ward off later psychological problems that might have resulted from the trauma. The tendency to closely bond with others, acting for the welfare of others as well as oneself, may be deeply rooted in human nature, forged in the remote past, as those who bonded together and became part of the group had an increased chance of survival. They see either form close social ties persist up to the present day, and studies such as one conducted by Dr. Larry Sorowitz examining the risk factors for coronary heart disease. It has been found that the people who were most self-focused, those who refer to themselves using pronouns I, me, and my most often in interview, more likely to develop coronary heart disease, even when other health-threatening behaviors were controlled. Scientists are discovering that those who lack close social ties seem to suffer from poor health, higher levels of unhappiness, and a greater vulnerability to stress. Reaching out to help others may be as fundamental to our nature as communication. One could draw an analogy with the development of language, which, like the capacity for compassion and altruism, is one of the magnificent features of the human race. Particular areas of the brain are specifically devoted to the potential for language. If we're exposed to the correct environmental conditions, as a society that speaks, those discrete areas of the brain begin to develop and mature, and our capacity for language grows. In the same way, all humans may be endowed with a seed of compassion. When exposed to the right conditions at home and society at large, and later perhaps through our own pointed efforts, that seed will flourish. With this idea in mind, researchers are now seeking to discover the optimal environmental conditions that will allow the seed of caring and compassion to ripen in children. They have identified several factors: having parents who are able to regulate their own emotions, who model care and behavior, who set appropriate limits on the children's behavior, who communicate that a child is responsible for her or his behavior, and who use reasoning to help us direct the child's attention to affective or emotional states and the consequences of her or his behavior and others. This Valbuena. I think you can probably see why. Although he did say, and morality is innate in us, so I guess I think he's maybe getting a balance of like morality is innate. We are innately gentle and compassionate, but we're also innately selfish as well. So you maybe both. I think it's both. I think it's a little bit of both, in my opinion. I think we're innately selfish and egotistical. That's my view. It doesn't have to be one or the other. How to be an Epicurean, Catherine Wilson. No kind of the afterlife. What is superior to Lucretius asked, evoking the three-headed dog, you go to the gates of hell and nature mythology, and the Furies and realm destitute of life. These theories do not exist, cannot exist in their world at all. One reason for the widespread belief in the immortality of the soul and the existence of an afterlife is that human beings have a strong sense of justice and desert. We tend to believe firmly that harms to other people deserve punishment, and that superhuman forces ensure punishment when human forces fail to do so. We suppose that thanks to these powerful forces, what goes around comes around. Most of the world's religions cease explicitly the wrongdoing will always be punished, and patient suffering and endurance rewarded. They instruct believers that all who deserve misery be compensated for by happiness or even bliss, and that all unjust profit and pleasure enjoyed by the wicked in their lifetimes be paid for many times over by their torments. If this does not happen in the course of an individual's life, it must happen in life or lives. We will all awaken to death, reincarnated as animals or babies or angels or inhabitants of heaven or hell. Injustice is destiny, so may temporary condition as people to live for their own day. And conversely, it seems that if human beings are truly mortal, there's no certainty that justice will be done. Most people believe they cannot get away with their crimes indefinitely. They will give free rein to their worst appetites. Epicurean ethics of our society is reasonably effective in maintaining considerate and virtuous behavior, thanks to our possession of the guilt-inducing conscious and through the punishment of humans by humans. At the same time, the Epicurean recognizes it is possible to get away with harms to others, and that some people are never troubled with conscience because they lack it. There are assaults, murders, and rapes that are never punished because their perpetrators are never identified. There are kidnappings, bank robberies, and art heists that are total success from the criminal point of view. Other people can hurt our feelings or our job prospects and still their mates, and never suffer from guilt or social ostracism. When markers of cause of death may begin displacement of millions along the happy and ripe old ages, and the rich can exploit the poor economically and keep them in a state of deprivation by controlling politics and the law. Again, without experiencing the slightest remorse. People who know or believe themselves to be especially clever and powerful do not fear public exposure and punishment. Psychopaths who derive pleasure from manipulating and tormenting their victims do not suffer from regret and guilt. Their assumption that they're unlikely to be caught and punished may be erroneous, but Epicurean considerations are unable to deter them. It may even encourage them if they know they have nothing to fear from the oversight of God or the gods. The Epicurean has to accept the implication that there's no assurance justice will be done in the long run. No cause of partial sincerity and hope for fear of an afterlife cannot provide sound reasons for living an ordinary and innocent life. And the system of crime. Our commitment to morality must rest on a preference for compassion, respect, and fairness, be backed up by desire for approval, internalize the self-approval and fear of others, and afraid of a bad conscience. Justice for the individual has to be secured if it is a piece of good of the law and has her lifetime perfectly when it still matters. And justice for groups of people has to be secured within the lifetime of the group. The great social movements in the 19th and 20th centuries, including the reforms introduced into prisons and workhouses, the abolition of American slavery, and the introduction of labor legislation were stimulated by the recognition that this life matters because it is the only life any of us will ever have. The expectation that the sufferings that make a portal to ramp paid in heaven, provided they be priests and rulers, and the predatory brutal to receive their justice in hell, was no longer sufficiently powerful to justify complacency. Social justice, the reformers realized, is up to human beings themselves, and in particular those most committed to compassion, respect, and fairness. What about atheists? Again. They do not believe in immortality of the individual and consider ethics of an exclusively human concern with no superhuman authority behind it. I cannot imagine the God who rewards and punishes the objects of his creation, whose purposes are modeled after our own. The God in short is but a reflection of human frailty. No, they cannot believe that the individual survives the death of his body, although feeble souls harbor such thoughts through fear of ridiculous egotisms. The word God is to me nothing but the product and expression of human weaknesses. Bible collection inventable by the primitive legends. There was Einstein there. Now, Russian Russell, I'm not a Christian. The argument for the remedying of injustice. Then there is another very curious form of moral argument, which is this. They say that the existence of God is required in order to bring the justice into the world. And a part of this universe that we know there is great injustice, and often the good suffer, and often the wicked prosper, one who knows which of those is more annoying. But if you're going to have justice in the universe as a whole, you have to suppose a future life to adjust the balance of life here on earth. So they say there must be a God, there must be a heaven and hell, in order that in the long run there may be justice. So this is a very curious argument. If you look at the matter from a scientific point of view, you would say, after all, I know only this world, I do not know about the rest of the universe. But so far as one could argue at all in probabilities, one would say the probability of this world is a fair sample. If there's injustice here, the odds are there's injustice elsewhere also. Supposing you got a crate of oranges that you have an final top layer of oranges bad, you would not argue the underneath ones must be good, so there's a drastic balance. You would say probably the whole lot is a bag of time, and that is really what a scientific person would argue about the universe. Suppose you got a crate of records that you have, and you found out the top layer of records to be trash, like trash album after trash album after trash album. You would not be like, oh, okay, there's got to be some like Pink Floyd or Led Zeppelin in the back to adjust the balance. You would say, man, probably the whole lot is a bag of time, and you will move on to another crate. That is actually really good advice for another record store to save time. And I think it's good advice. We say here we find in this world a great deal of injustice, and so far as that goes, that is a reason for supposing that justice is not ruled in the world, and therefore, so far as it goes, it affords a moral argument against the not in favor of one. Of course, I know the sort of intellectual arguments I've been talking about are not really what most people, but really most people believe in God as not any intellectual argument at all. Most people believe in God because they've been taught from early infancy to do it, and that is the main reason. Then I think that the next most powerful reason is the wish for safety, sort of feeling there's a big brother who will look after you. That plays a very profound part in influencing people's desire for belief in God. Fear, the foundation of religion. Religion is based, I think, primarily mainly upon fear. It is partly terribly unknown, and partly, as I've said, the wish to feel the kind of elder brother who will stand by you in all your troubles and disputes. Fear is the basis of the whole thing. Fear of mysterious, fear of defeat, fear of death. Fear is a brand of cruelty, and therefore it is no wonder if cruelty and religion have gone hand in hand. Hand in hand is because fear is the basis of those two things. In this world, we can now begin a little to understand things, and a little massive help of science, which is forced this way step by step against the Christian religion, against the churches, and against the opposition of old precepts. Science can help us get over the scope and fear of which mankind has lived for so many generations. Science could teach us, I think our own hearts could teach us, no longer to look around for imaginary supports, no longer to invent allies in the sky, but rather to look to our own efforts here below to make this world a fit place to live, and sort of place that the churches and all the countries have made it. what we must do. We want to stand on our own feet and look fair and square at the world as good facts, as bad facts, as beauties and as ugliness. See the world as it is and be not a favor. To conquer the world by intelligence, not merely being slavishly subdued, but the terror that comes from it. The old conception of God is a conception derived from the ancient oriental despotism. Supernatural dictator is a conception quite unworthy of free man. When you hear people in church debasing themselves and saying they're miserable sinners and all the rest of it, it seems contemptible, not worthy of self-respecting human beings. Excuse me, we must have more self-respect than that, for ourselves and for others. We ought to stand up and look the world frankly in the face. We ought to make the best we can of the world. And if it's not so good as we wish, after all, it will still be better than what these others have made of it in all these ages. A good world needs knowledge, kindness, and courage. It's not need to regret for hankering after the past, or a fettering of the free intelligence by the words of long ago by ignorant men. It needs a fearless outlook at a free intelligence. Needs hope for the future, not looking back on the time toward the past that is dead, which we trust to be far surpassed by the future that our intelligence can create. Religions. There's a central paradox of the core religion. The three great monotheisms teach people to think abjectly of themselves as miserable and guilty sinners, prostrate before an angry and jealous, according to the scripted accounts, fashioned out of dust and clay or clot of blood. The positions of prayer, usual emulations of the supplicant serf before an ill-tempered monarch. It is the wish to live as an abject slave. The message is one of continual submission, gratitude, and fear. Life itself is a poor thing, an interval in which to prepare for the hereafter, the coming or second coming of the Messiah. On the other hand, ends up by way of compensation. Religion teaches people to be extremely self-centered and conceited. It assures them that God cares for them individually, and it claims that the cosmos was created with them specifically in mind. This explains the supercilious expression on the face of those who practice religion instantaneously. Pray, excuse my modesty and humility, but happen to be busy on an errand for God. Misleading. It is absurd to say that the human race is the object and the end of creation. Man, charmed with his own merits, imagines that it is but his own kind that God proposes the object and the end and information of the universe. Upon what is this so flattering opinion based? It is, we are told upon this, that man is the only being endowed with an intelligence which enables him to know the divine nature and to render to it homage worthy of it. We are sure that God created the world for his own glory, that the human race was included in his plan, and really might have somebody to admire and glorify him in his works. But with these intentions, has not God visibly missed his end? 1. According to you, it would always be impossible for man to know God and to be kept in the most invisible ignorance of the divine essence. 2. A being who has no equals cannot be susceptible of glory. Glory can result but from the comparison of his own excellence with that of others. 2. If God by himself is infinitely happy and is sufficient unto himself, why does he need the homage of his feeble creatures? 4. In spite of all his works, God is not glorified. On the contrary, all the religions of the world show him to us as perpetually offended. And their great object is to reconcile sinful, ungrateful, and rebellious man with his wrathful God. So, religion, since it has a source in terror, has dignified certain kinds of fear and made people think them not disgraceful. In this, so to send mankind a great disservice. All fear is bad. I believe that when I die, I shall rot, and nothing in my ego will survive. I'm not young and I love life. There's just going to be terror thought of annihilation.
Are you dressed and stuff?
Yeah, I'm doing a live stream right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
what time is it?
I got like 40 minutes. Is that fine?
Oh, well, I can go home.
Happiness is unless true happiness because it must come to an end. Nor do thought and love lose their vow because they are not everlasting. Many a man has borne himself proudly on the scaffold. Surely the same pride should teach us to think truly about man's place in the world. Even if the open windows of science at first make a shiver after the cozy indoor warmth of traditional humanizing mess. In the end, the fresh air brings vigor, and the greatest places have a splendor of their own. The philosophy of nature is one thing, the philosophy of value is quite another. Nothing but harm can come and confuse them. What we think good, what we should like, has no bearing whatever upon what is, which is the question for the philosophy of nature. On the other hand, we cannot be forbidden to value this or that on the ground that the non-human world does not value it, nor can we be compelled to admire anything because it is a law of nature. Undoubtedly, we are part of nature which has produced our desires, our hopes, and fears, in accordance with laws which the physicist is beginning to discover. In this sense, we are part of nature. The philosophy of nature is we subordinate nature, the outcome of natural laws, and of victims in the long run. The philosophy of nature must not be unduly terrestrial, for the Earth is merely one of the smaller planets or the smallest stars of the Milky Way. It would be ridiculous to what the philosophy of nature were to bring up results that are pleasing to tiny parasites of this insignificant planet. Jesus Christ was an insignificant person. Vitalism is a philosophy of evolution, which show in this respect a lack of sense of proportional and logical relevance. There are the facts of life which are personally interesting to us as having a cosmic significance, not a significance confined to the Earth's surface. Optimism and pessimism as cosmic philosophy shade the same naive humanism. The great world, so far as we know it from the philosophy of nature, is neither good nor bad, and is not considered to make us happy or unhappy. All such philosophies sing of self-importance, and perhaps corrected by little astronomy. But the philosophy of value situation is reverse. Every nature is only a part of what we can imagine. Everything real or imagined can be appraised by us, and there's no outside standard to show that our evaluation is wrong. We are ourselves the ultimate irrefutable arbiters of value, and in the world of value, nature is only part. Thus, in this world, we are greater than nature. The world of value is nature itself is neutral, neither good nor bad, is deserving and neither admiration nor censor. It is we of great value, and it is ours which confer value. In this realm, we are kings, and we base our kingship if we bow down to nature. It's for us to determine the good life, not for nature, not even for nature, but something else.
God.
On Fred. And then there are fallen, rebellious angels, untamed, undefeated. In regard to being the devil, the slanderous one, the libeler teaches what he knows best. The option of disobedience or refusal to submit, of saying no. Satan, the adversary, the accuser, breathes the wind of freedom across the dirty waters of the primal world, where obedience reigns supreme, the reign of maximum servitude. Beyond good and evil, not similar to his incarnation of the latter, the devil talks libertarian possibilities in a being. He restores them in their power over themselves and the world, frees them from supervision and control. We may rightly conclude these fallen angels attract hatred of monotheisms, on the other hand, they attract the incandescent love of atheists. The tyranny of afterlives. Monotheism, somber vision. Animals, as we know, are uncontaminated by God. Excuse from religion. They know nothing of incense and a host, any flesh and prayers. We do not see them next to super celestial bodies or priests. They build none of cathedrals or temples, and they are never caught putting the fictions. Like Spinoza, we imagine that if they created the God for themselves, they would create him in their own image. Long ears for donkeys, a trunk for elephants, a sting for bees. Just as men, when they take it to their heads to give birth to one God, do so in their own violent, jealous, vengeful, misogynistic, aggressive, tyrannical, intolerant image. In short, they scope their own death instinct, their own dark side, and make it a machine for the breakneck speed against themselves. For only men have been afterlives, gods are single God. Only men prostrate themselves, humble themselves, abase themselves, we fables, I believe unquestionably, and the tales they so painstakingly concoct north avoid looking their fate in the face. All men extract from this fiction a delirium that draws in its train of welter of dangerous nonsense and a new ways out. They alone work passionately bring them up with a never less hope more than anything else to avoid death. There's life with death as this inevitable ending seem unlivable to them. Split the responding range matters so the enemy governs their lives, they settle to die little by little, systematically day by day. So that when the hour strikes, death will seem less difficult. The three monotheistic religions called unfaithful to renounce often here and now because they one day before to accept this loss. The glorification of fiction beyond provincial enjoyment and real here below want motivation of the death and instinct and unceasing variations of that theme. An extraordinary paradox. Religion is a response to the ontological void parent to everyone who learns that he will one day die, that his sojourn on earth is finite, that each life constitutes a brief interlude between the nothingness that comes before it and the nothingness that comes after it. Fables only accelerate the process. So there's stuff on earth for the sake of eternity in heaven. And so during this world, the only gift we possess, the living matter of potential existence, kill the egg just because its life is finite. Fleeing life in order not to have to die is not a good bargain. It pays that twice when once is enough. Religion proceeds from the death wish, that strange, dark force in the desperate being which shows destruction of what is. Wherever life begins to move, expand, vibrate, a countercurrent sets into arrest enable movement, and now mobilizes even flow. As soon as life fights its way to the tunnel of death, is there ready to start the clock ticking. That is its function, so to stop running, to collapse all life's hopes and plans. Being born starts the process of dying. Living for death means counting off one by one the days of our life are waiting to die. Religion alone sees a halt the mechanism, but if that speeds it up. Turned against ourselves, the fixation with death generates every kind of risky behavior, suicidal impulse, and self-destructive conduct. Directed against others, it triggers aggression, violence, crimes, murders. The religion of the one God expels these impulses. It seeks to promote self-hatred to the detriment of the body, to discredit the intelligence, to despise the flesh, and to prize everything that stands in the way of a gratified subjectivity. Launch against others of immense contempt, wickedness, are forms of intolerance that produce racism, xenophobia, colonialism, war, social injustice. A glance at history is enough to confirm the misery and the rivers of bloodshed in the name of the one God. Fired by the sin man born death drive, the three monotheisms share a series of identical forms of aversion. Hatred of reason and intelligence, hatred of freedom, hatred of all books in the name of one book alone, hatred of sexuality, women, and pleasure, hatred of the feminine, hatred of the body and desires it drives. Instead, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam exalt faith and belief, obedience and submission, taste for death and longing for the beyond, asexual angel chasticity, virginity and monogamous love, wife and mother, soul and spirit. In other words, life crucified and nothingness exalted. I could tie that into Detroit. I know where that ties into. There. The Christian conception of God, God as God of the sick, God as spider, God as spirit, is one of the most corrupt conceptions of God arrived at on earth. Perhaps it even represents the low water mark in the cynic development of the God type. God degenerated to the contradiction of life. Instead of being its transfiguration, eternal yes. And God, a declaration of hostility towards life, nature, the will, the life. God, the formula for every culminant of this world, for every lie about the next world. And God, nothingness deified, the will of nothingness sanctified. Christianity also stands in opposition to all intellectual constituents. It can use only the morbid minds of Christian mind, takes the side of everything idiotic, and proclaims a curse against the spirit, against the spirit with the healthy spirit. Because sickness belongs to the essence of Christianity, the typical Christian condition, faith, has a form of sickness. Every straightforward, honest, scientific road of knowledge has to be repudiated by the church as a forbidden road. Even the doubt is a sin. The complete lack of psychological cleanliness in a priest. It betrays itself in its glance as a consequent phenomenon of decadence. One could observe the hysterical women and rickety children how regularly and think the falsity lying for the sake of lying, inability to look straight out straight are expressions of decadence. Faith means not wanting to know what is true. The pietist priest about sex is false because he is sick. His instinct demands that truth shall not come to its own. At any point, what makes sick is good, what proceeds from abundance, from superfluity, from power is evil. That is what the believer feels. Compulsion to lie, that a detect every predestined theologian. Another mark of the theologian is his incapacity for philology. Philology is understood here in the very wide sense as the art of reading well, of being able to read off a fact without falsifying it by interpretation, without losing caution, patience, subtlety, and the desire for understanding. Philology is excess and decisiveness of interpretation, whether it be a question of books, newspaper reports, fate of the weather. They say nothing in the salvation of the soul, the way in which a theologian, no matter whether in Berlin or in Rome, interprets the word of the scriptures and experience and victory of his country's army, for example, under the higher illumination of the Psalms of David, is always so audacious as to make a philologist run up everyone's sight. And I want to note that too, when pietists under the cows at Swabia dress up the pathetic commonplace and selfness of their existence with a finger of God to a miracle of grace and divine providence of experience of salvation. Yet the most modest expenditure of intelligence, not to say decency, will convince he's interpreted as a complete childishness and unworthiness of such an abuse of divine dexterity. Even the slightest trace of piety in us ought to make us feel that a God occurs a head call at the right moment, tells us to get into a coach just as downpour is about to start. And so sort of God who would have to be abolished even if he existed. A God as a domestic servant, as a postman, as an almanac maker. I bought him a word for the stupidest kind of accidental occurrence. Divine providence is still believed in today by almost every third person in culture of Germany. Would be a stronger objection to God than any other that could possibly be thought of. In any case, it is objection to the Germans. Doesn't it remind you of Jonah Hushton? No need for fingerings. I don't expect God to see me out, grant me beverages of my fellow men. Ties in perfectly. Team Black Ponder. Get the race matters soon. Now let's hop back into on-parade. Seek the opposite of the real. If in the afterlife, monotheisms have no love for intelligence, books, knowledge, science, preferring the ethereal over the material and the real. They have a strong aversion to man's instincts and basic drives. Thus, not only do they celebrate ignorance, innocence, naivety, obedience, and submission, the three religions of the book disdain the texture, forms, and forces of the world. The here and now is irrelevant for the whole world. Now forever bears the weight of original sin. Now back to Bertrand Russell. My own view on religion is that of Lucretius. I regard it as a disease born of fear and as a source of untold misery to the human race. I cannot, however, deny that it has made some contributions to civilization. It held in early days a fixed calendar, and it caused Egyptian priests to chronicle eclipses with such care that in time they became able to predict them. These two services I am prepared to acknowledge, but I do not know of any others. The word religion is used nowadays in a very loose sense. Some people, under the influence of extreme Protestantism, employ the word to denote any serious personal convictions as to the morals or the nature of the universe. This use of the word is quite unhistorical. Religion is primarily a social phenomenon. Churches may owe their origin to teachers with strong individual convictions, but these teachers have seldom had much influence upon the churches that they founded, whereas churches have had enormous influence upon the communities in which they flourished. Take the case that is of most interest to members of Western civilization, the teaching of Christ as it appears in the Gospels has had extraordinarily little to do with the ethics of Christians. The most important thing about Christianity from a social and historical point of view is not Christ but the church. And if we're to judge of Christianity as a social force, let's not go to the Gospels for material. Christ taught that you should give your gifts to the poor, that you should not fight, that you should not go to church, and that you should not punish adulterers. Now the Catholics or Protestants have shown a strong desire to follow his teaching in any of these respects. Some of the Franciscans, it is true, attempted to teach the doctrine of apostolic poverty. The Pope condemned them, and their doctrine was declared heretical. Or again, consider such a text as "Judge not, that ye be not judged," and ask yourself what influence such a text has had upon the Inquisition and the Ku Klux Klan. What is true of Christianity is equally true of Buddhism. The Buddha was amiable and enlightened. On his deathbed, he would laugh at his disciples for supposing that he was immortal. But the Buddhist priesthood as it exists, for example, in Tibet, has been obscurantist and tyrannous and cruel in the high school. There's nothing accidental about this difference between the church and its founder. As soon as absolute truth is supposed to be contained in the sayings of a certain man, there's a body of experts to interpret his sayings. And these experts infallibly acquire power, since they hold the key to truth. Like any other privileged caste, they use their power for their own advantage. They are, however, in one respect worse than any other privileged caste, since this is their business to expound an unchanging truth, revealed once all in utter perfection, so that they become necessary opponents of all intellectual moral progress. The church opposed Galileo and Darwin. In our own day, it opposes Freud. In the days of its greatest power, it went further in its opposition to the intellectual right. Pope Gregory the Great wrote to a certain bishop in the bloody beginning, "A report has reached us that we cannot mention without a blush, that thou expoundest grammar to certain friends." The bishop was compelled by pontifical authority to desist from this work of labor, and Latinity did not recover to the Renaissance. It's not only intellectual but also morally that religion is pernicious. I mean by this that it teaches ethical codes which are not conducive to human happiness. A few years ago, a plebiscite was taken in Germany as to whether the opposed royal houses should still be allowed to enjoy their private property. The churches in Germany officially said that it would be contrary to the teaching of Christianity to deprive them of it. The churches, as everyone knows, opposed the opposition to slavery as long as they dared, and with a few well-advertised exceptions, they oppose at the present day every movement toward economic justice. The Pope has officially condemned socialism. Back to the hit slap. A little more than a century after Joseph Smith fell victim to the violence and mania that he had helped to unleash, another prophetic voice was raised in the United States. A young black pastor named Dr. Martin Luther King began to preach to his people, the descendants of the very slavery that Joseph Smith and all other Christian churches, as so morally approved, should be free. It's quite impossible even for an atheist like myself to read his sermons or watch recordings of his speeches without profound emotion of the sort that can sometimes bring genuine tears. Dr. King's letter from Birmingham jail, written in response to a group of white Christian clerics who had urged him to show restraint and patience, in other words, know his place as moral opponent. I see polite and generous minded, still brings to my unquenchable conviction that the filthy injustice of racism must be borne no longer. We hold our views with as much conviction and principle as any God botherer does. Hop into Cornell West. The debate about the prospects for Black America is an examination of the nihilism that increasingly pervades Black communities. Nihilism is to be understood here not as a philosophic doctrine that there are no rational grounds for legitimate standards or authority. It is far more the lived experience of coping with a life of horrifying meaninglessness, hopelessness, and most important, lovelessness. The frightening result is a numbing detachment from others and a self-destructive disposition toward the world. Life without meaning, hope, and love breeds a cold-hearted, mean-spirited outlet that destroys both the individual and others. Nihilism was not new in Black America. The first African encounter with the New World was an encounter with a distinctive form of the absurd. The initial Black struggle against degradation, devaluation, and enslaved circumstances in the New World wasn't part of struggle against nihilism. In fact, the major enemy of Black survival in America has been and is neither oppression nor exploitation, but rather a nihilistic threat. That is, loss of hope and absence of meaning. For as long as hope remains and meaning is preserved, the possibility of overcoming oppression stays alive. The self-fulfilling prophecy of the nihilistic threat is that without hope, there can be no future, that without meaning, there can be no struggle. The genius of our Black foremothers and forefathers was a great powerful buffers to ward off the nihilistic threat that equipped Black folk with cultural armor to beat back the demons of hopelessness, meaninglessness, and lovelessness. These buffers consisted of cultural structures of meaning and feeling that created and sustained communities. This armor constituted ways of life and struggle that embodied values of service and sacrifice and love and care, discipline, and excellence. In other words, traditions for Black surviving and thriving under usually adverse new world conditions were major barriers against the nihilistic threat. These traditions consist primarily of Black religious and civic institutions as sustained familial and communal networks of support. And cultures are in part what human beings create out of intestinal fragments of other cultures in order to convince themselves not to commit suicide, then Black foremothers and forefathers would be applauded. In fact, until the early 70s, Black Americans had the slowest suicide rate in the United States. But now young Black people lead the nation and the rate of increasing suicides. What has changed? What went wrong? The bitter irony of integration, the cumulative effects of a genocidal conspiracy, the virtual collapse of rising expectations of optimistic sissies. None of us fully understands why the cultural structures that once sustained Black life in America are no longer able to fend off the nihilistic threat. I believe that two significant reasons why the threat is more powerful now than ever before are the saturation of market forces and market moralities in Black life and the present crisis in Black leadership. The recent market-driven shattering of Black civil society, Black families, neighborhoods, schools, churches, mosques, leaves more and more Black people vulnerable to daily lives endured with little sense of self and fragile existential moorings. Black people have always been in America's wilderness in search of a promised land. Yet many Black folk now reside in a jungle ruled by cutthroat market morality devoid of any faith in deliverance or hope for freedom. Contrary to the superficial claims of conservative behaviorists, these struggles are not primarily the result of pathological behavior. Rather, this behavior is the tragic response of a people bereft of resources and confronting the workings of U.S. capitalist society. Saying this is not the same as asserting that individual Black people are not responsible for their actions. Black murderers or maybe should go to jail, but it must be recognized that the nihilistic threat contributes to criminal behavior. It's a threat that feeds on poverty and shattered cultural institutions, grows more powerful armors that vote against it or weaken. Okay, we gotta get more political here in atheism, the basics, while also criticizing Christianity. We're gonna get more into the capitalism too. Just pay attention. Messler's critique of Christianity has many dimensions. The Christian God is said to be good, kind, loving, just, and merciful, and yet gets depicted in Scripture as jealous, angry, vindictive, aggressive, wicked, demanding, unjust, capricious, dreadful, cruel, and obsessively demanding of our obedience. Sends up that unbaptized children of limbo, parks most of us in purgatory, and sentences many of us to eternal damnation for unimportant sins, permits misery, poverty, wickedness, evil, exploitation, social injustice, and the connivances of the Catholic Church, permits racism, deliberately chooses not to create a world in which there is nothing but good, hides and sets up barriers of vocation, prayer, and intercession, and becomes angered by violations of arbitrary commandments. The Christian Bible is said to be the word of the Church of Christian God, and yet it is full of contradictions, absurdities, and lies, unreliable, patched together to serve political interests, and primarily intended to consolidate the temporal power of the Church. Obviously properly classified with folklore and fiction, not properly defended as allegorical, since that line licenses every kind of interpretive fantasy. The miracles of the Christian prophet, just like the miracles of the pagans, contradict everything we know about how the world works, as do all of the other biblical myths. Even if there were such events, they cannot possibly be squared with the divine malevolence, rationality, consistency, and justice, and instead be evidence of divine malice and cruelty. Contrary to the apotheosis of Christ, the scriptural evidence suggests that Jesus was a despicable fanatic, lunatic, rogue, liar, and false prophet, whose words and deeds are very unreliably recorded in the Gospels, which disagree in so many points of detail. The Catholic Church's vile pernicious wedded to absurd dogma, e.g. the Trinity, and tradition, e.g. the Eucharist, are plainly in conflict with honest materialism. Finally, Christian morality loves and cherishes misery and suffering on the absurdest grounds, and this reflects the passion of Christ. It condemns desires even though these are natural affections that conduce to the future existence of humanity. It solely convinces continence and chastity when consenting adults should be free to engage in mutually chosen acts even beyond the bounds of marriage. It causes great suffering for many women and children because of the grace of the Lord. It causes great suffering for animals because it teaches them to put in whatever they choose. It certainly commands turning the other cheek in the case of real child representation of wicked vulnerable. It's complicit in excesses of tyrants, gracious, nobles, and priestly enablers, and it is a counter-revolutionary force that endorses the status quo, gives generic blessing for the reigning of injustice among the lower classes but upper classes. Misl's alternative to the Christian worldview is based upon a rather uncouth materialism that recognizes space, time, and matter as a fundamental agreements that cause reality. According to Misl, the primary cause of human suffering is that given food removes a social organization, there are too many people competing for too few resources, a condition that might be ameliorated in our different distribution of wealth and property. Misl supposes that all people have rights to life, food, clothing, housing, healthcare, education, liberty, gainful employment, and freedom. Further, he supposes that under feudal modes of social organization, there is this class struggle between, on the one hand, peasants and workers, and on the other hand, kings, nobles, judges, lawyers, priests, and the church. We desire the light of the seed of formal grovel being a primary determinant of class hatred. His favorite solution is revolution. Lower classes should simply stop paying taxes, refuse feudal rent, rebel against forced labor, abolish private property, and kill the enemies of humanity. However, he thinks that this solution should be global. Everyone on the planet, lower classes should join a struggle that would end only when the last of the nobles is strangled with the intestines of the last priest. Finally, echoing other sentiments that subsequently emerged during the Enlightenment, Mr. notes that while intellectuals are not on the side of the peasants and the workers and are conspicuously absent from the companionship of the rest of the earth, the future for intellectuals is to join the class struggle on the side of the lower classes. Okay, now I'm just going to hop into the Communist Manifesto. Arsenegos. And oh my god, that reminds me of the Oingo Boingo song Capitalism. So you have to give back. Okay. The history of all hitherto existing societies is a history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, and a word, oppressor and oppressed, in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden open fight, a fight that each time ended either in a revolution or reconstitution of society at large, or the common ruin of the contending classes. Also comes around Holiday in Cambodia, how bragging, how you know how the and words here cold because, well, I don't know what it's like to be black and over here being like, oh, race matters. I have no idea what it's like to be black at all. I have to make that clear. I'm white. I'm white boy. I know nothing what it's like to be black. I have to make that clear if you actually listen to the lyrics of Holiday in Cambodia. It's about privileged white people who try to act like they know what it's like to be black or something like that, which I think is stupid. So call that out, and also Oingo Boingo Capitalism is a good song. I also play here too, if you want those jams. Another remarkable quality of Marx's and many Marx's analyses, besides specific insights drawn from their surplus-focused analysis, is their attention to the contradictions. Beyond the tendencies they find shaping societies, they usually seek and find counteracting tendencies and likewise elements in societal tendencies that push them in society in often in different and often clashing directions. This sensitivity to an interest in contradiction derives in part from Marx's teacher, the German philosopher Hegel. In Hegel's view, everything is contradictory. Everything in life, nature, society, etc., is a bundle of conflicting needs, forces, and pressures. Indeed, our thoughts about and knowledge of life are also inescapably contradictory. For Marx, capitalism too exemplifies its contradictions. As one example, Marx explains to us that every capitalist tries to get as much surplus from productive workers as possible. The more surplus debt is appropriated, the more can be distributed as dividends to keep shareholders happy, as high salaries to motivate managers, etc. The surplus distributions keep the capitalist system going, reinforcing the capitalist dominance. Since more surplus available to the capitalists is better, capitalists always seek more. Greed is not the cause of capitalist behavior. It is a quality they acquire and accommodating to and internalizing the requirements of competitive survival within the capitalist system. Alright, Mary Christianity, we're going to tell it there. Nearly all those evils in the world which people put down a greater selfishness are really far more the result of pride. Take away the money, greed would certainly make a man want money for the sake of a better house, better holidays, better things to eat and drink, but only up to a point. What is it that makes a man with 10,000 a year anxious to get 20,000 a year? It is not the greed for more pleasure. 10,000 will give all the luxuries that any man can really enjoy. It is pride that wish to be richer than some other man. It's still more the wish for power. Of course, power is what pride really enjoys. There's nothing that makes a man feel so superior to others as being able to move them about like toy soldiers. What makes a pretty girl spread misery wherever she goes by collecting admirers? Certainly not a sexual instinct that kind of girl is quite often sexually frigid. It is pride. What is it that makes a political leader and a whole nation go on and on and more and more? Pride again. Pride is competitive by its very nature. That is why it goes on and on. If I'm a pride man, then as long as there is one man in the whole world more powerful, richer, clever than I, he's my rival, my enemy. The Christians are right. It is pride which has been the chief cause of misery in every nation and every family since the world began. Other vices may sometimes bring people together. You may find good fellowship and jokes and friendliness among drunken people or unchaste people, but pride always means enmity. Is enmity and not only enmity between man and man, but enmity to God. And God, you come up against something which is ever respected measure superior to yourself. Listen to God is that, therefore know yourself, and that has nothing in comparison. You don't know God at all. As long as you're proud, you can't know God. A proud man is always looking down on things, even of course. As long as you're looking down, you can't see something that is above you. That raises a terrible question. How is it that people who are quite obstinate of a pride can say to believe in God and prepare themselves for religious? I'm afraid it means they are worshiping an imaginary God. They theoretically admit themselves to be nothing in the presence of this fan of God, but really all the time imagining how he proves them and makes them far better than ordinary people. That is, they pay a pennyworth of imaginary humility to him. Get out of it a pound's worth of pride throws that fellow man. That's what some of those people Christ was taking. When he said what some would preach about him and cast out devils in his name, only to totally end the world that he never known him. Any of us men in the moment be in this death trap. Luckily, we have a test. Whenever we find out that religious life isn't making us feel that we are good above all, that we are better than someone else, I think we may be sure that we are being acted on, not by God, but by the devil. The real test of being in the presence of God is that you either forget about yourself altogether or see yourself as a small, dirty object. Is it better to forget about yourself altogether? It's a terrible thing that the worst of all the vices can smuggle itself into the very sin of our religious life, but you can see why the other and less bad vices come from the devil working on us or animal nature. But this does not come from our animal nature at all. It comes direct from hell. It's purely spiritual. Consequently, it's far more subtle and deadly. For the same reason, pride can often be used to beat down separate vices. Teachers, in fact, often appeal to avoid pride, or as they call it, self-respect, to make him behave decently. Many a man has overcome cowardice or lust, and take it by letting think that they are beneath his dignity. That is by pride. The devil laughs. He is perfectly content to see him becoming chaste and brave and self-controlled, provided all the time he is setting up any the dictatorship of pride. Just as he would be quite content to see your children as good if he was allowed in return to give you cancer. For pride is spiritual cancer. These are the very possibility of love or contentment, even common sense. All right. Understanding Marxism with Wolf. Sorry, I should have missed out. Wolf. All right. Something Richard Wolf. Right. Capitalists may appropriate more surplus if they reduce workers' wages while getting the same output from them. There are alternative ways to accomplish such wage reductions. Immigration of lower wage workers is a famous phenomenon in capitalist societies past and present. So too is switching from one population group to another. For example, from men to women, from adults to children, from one ethnicity to another, and so on. Of course, both these wage reduction mechanisms could entail contradictions, as displaced wage earners resist. That may place their demands on capitalist surplus, instead of offset enterprise damage from angry displaced workers that nullify the gains from low wages, and so on. Low-paid workers may display less loyalty to the enterprise. The contradictions about and may, depending on the larger social context, overwhelm the initial capitalist impulse tendency to lower wages. Besides lowering wages, production costs may be reduced when capitalists can replace productive workers with machines. To automate, computerize, or robotize may be cheaper than and therefore a substitute for hiring productive workers. However, no sooner the capitalists succeed in paying lower wages and or hiring fewer workers, then they may well face another contradiction. Workers may now have less income than they had before because wages fall automation, thus they will be less able to buy what capitalists need to sell. The benefit by lowering their outlays to workers, capitalists have inadvertently undermined the demand for the product. So virtually, universal drive that economizes on labor costs operates in contradiction to the parallel drive that sell all goods produced. The system is a contradiction. The very logic proposed in the capitalist undermines the overall success of the capitalist. So Marxists, no law, rule, regulation, behavior pattern. It provides his escape from this contradiction. None of it has. Capitalism experiences this contradiction in the form of recurring oscillations between periods of profit-boosting savings on labor costs and profit-busting insufficiencies on effective demand for capitalist products. That is how the system works. And of course, workers laid off because of automation and deficient demand may well worsen that deficiency and thereby produce a spiral downward of the major recession and depression. Eventually, downturns produce a sufficient cheapening of labor power and produce inputs to enable capitalists to profit from resuming production. Then an upswing follows and repeats the same pattern of cyclical instability yet again. Because of this and other contradictions split across the three forms of capital, the capitalist system is profoundly unstable. Every 4 to 7 years on average, wherever it has existed, capitalism produced an economic downturn. Workers suddenly lost jobs, businesses collapsed, and real mass suffering ensued for months or years. This instability occurred in addition to the destabilizing effects of natural disasters, floods, droughts, etc., and of social disasters, wars. Any individual exhibiting a personal instability comparable to the economic and social instability of capitalism would long ago have been required to seek professional help and make basic changes. Marx's basic point is that capitalism produces and reproduces inequality and instability. That alone suggests we ought to challenge anyone who accepts a system that works this way. Through the work of Marx and others, we can now recognize capitalism's contradictions, plus the inadequacies and injustices they impose on us. It is precisely how this system works. In particular, produces, appropriates, and distributes the surpluses that prove to be the obstacle preventing capitalism from allowing liberty, equality, brotherhood, and democracy, and that focuses us on the organization of the surplus. Marx also provided us with the knowledge that the next system must be one in which the organization of the surplus is democratic, where those who produce the surplus are identical with those who appropriate, and where the productive and non-productive laborers together and democratically decide who gets what portions of the surplus for what social services. The philosophers have only interpreted the word in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. What I love about that Holiday Cambodia song is like, to all of this and those privileged people that just consume art from other people, whatever, and then act like that means they know everything. Basically, just know-it-alls, college brats, who try to tell other people, like, hey, you, I know what it's like to be you, and I can tell you how to live your life. That's why earlier in the video, we talk about the human will and the self-worth of the cultivation. It's not my place to cultivate your will. It's not my place to strengthen your will. That's your place. I don't know what it's like to be you. It's not my place to do that. That kind of ties into the earlier in the video. Fucking love Holiday in Cambodia. That song is incredible. That being said, I do listen to a lot of music from other people from the diverse cultures, whatever. But it's about the attitude you have, and that's what Holiday in Cambodia is talking about. What is your attitude? Have the right attitude. Holiday in Cambodia comes in with the right attitude, right? I love that song. It's political and badass. Sorry, I just had to think about that. All right, let's hop into my favorite conservative here, Roger Scruton. Far better than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a piece of shit. There are philosophers who reputed the goal of truth. Nietzsche, for example, who argued that there are no truths, only interpretations. But you need only ask yourself whether what Nietzsche says is true to realize how paradoxical it is. If it is true, then it is false, and this is the so-called liar paradox. Likewise, the French philosopher Michel Foucault repeatedly argues that the truth of an epoch has no authority outside the power structure that endorses it. There is no trans-historical truth about the human condition. But again, we should ask ourselves whether that last statement is true. But if it is false. There's arisen among modernist philosophers a certain paradoxism, which is sort of to put them out of communication with those that are contemporaries who are merely modern. Writer says that there are no truths, or that all truth is merely relative, is asking not to believe them, so don't. What is philosophy? There's no simple answer to this question. Indeed, it is in one respect the main question of philosophy, whose history is a prolonged search for its own definition. Nevertheless, a kind of answer can be given in terms that explain what follows. Philosophy involves the attempt to formulate and also to answer certain questions. These questions are distinguished by their abstract and ultimate character. Abstraction, we recognize many questions about concrete things. What is that noise? Why does she fall? What does this sentence mean? We have methods for answering those questions: experiment, theory, building, analysis. What is Everchild knows, questions can be repeated and discover grounds for their answers. As they're repeated, they tend to emancipate themselves from the circumstances that gave rise to them, and take on an abstract form, by which I mean do they lose all reference to concrete circumstances, imply generally total what is such. What is noise? What are things fall? What is meaning? Abstraction is a matter of degree, and a wholly abstract question is raised by means of concepts, which do not seem to be special cases of any wider category, but our course should be themselves the large categories that we have. Thus, the concept of a fall is a special case of the concept of an event, but it's hard to see what general category events belong to, other than the category of events. I've used the term category to refer to these most abstract concepts, since that was the term introduced into philosophy by Aristotle, and adopted by Kant precisely for this purpose. If you ask why things fall, you're still asking a scientific question. But if you ask why there are events, you stand at the threshold of philosophy. Ultimately, we're rational creatures and seek for explanations, reasons, and causes. All our search for knowledge is based upon is based on the tacit assumption that the world can be given a rational explanation. And we have no difficulty in finding explanations in the first instance. She fell because she was drunk. The second instance, too, causes no anxiety. She was drunk because she had consumed the remodels of wine. In the third instance, she had drunk the wine because she was unhappy, and so on. But each step in the chain demands a further explanation, and if it is not forthcoming, everything that depends on that step is ungrounded. Is there then some ultimate point in the chain of causes, some final resting place, so to speak, where the cause of everything is found? If there is, then what is its explanation? Thus, we arrive at the ultimate question: is there a first cause? And this question will, by its very form, have set itself beyond science, beyond the methods that we normally use to answer questions about causes. Is it a real question? There are philosophers who say not, but that too is a philosophical position, response to the ultimate question. As an example, consider one of Kant's arguments about cosmology. In the Critique of Pure Reason, which is without question the greatest work of modern philosophy, each event in time is preceded by some other event. The series of events stretches to the past and also into the future, with ourselves moored up on the apex of the present. But what of the series as a whole? Did it have a beginning in time? To put it another way, did the world have a beginning in time? This is a philosophical question. It's wholly abstract, using only the categories of world and time. It is also ultimate and arises only when all questions about actual events have been answered or discarded. Hence, Kant argued it cannot be answered by any scientific method. Suppose that the world had this beginning at time t. What was happening at the preceding moment t? It must have been a very special moment. If it had power to generate from itself a whole world. If it had that power, something was true at that moment. Something already existed, namely the power to produce the astonishing thing that succeeded. In which case, the world did not begin at t. It was already existence at t to n. So there's a contradiction involved in the idea that the world began at time t, and t here is any time. So let's take the alternative view. The world had no beginning in time. In that case, an infinite sequence of times must have elapsed up to the present. An infinite series must have come to an end, and that Kant suggests is also a contradiction. Hence, whichever view we take, that the world had a beginning in time, or that had not, we arrive at a contradiction. So there must be something wrong with the question. Perhaps ultimate questions are not questions at all. I don't say that Kant's argument is valid, but the example is interesting in showing one characteristic response of philosophy to its own problems, seeming to argue that the very process which gives rise to them also shows them to be unreal. The task of philosophy is to diagnose what went wrong. We're not a Christian, so we're talking about the first cause. Okay. The first cause argument. Perhaps the simplest and easiest to understand is the argument of the first cause. It is maintained that everything we see in this world has a cause, and as you go back in the chain of causes further and further, you must come to a first cause. To the first cause, you get the name of God. That argument, I suppose, does not carry very much weight nowadays because, in the first place, cause is not quite what it used to be. The philosophers and the men of science have got going on cause, and it has not anything like the vitality it used to have. But apart from that, you can see the argument that there must be a first cause is one that cannot have any validity. I may say that when I was a young man, I was debating these questions very serious in my mind. I, for a long time, accepted the argument of the first cause until one day, at the age of 18, I wrote John Stuart Mill's autobiography, that I found this sentence. My father taught me the question, who made me, can be answered, since it immediately suggests a further question. Who made God? That very simple shit that showed me as I saw like the fallacy in the argument of the first cause. If everything must have a cause, then God must have a cause. If there be anything without a cause to make justice will be the world is God's, so that cannot be any validity in an argument. It's exactly the same nature as the Hindus view. The world rested upon an elephant rested upon a tortoise. I mean, they said, how about the tortoise? Indian said, suppose we change the subject. The argument is really no better than that. There's no reason why the world could not have come to being without a cause. Nor, on the other hand, is there no reason why it should not have always existed. There's no reason to suppose that the world had a beginning at all. The idea that things must have a beginning is really due to the poverty of our imagination. Therefore, perhaps, I need not waste any more time for the argument about the first cause. We're going to hop into God. Does God exist with Matt Fradd and Robert Delfino. I'm going to talk more about that. First cause. We're going to get into detail here. The world have a beginning. Thomas Aquinas didn't say so in his version of the first cause argument. The second way is from the nature of the efficient cause. In a world of sense, we find there is an order of efficient causes. There is no case, neither is it indeed possible in which a thing is found to be the efficient cause of itself, for so it would be prior to itself, which is impossible. Now, inefficient causes is not possible down to infinity, because in all efficient causes forming, where the first is the cause of the intermediate cause, and the intermediate is the cause of the ultimate cause, where the intermediate cause be several only one. Now, take away the causes, take away the effect. Therefore, if there be no first cause among efficient causes, there will be no ultimate nor any intermediate cause. But if inefficient causes is possible to go on to infinity, there will be no first efficient cause, neither will there be an ultimate effect nor any intermediate efficient causes. All of which is plainly false. Therefore, it is necessary to admit a first efficient cause, to which everyone gives the name of God. Here's the thing, Lucy, and I'd be surprised if you didn't see this coming. If everything needs a cause, who God? Why is God the exception? Where does St. Thomas say that everything needs a cause? That's kind of the point of the argument now. No, Thomas isn't saying whatever is needs a cause. He's saying whatever is caused by another. His point is that an infinite regress of causes dependent on other causes will not explain the effect we observe. So there must be a first cause that is uncaused, which we call God. He's still going on about this infinite regress stuff. Honestly, the argument sounds like a less convincing and way more confusing version of William Lane Craig's Kalam cosmological argument. Except whereas Craig talks about time, Thomas talks about causes. Well, the difference between Craig and Thomas is that Craig believes that one can give philosophical arguments for the beginning of the universe. Thomas doesn't. Really? Aquinas believes the world began to exist because of divine revelation. The Bible teaches it, but he does not think you can prove the world had a beginning. That you could prove the universe had a beginning philosophically. And of course, Big Bang cosmology wasn't a thing in Thomas's day. All the 5 ways, including this one, do not assume the universe had a beginning. David Ramsey still is going to step in with that. I understood it more than AJ in this book here, in that book there. But he did mistakenly say that Thomas Aquinas did not endorse the first cause argument, which is false. He just didn't endorse the sort of first cause argument like Craig's. I'm actually going to correct it before I get into it. I'm just going to read it as he said it, but I'm just going to say I want to correct him. Aquinas did endorse a first cause argument, just not like Craig's. Thomas Aquinas laid out 5 ways of proving the existence of God. The first 3 of these are forms of the cosmological argument, yet Aquinas never endorsed the first cause argument. Catholics are obliged to believe that the existence of God can be proved by reason alone, and thus Aquinas accepted, but he maintained that it is impossible to prove the finite duration of the universe, so he accepted it because the church taught it. Aquinas therefore intended all 3 of his cosmological arguments to work even if the universe has been going on forever. The classic detailed examination of Aquinas' 5 ways is by Anthony Kinney. He concludes that all 5 arguments as Aquinas framed them fail, and this verdict is now generally accepted even by most Christian philosophers. More credence has been given to the cosmological argument as propounded by Leibniz and by Samuel Clarke, both improved versions of Aquinas' third way. This approach is called the argument from contingency. The argument from contingency, the first cause argument is easy to grasp. The argument from contingency is more elusive and has carried more weight with philosophers and theologians. Many things we observe are contingent, as I say, although they exist, we can easily imagine them not existing. This seems to be true of all specific arrangements of matter. The Taj Mahal exists, but there seems to be no problem supposing that it did not exist. The argument goes on to assert that a full explanation of contingent things cannot be given purely in terms of contingent things. For example, suppose the entire universe was just an evolving collection of contingent things. Each contingent thing could perhaps be explained in terms of other contingent things, but the whole universe would lack an explanation. At this point, the argument appeals to something called the principle of sufficient reason, a principle that used to be accepted by many philosophers, but is now accepted by very few. The principle of sufficient reason says that nothing can exist without a sufficient reason for its existence. Therefore, the argument continues, there has to be at least one necessary thing, and there are no prizes for guessing who that's going to turn out to be. Everyone who makes a distinction between contingent and necessary things agrees that the difference between necessary and contingent is the difference between the way things have to be and the way things have to be. But what does this really mean? Is it true that all objects are either contingent or necessary? And if so, how do we tell the difference? How do we know that Taj Mahal is not necessary? Suppose the determinism were true, in which case the Taj Mahal and every other existing object would be strictly required by the Big Bang. The opponent of the contingency argument would still deny that the Taj Mahal is necessary. But if the Taj Mahal is not necessary, regardless of whichever theory of causation we adopt, then how can there be such a thing as a necessary thing? We can easily imagine the Taj Mahal not existing. We can just easily imagine God not existing. There's indeed one neat way to make this distinction. It solves a lot of problems, but it turns out to be devastating for the argument from contingency. This is the division between matters of logic and matters of fact, not decidable by logic alone. It is a matter of logic that a white rabbit is a rabbit, but it is a question of fact which logic alone cannot settle whether there is a white rabbit in downtown Chicago. David Hume pioneered the view that what is necessary is what is logically necessary, nothing else is necessary at all. If what is necessary is what is logically necessary, what it would be self-contradictory to deny, then what is contingent is what can be asserted and denied without self-contradiction. If we adopt this approach, then strictly speaking, necessary or contingent do not apply to things but only to statements, because logic applies only to statements. However, these terms can be extended to things by applying them to the statements that such a thing exists. So, if the Taj Mahal is contingent, this means that the statement that the Taj Mahal exists is not the truth of logic, which is certainly correct. If God is necessary, this means that the statement God exists is the truth of logic, which means that if you deny it, you contradict yourself. This is what the ontological argument tries to show, but the ontological argument is a failure. There's no self-contradiction in denying that God exists. Back into the God equation of Lukaku. Immanuel Kant found a flaw in the ontological proof because perfection and existence are 2 separate categories. To be perfect does not necessarily imply that something must exist. Alright, let's get more into the ontological argument by John Allen Paulus, right? The ontological argument and logical abracadabra. Ontology is the area of philosophy concerned with the abstract nature of being, and the ontological argument is one of the strangest and most logically convoluted of the arguments for the existence of God. It strikes me as a form of theological sleight of hand, a pulling of God out of a top hat. For this reason, I'll deviate from my practice of beginning with a sketch of the argument in question, and instead first give something of the argument's flavor by briefly examining a few marginally related logical oddities. What is the following dialogue found in Plato's Euthydemus? You see, I have a dog? Yes, a villain one. And he has puppies? Yes, and they are very like himself. And the dog is not yours? To be sure, he is mine. He has a father, and he is yours. Therefore, he is your father, and the puppies are your brothers. This is an intentionally silly argument, but how does this logic differ from the following? Father is a dog, father is yours, therefore father is your dog. The same grammatical structure seems unobjectionable in the latter case. An equally flawed equivocation is expressed by the logician Raymond Smullyan, who argues, some cars rattle, my car really is some car, so no wonder my car rattles. The ontological argument also brings to mind paradoxes of self-reference that date back the Stoic logicians of the 4th and 5th centuries BCE. The oldest specimen paradox concerned Epimenides the Cretan, who said all Cretans are liars. The crux of the so-called liar paradox is clear if we simplify a statement to I'm lying, or better yet, this sentence is false. To slow us out a bit more, we'll give the label Q to the sentence is false. Now, we notice that if Q is true, then by what it says it must be false. On the other hand, if Q is false, then what it says is true, and Q must then be true. Hence, Q is true if and only if it's false. Certainly a strange Ferris wheel of a statement. The statement Q and variants of it are also intimately connected with some of the deepest and most important ideas in logic and philosophy, and possibly even with consciousness itself. Despite this, they are often dismissed as pointless diversions suitable only for amusing logicians and other literal-minded geeks. So I must admit that on some days I feel the same way. So this is certainly a someday I will, as a last preliminary to the ontological argument, describe the abracadabra argument for God. That is, I'll demonstrate how relative Q can be used to prove God's existence. Consider the two sentences below. 1. God exists. 2. Both of these sentences are false. The second sentences are the true or false. If we assume it's true, then by what it says both sentences are false, in particular the second sentence is false. The only way the second sentence can be false is for the first sentence to be true. Thus, in this case, God exists. On the other hand, if we assume directly that the second sentence is false, then again we must note that the only way for this to be so is for the first sentence to be true. Thus, in this case, also God exists, hence God exists. Of course, in a similar way, we can demonstrate that. God had a hangnail, or that he doesn't exist, or that George W. Bush is in love with Britney Spears. A related self-referential trick can be pulled with the following statement, which was symbolized by S. S, if this statement is true, then God exists. Now, let's temporarily assume that the statement S is true. What can we conclude from our assumption? Well, if S is true, then by what it says, we can conclude that God exists. You might object that we just assume that S was true and can't be certain of its truth, but re-examine what we have demonstrated. We've shown that if S is true, then God exists. But this is precisely what S says, and so S is true and God exists. Unfortunately, the same sort of approach can be taken with the statement T. If this statement is true, then God doesn't exist. This time we'd have proved that God doesn't exist. One resolution to these paradoxes is to be aware of the way statements can be layered. That is, we must carefully distinguish statements such as the election was stolen, or Henry says he's sick, from meta-statements about these statements, such as the candidate's claim of impropriety was unfounded, or Gertrude believes that Henry is exaggerating how bad he feels. This distinction leads us back to Russell's theory of types and everything that grew out of it, and alas, away from the matters at hand. Enough fun and games. Just like Socrates, we're not gaming. Finally, on to the more serious ontological argument for the existence of God, which is generally attributed to Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, in the 11th century. A very rough version of this argument defines God to be the greatest and most perfect possible being. It continues by assuming that this most perfect being must possess all characteristics of perfection. Since it's better to exist than not to exist, existence is a characteristic of perfection, hence the person God exists by definition. Sorry, we're not gaming, but we're gaming. So there's no Herson, we're not gaming, but we're gaming. That's right. Rules of the game is laid down. Scholars and lovers. The most original thinker of the 11th century, Anselm, a monk who was born in Italy and educated in France, and who ended his life as Archbishop of Canterbury, illustrates monastic theology at its best. He stood firmly in the Augustinian tradition, believing that faith must precede understanding. Unless you believe, he insisted, you will not understand. For I do not seek to understand nor to believe, but I understand. But I believe in order to understand. For I do not seek to understand nor to believe, but I believe in order to understand. For I believe even this, that I shall not understand unless I believe. Only faith in Christ provides the perspective from which one can see the world aright. At the same time, Anselm saw few limits to what reason could achieve when guided by faith. His ontological argument for the existence of God, for instance, has fascinated philosophers ever since. Ontology refers to the study of being, and the ontological argument rests on analysis of God's being. Aquinas and Kant attacked this argument, Descartes and Leibniz defended it, and the debate continues. Given Bertrand Russell's fame as an atheist, I cannot resist quoting him. One day in 1894, as I was walking along Trinity Lane, I saw in a flash, I thought I saw, that the ontological argument was valid. I'd gone out to buy a tin of tobacco. On my way back, I suddenly threw it up in the air and exclaimed as I caught it, "Great Scott! The ontological argument is sound." He later recovered. Several recent commentators have argued that Anselm actually presented two different arguments, but their case becomes fairly technical and does not concern the relation of faith and reason, which is under discussion here. Anselm began with the assumption that even those who deny God's existence must have some idea what the word God means, otherwise how could they know what they are denying? If atheists and skeptics know what God means, then God exists in understandings. Among other things, everyone understands God to be something than which nothing greater can be thought. We cannot conceive of anything greater than God. Anselm further assumed that it is greater to exist in reality than merely to exist in the understanding. For instance, this is not his example. Tornadoes represent a greater danger to my house than dragons do, not because dragons without destructive force, but because dragons exist only in human imaginations, while tornadoes, alas, exist in reality as well. From these assumptions, the argument follows. 1. Something than which nothing greater can be thought exists in the understanding. Even the atheist knows what God means. 2. It is greater to exist in reality than merely to exist in the understanding. 3. Suppose that something than which nothing greater can be thought existed only in the understanding, then it would be possible to think of something even greater, namely an entity otherwise identical, which also exists in reality. 4. But this is impossible, since by definition it is impossible to think of something greater than something than which nothing greater can be thought. 5. Therefore, something than which nothing greater can be thought must exist in reality as well as in the understanding. 6. Since God is something than which nothing greater can be thought, God exists in reality. The argument leaves many readers uncomfortable. One has a sense of being tricked, but even trained logicians cannot agree on where or whether it goes wrong. For nearly 1,000 years now, Anselm's interpreters have debated not only about whether he succeeded, but also about what he sought to accomplish. He seems to be offering an argument that should persuade even the atheist, yet the argument comes in the context of a prayer, and Anselm always retained his Augustinian conviction that faith must precede understanding. Thank you for the wisdom of Christian theology. William C. Cloucher and the person also shout out. Thanks for appreciate that warm, even though I do not like the Bible. As with some other alleged proofs for the existence of God, this one proves too much. Even Goneril, one of Anselm's contemporaries, notes this. Goneril asks us to imagine the most perfect island conceivable, the island than which no greater island can be conceived. The same argument as above now demonstrates that this most perfect island must exist. My candidate for most perfect island would be Mount Desert Island in Maine, where I'm writing this. It's not perfect, but riding a bike along the ocean drive with my wife, or watching our daughter juggle rubber chickens and our son making raging campfires, probably as close to perfect as it gets. More generally, variants of Goneril's argument can be used to prove the existence of all manner of perfect entities. Of course, someone committed to the ontological argument can reply that islands and the like are not the sorts of things that can be perfect, and ideas of perfection vary from person to person. The abstract notion of a being, the argument goes, does admit of absolute perfection. But is it really? And is existence even a characteristic in anything like the same way that red or heart is? Even the French philosopher Descartes subscribes to a version of the ontological argument. It arises from his conviction that he has an idea of God as a perfect being. This idea must have as a cause something external to him, since he is not perfect. Therefore, Descartes concludes the only possible cause for his having this idea is an external perfect being, God. Only a slight caricature of Descartes' version of the ontological argument, as well as a nice twist on his "I think, therefore I am," is a paraphrase of a passage from Donald Harrington's cult novel, The Architecture of the Arkansas Ozarks. And then someone argues, I'm tickless, therefore I exist. I can't tickle myself, therefore you exist. A little more serious, and Anselm's argument and developments and refinements of it, even that a liturgist and Kurt Gödel seem to have the same level of persuasive power as the abracadabra argument mentioned above. As David Hume observed, the only way a proposition can be proved by logic and the meaning of words alone is first negation to be or lead to a contradiction. But there's no contradiction that results from God's not existing. Relevant to further development of this idea is the well-known philosophical distinction between analytic and synthetic statements. An analytic truth is one that is true by virtue of the meanings of the words it contains. An analytic truth is one that is true by virtue of the meanings of the words it contains. And a synthetic truth is one that is true by virtue of the way the world is. Examples include bachelors of unmarried men versus bachelors are lashless men, or UFOs are flying objects that have not been identified versus UFOs contain little green men. When Malier's pompous doctor announces that the sleeper potion is effective because of its dormant virtue, he's making an anti-analytic statement, not a factual synthetic one. This analytic synthetic distinction is the sprucing up of Immanuel Kant's original one, which in turn derives from related distinctions attributed to Hume and Gottfried Leibniz. Some philosophers, in particular the American philosopher W.V.O. Quine, have argued that the distinction is not hard and clear, but rather one of degree of convenience. It is, even from that absolute immutable, still useful distinction. I'll read this part earlier. There's like, ain't God to come against something which is never immeasurably superior to yourself, but I'm going to read it again. Interestingly, there's a classic irreligious argument against the existence of a certain sort of God that does depend on logic and the meaning of words alone. If one assumes that God is both omnipotent and omniscient, and obvious contradiction arises, the omniscient God knows everything that will happen. He could predict the future trajectory of every snowflake, surrounding every blade of grass, and the deeds of every human being as well as all his own actions. Being omnipotent, he can act in any way and do anything he wants, including behaving in ways different from things he predicted, make his expectations uncertain and fallible. He thus can't be both omnipotent and omniscient. The above argument notwithstanding, there is no way to conclusively disprove the existence of God. The reason is a consequence of basic logic, but it is not one from which theists can take much heart. In fact, existential statements asserting that there is a non-mathematical entity having a certain property or some non-contradictory properties can never be conclusively disproved. No matter how absurd the existence claim, there exists a dog who speaks perfect English at every rear end. We can't look everywhere and check everything in order to assert with absolute confidence that there is no entity having a property. Existence claims can, however, be proved simply by presenting an example of an entity possessing the property in question. In this case, a flatulently articulate canine pundit. By contrast, universal statements is asserting that every non-mathematical entity of a given type has a certain property, or some non-contradictory properties, can't be conclusively proved. Now, no matter how plausible the universal claim all animals are green, we can't look everywhere and check everything in order to assert with absolute confidence that all entities of a given type have the property. Universal claims can, however, be disproved simply by presenting a counterexample, a red emerald, an entity that doesn't have the property in question. So do the arguments and counter-arguments in this book conclusively prove there isn't a God? No, of course not. But neither is there an argument that conclusively proves there isn't a dog who speaks perfect English like we're in. Now here's what's interesting about this dog. This dog lacks physical strength, right? Because the dog has to speak perfect English out of its rear end. That's a physical flaw, you could say. But the doll that speaks perfect English out of its mouth, right? There's a doll that speaks perfect English out of its mouth. We'll call that Satan. Speaks out of its ass, right? We'll call it like Reagan, right? Reagan speaks very well, but speaks out of his ass. Meanwhile, the doll that has the physical flaw, true love is not idealized, speaks out of his ass, speaks out of his mouth, speaks out of his soul, speaks from the heart. Can you disprove that God? Of course not. Last be first and first be last, somebody called Sophie Chosen. Either way, you're least in the kingdom of heaven. Either way, you're talking out of your ass. Nor is there conclusive proof there isn't a Santa, a Satan, or he says a flying spaghetti monster here, but there's something I prefer. The invisible flying teapot, Russell's teapot. Over on Earth. British culture is forever, right? Here's the T. Despite the vast difference in significance, gravitas, and resonance among these existence claims, they are all, by nature of their logical form, incapable of being conclusively disproved. Finally, an apocryphal story illustrates the sometimes intimidating nature of logic and mathematics in these matters. Catherine the Great had asked the French philosopher Diderot to her court, but was distressed to discover that Diderot was a vocal atheist. To counter him, she asked the visiting mathematician Leonard Euler to confront Diderot. Now, being told that there was a new argument for God's existence, the innumerate Frenchmen expressed a desire to hear it. Euler then strode forward and stated, "Sir, blah 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 equals X, hence God exists." Reply: having no understanding of math, Diderot is reported to have been so dumbfounded he left for Paris. I seriously thought the story, but it's perhaps suggestive of how easily nonsense, preferred in an earnest or profound manner, can browbeat someone to acquiescence. About to take a root. Still, it does not look as if God exists as a truth of logic. Certainly no one has yet shown this. There might even be a truth of logic that every existing entity exists contingently. Most people would still adhere to the contingency argument would dispute the necessaries can find the logically necessary. Most people who still adhere to the contingency argument would dispute the necessaries can find the logically necessary. They would say that there are additional metaphysically necessary truths. I'm not sure that any good candidates have been proposed for these, but like truths of logic, they would presumably be very general. It's difficult to see how the existence of a specific entity like a disembodied person could be metaphysically necessary. If, all the same, we want to say that the universe might not have existed and depends on existence on something else that could not fail to exist, then matter, energy, or quantum vacuum, or some even more fundamental physical condition looks like the best bet. Thank you, David Ramsey Still. I almost forgot to say, on the back it says this person, atheism, James Sadowski says, atheism explained is a much better defense of atheism than the recent works by Dawkins and Hitchens. Now, I do prefer this guy over the God delusion. Personally, I don't think the God delusion is that great, but I do think that just like Charles Darwinism is distinct. Darwinism, evolutionary theory, is distinct from his racism. Richard Dawkins' science is distinct from his incest defense. But personally, I do prefer the selfish gene. If you pick up a good Richard Dawkins book, the selfish gene is pretty good science. But I'm not really a scientist, you know what I mean? And I don't know if he's overrated or not in the scientific community. You know what I mean? I'm more into the philosophy than the science, right? I don't really care for the God delusion. I do think this is better than God delusion. Now, is it better than God is not great? I would say it's on the same level. Right? I would give God is not great, how religion poisons everything 4 stars. I give this book 4 stars as well. Maybe even 5. You know? I might give it 5 stars, 4 to 5 stars. But I do think it's better than Dawkins. Hitchens, I'd say it's around the same level, although this is definitely more philosophical than Hitchens. This is like Hitchens, more philosophical. That's what I would say. So my take would be better than the God delusion. Better than God delusion. That's my take on that. Atheism Explained is a much better defense atheism than the God delusion by Richard Dawkins. Christopher Hitchens is more of an intellect than a philosopher, in my opinion. Now, let's get into the philosophy. Hitchens' philosophical baggage, Gene Missler. The world has not been created and matter moves by itself. They tell us gravely that there is no effect without a cause. They repeat to us very often that the world did not create itself, but the universe is a cause, not an effect. It is not a work, has not been made because it was impossible that it should be made. The world has always been. Its existence is necessary. It is the cause of itself. Nature, whose essence is visibly acting and producing in order to fulfill her functions, as we see she does, needs no invisible motor far more unknown than herself. Matter moves by its own energy, by the necessary result of its heterogeneity. The diversity of its movements the diversity of its movements or of its ways of acting constitute only the diversity of substances. We distinguish one being from another but by the diversity of the impressions or movements which they communicate to our organs. Continuation. You see that everything in nature is in a state of activity, and you pretend that nature of itself is dead and without energy. Well, you believe that all this acting of itself has need of a motor. Well, who is this motor? It is a spirit, that is to say, an absolutely incomprehensible and contradictory being. Conclude then, I say to you, the matter acts of itself, and cease to reason about your spiritual motor, which has nothing that is necessary to put it into motion. Return from your useless excursions. Come down from an imaginary to a real world. Take hold of second causes. Lead the theologians to their first cause, of which nature has no need in order to produce all the effects which you see. Other proofs that motion is in the essence of matter, and that it is not necessary to suppose a spiritual motor. It is but by the diversity of impressions or of effects which substances or bodies make upon us that we feel them, that we have perceptions and ideas of them, that we distinguish them one from another, that we assign to them peculiarities. Moreover, in order to perceive or to feel an object, this object must act upon our organs. This object cannot act upon us without exciting some motion in us. It cannot produce any motion in us if it is not itself in motion. As soon as I see an object, my eyes must be struck by it. I cannot conceive of light and vision. I cannot conceive of light and a vision without a motion in the luminous extent of the colored body which communicates itself to my eye, which acts upon my retina. As soon as I smell a body, my olfactory nerve must be irritated, put into motion by the parts expelled from an odorous body. As soon as I hear a sound, the tympanum of my ear must be struck by the air put in motion by a sonorous body, which could not act if it was not moved of itself. From which it follows, evidently, that without motion I can neither feel, see, distinguish, compare, nor judge a body, nor even occupy my thought with any matter whatever. It is said in the schools that the essence of a being is that from which flow all the properties of that being. Now then, it is evident that all the properties of bodies, or substances of which we have ideas, are due to the motion which alone informs us of their existence, and gives us the first conceptions of it. I cannot be informed or assured of my own existence but by the motions which I experience within myself. I am compelled to conclude that motion is as essential to matter as is excitation, and that it cannot be conceived of without it. If one persists in cavilling about the evidences which prove to us that motion is an essential property of matter, he must at least acknowledge that substances which seem dead or deprived of all energy take motion of themselves as soon as they are brought within the proper distance to act upon each other. Pylophorus, when enclosed in a bottle deprived of contact with the air, cannot take fire by itself, but it burns as soon as exposed to the air. Flour and water cause fermentation as soon as they are mixed. Thus, dead substances engender motion of themselves. Matter has then the power to move itself, and nature, in order to act, does not need a motor whose essence would hinder its activity. The existence of man does not prove that of God. Whence comes man? What is his origin? Is he the result of the fortuitous meeting of atoms? Fortuitous meeting of atoms? Was the first man formed of the dust of the earth? I do not know. Man appears to me to be a production of nature, like all others she embraces. I should be just as much embarrassed to tell you whence came the first stones, the first trees, the first elephants, the first ants, the first acorns, as to explain the origin of the human species. Recognize, we are told, the hand of God, of an infinitely intelligent and powerful workman, and the work so wonderful as the human machine. I would admit without question that the human machine appears to me surprising, but since man exists in nature, I do not believe it right to say that its formation is beyond the forces of nature. I will add that I can conceive far less of the formation of the human machine. When to explain it to me, it told me that a pure spirit who has neither eyes, nor feet, nor hands, nor head, nor lungs, nor mouth, nor breath, has made man by taking little dust and blowing upon it. The savage inhabitants of Uruguay pretend to be descended from the moon, and appear thus as simpletons. The theologians of Europe pretend to be descended from a pure spirit. Is this pretension more sensible? The man is intelligent. Hence, it is concluded that he must be the work of an intelligent being, and not of a nature devoid of intelligence. Although nothing is more rare than to see man use this intelligence, of which he appears so proud. I will admit that he is intelligent, that his necessities develop in him this faculty, that the society of other men contributes especially to cultivate it. But in the human machine, and in the intelligence with which it is endowed, I see nothing that shows in a precise manner the infinite intelligence of the workman, who has the honor of making it. I see that this admirable machine is subject to derangement, that at that time this wonderful intelligence is disordered and sometimes totally disappears. From this I conclude that human intelligence depends upon a certain disposition of the material organs of the body, and that because man is an intelligent being, it is not well to conclude that God must be an intelligent being, any more than because man is material, we are compelled to conclude that God is material. The intelligence of man no more proves the intelligence of God than the malice of man proves the malice of this God, of whom they pretend that man is the work. In whatever way theology is taken, God will always be a cause contradicted by its effects, or of whom it is impossible to judge by his works. We shall always see evil, imperfections, and follies resulting from a cause claimed to be full of goodness, of perfections, and of wisdom. What is theology? There's a science which has for its object only incomprehensible things. Unlike all others, it occupies itself but with things unseen. Hobbes calls it the kingdom of darkness. In this land, all obeyed laws opposed to those which men acknowledge in the world they inhabit. In this marvelous region, light is but darkness, evidence becomes doubtful or false, the impossible becomes credible, reason is an unfaithful guide, and common sense changed into delirium. This science is named theology, and this theology is a continual insult to the human reason. Alright, now I'm going to hop back into C.S. Lewis. Talking about the kingdom of darkness, shocking alternative. Christians then believe that an evil power has made himself for the present the prince of this world. Of course, that raises problems. Is this state of affairs in accordance with God's will or not? If it is, he's a strange God, you will say, and if it does not, how can anything happen contrary to the will of a being with absolute power? But anyone who has been in authority knows how a thing can be in accordance with your will in one way and not in another. It may be quite sensible for a mother to say to the children, I'm not going to go make you tidy the schoolroom every night. You've got to learn to keep it tidy on your own. Then she goes up one night and finds the teddy bear and the ink and the French grammar all lying in the grate. That is against her will. She would prefer the children to be tidy, but on the other hand, it is her will which has left the children free to be untidy. The same thing arises in any regiment or trade union or school. You make a thing voluntary, then half the people do not do it. That is not what you will, but your will has made it possible. It's probably the same in the universe. God created things which had free will. That means creatures which can go either wrong or right. Some people think they can imagine a creature which was free but had no possibility of going wrong. I cannot. If a thing is free to be good, it's also free to be bad, and free will is what has made evil possible. Why then did God give them free will? Because free will, though it makes evil possible, is also the only thing that makes possible any love or goodness or joy worth having. A world of automated of creatures that work like machines would hardly be worth creating. The happiness which God designs for his higher creatures is the happiness of being freely, voluntary. The happiness which God designs for his higher creatures is the happiness of being freely, voluntarily united to him and to each other, in an ecstasy of love and delight, compared with which the most rapturous love between a man and a woman on this earth is mere milk and water, and for that they must be free. Of course, God knew what would happen if they used their freedom the wrong way. Apparently, he thought it worth the risk. Perhaps we feel inclined to disagree with him, but there's a difficulty about disagreeing with God. He is the source from which all your reasoning power comes. You cannot be right and he wrong any more than a stream can rise higher than its own source. When you're arguing against him, you're arguing against the very power that makes you able to argue at all. It's like cutting off the branch you're sitting on. If God thinks the state of war in the universe a price worth paying for free will, that is for making a live world of which creatures can do real good or harm, and something of real importance can happen, instead of a tour world which only moves when he pulls the strings, then we may take it, it is worth paying. If God thinks the state of war in the universe a price worth paying for free will, that is for making a live world in which creatures can do real good or harm, and something of real importance can happen, instead of a toy world, like my Cat Plush series, which only moves when he pulls the strings, like I'm doing my puppets there, then we may take it as worth paying. LOL, okay, a little stuff on there. Stop in a different room still. If God's omnipotent, couldn't he have given people free will and at the same time guaranteed that they would in fact always make the right choices? Theists will generally deny that this is possible. Well, how can it be impossible? According to the classical theism, God himself cannot possibly do anything evil. Theists also claim that God has free will. Yet, God does do the evil things in the Bible. For example, he made Saul king and then he repented and regretted it. So he, I guess in a way, created evil. I don't know if that would be considered the same as creating evil, but I do think God does evil thing in the Bible. Moving on, if God combines free will with a guarantee against ever committing evil, then it cannot be impossible to combine free will with a guarantee against ever committing evil. God, if he decided to create other beings with free will, would also create them in his own image with a guarantee against ever committing evil. The theist who says that God has free will, and then nearly all do, cannot claim that free will and a guarantee against committing evil are metaphysically incompatible, and will therefore find it hard to deny that God could have created humans with a guarantee against their ever committing evil. The theist might respond to this that humans are not God, but something less. Still, the something less is not possession of free will. So human free will doesn't explain why humans couldn't have been made in such a fashion that they never made a morally wrong choice. What is the quality that God possesses, making it unthinkable for him to do any evil that could not have been conferred on humans when God created them? Whatever it may be, it is not free will. Theists often claim that it is God's nature that rules out the possibility of his doing anything wrong. In that case, God should have created humans with a nature that ruled out the possibility of their doing anything wrong. If the reply is that they were so created, but that then they succumbed to temptation and their nature turned evil because of this fall, then one day God might succumb to temptation and develop an evil nature. Or perhaps this happened long ago, and God defined as necessarily all good no longer exists. But if God could not possibly succumb to temptation, then humans or some other type of intelligent creatures, nothing is gained by quibbling off the zoological category human, could have been made so that they could not possibly succumb to temptation. I see no escape from the conclusion that there was some quality of humans which made them possible for them not to be guaranteed against making evil choices. That quality had to be something other than free will. Therefore, whatever reason God might have had for making humans in such a way that they will be likely to cause a lot of evil, it was certainly not that he wanted to let them have free will. Leaving aside the counterexample of God himself, that it seemed obvious to many thinkers, both theists and atheists, that there is no problem about God giving his creatures free will and ensuring that they make only right choices. This position is suggested by compatibilism, which I explained above. This position is suggested by compatibilism, which I explained above. It's also suggested by the view that God knows the future, foreseeing all outcomes from the beginning. The view that God foreknows everything that will happen may go along with determinism or with indeterminism. The idea that God might give people free will and ensure that they always made right choices does not involve God giving in one of the irresistible psychological compulsion, as Van Wagen strangely seems to suppose. Everyone's decisions to speak good or evil could be finely balanced, spontaneous, even whimsical, and absolutely lacking in any compulsiveness. But God, who, in making the universe, sees every single event in its entire history and all details, one vast sort of God's on an especially vast tapestry, taken at one glance, which is willed to exist in that universe, that one there, so to speak. If we imagine God consulting an infinitely long list of every possible universe, one precisely specified universe in which it happens to turn out that he chooses evil. If determinism is correct, then there is no free will defense. This holds if there is no such thing as free will, and also holds if there is free will and determinism. If both human free will and metaphysical determinism are true, then God could both give people free will and set things up so that they always make good choices. Therefore, anyone advancing the free will defense has to reject compatibilism, the view that both free will and determinism are true. A proponent of the free will defense has to accept free will and reject determinism. But even if there is no determinism, if God foresees everything, then there is still no free will defense. The view that God is outside time or outside our time and sees the whole space-time world as a simultaneous block, with time as akin to one spatial dimension, when until that God in making the world attends every detail of it, including those that are not deterministically related to other details. Okay, neighbor rooms still highly recommend. Back to Mr. Lewis, my favorite Christian. When we have understood about free will, why is he my favorite Christian? Because of Group Chronicles of Narnia. I love that novel. I also played Aslan. Ripley's Believe It or Not, I played Aslan. And Emerald Crusader, I believe. I think that's where it was. A play. And then I played Aslan. I played Jesus. I think there's a distinction between Aslan and Jesus, even though Lewis said Aslan and Jesus are the same thing. Ripley's Believe It or Not, I played Aslan in a play when I was younger. Wow. When we've understood about free will, we shall see how silly it is to ask, as somebody once asked me, why did God make a creature such rotten stuff that it went wrong? The better stuff a creature is made of, the clever and stronger and freer it is, then the better it will be if it goes right, but also the worse it will be if it goes wrong. A cow cannot be very good or very bad. A dog can be both better and worse. A child better and worse still. An ordinary man still more so. Man of genius still more so. Superhuman spirit best or worst of all. How did our power go wrong? Here, no doubt, we ask a question which human beings cannot give an answer with any certainty. A reasonable traditional guess based on experiences of going wrong can however be offered. The moment you have a self at all, there's a possibility of putting yourself first. Want to be sinner, want to be God. In fact, that was the sin of Satan. That was the sin he taught to human race. Some people think the fall of man had something to do with sex, but that is a mistake. They see in the book of Genesis where this suggests that some corruption in a sexual nature fall to fall was its result, not its cause. What Satan put into the heads of our remote ancestors was the idea that they could be like gods, could sit up on their own as if they created themselves, be their own masters, and invent some sort of happiness for themselves outside God, apart from God. Another hopeless attempt has come nearly all that we call human history. Money, poverty, ambition, war, prostitution, classes, empire, slavery, the long, terrible story of man trying to find something other than God which should make him happy. The reason why it can never succeed is this: God made us, invented us as man invents an engine, a car is made to run on petrol, and it would not run properly on anything else. Now, God designed a human machine to run on himself. He himself is a fuel or spirits were designed to burn, or the food or spirits were designed to feed on. There is no other. That is why there's just no good asking God to make us happy our own way without bonding. But that is why there's just no good asking God to make us happy our own way without bonding about religion. God cannot give us a happiness and peace apart from himself because it is not there. There's no such thing. That is the key to history. Terrific energies expanded, civilizations are built up, excellent institutions devised, but each time something goes wrong, some pitiful always brings the selfish and cool people to the top, and it all slides back into misery and ruin. In fact, the machine cocks, it seems to start up all right and runs a few yards, and then it breaks down. They're trying to run on their own juice. That is what Satan has done to us humans. And what did God do? First of all, he left this conscience, a sense of right and wrong, and all through history there have been people trying, some of them very hard to obey it. None of them ever quite succeeded. Secondly, he sent the human race what I call good dreams. I mean, those queer stories got it through all the Secondly, he sent the human race what I call good dreams. I mean, those queer stories scattered all through the heathen religions about a God who dies and comes to life again, and by his death has somehow given new life to him. Thirdly, he selected one particular people and spent several centuries hammering into the heads the sort of God he was, that there was only one of him, and that he cared about right conduct. Those people were the Jews. In the Old Testament gives an account of the hammering process, and we're going to hop into Mr. Hitchslap, the guy who countered Blue Esquell, Pat the Lion's Mame. Just as the script of the Old Testament is riddled with dreams of astrology, the sun setting still said Joshua could complete his massacre site that's never been located. Joshua commands the sun stood still. Then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and he should not to go down about a whole day. And there was no day like that before it or after that the Lord hearkened unto the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. And Joshua returned all Israel with him unto the camp of Gilgal, but these 5 kings fled and hid themselves in the cave of Makkedah. And it was told Joshua, saying, the 5 kings are found hidden in the cave of Makkedah. And Joshua said, roll great stones upon them out of the cave, and set men by it to keep them. Stay you not, but pursue after your enemies, and smite the hindmost of them.